All right. These teams are going to go ahead and try to get these cars settled in. I honestly think the next 2, 3, maybe even 4 races are going to be an extended version of testing going forward, especially, I believe, for Mercedes, given some of the things that we saw yesterday. All right. Not the best day, of course, not the worst day, definitely not a 2022 type situation as most might be fearing that may be on the horizon of the W14 starting to disappear, turning back from its crystal ball chariot back into a pumpkin, not only looking different, but the soul of the W13 reemerged. I don't think that is the case. There are some highlights there. There are some things to consider. There are some things that they definitely need to pay attention to. There are some things that they're going to need to address. But there are some other teams that need to do the same, given the team that you see right now on screen. McLaren, they definitely have been a bit on the quiet side, I would say even on the back foot, but they've had their moments as well, or no moments. We really haven't heard big splashes from McLaren. Although I've outlined and pointed out the driver situation, we were looking for a bit more pace out of Piastri, given all the hoopla that happened around him, you know, all the carouseling and the courting and the abandonment and re-engagement. Is just a situation where you see that with a driver and you're like, you better be worth it. And I don't know if we've quite seen the the wow factor in Piastri. I can definitely say we've seen some wow factor with Williams. They are in rare form. They are indeed in rare form. So I want to thank everybody for joining us. I've been up since midnight trying to get everything together, get things prepared. It is 1:41 a.m. Eastern Standard Time in the morning. And I know the West Coast is 3 hours behind that. And our family across the pond are 5 hours in front of us on that. So a bit later in the morning for some, still nighttime yesterday for others, and right now, peak of the day for me. So we're going to get this thing started. It's day 3. This is the final day. We do have plenty of things on deck, but as I was talking to some of these earlier points before things start coming alive, because the track's not alive yet, I'm going to make sure I get our lap times up and our boards up, and definitely try to make sure get that audio right today. We had some little issues yesterday. YouTube tried to shut us down, but we're still back and still on it. What's going on, Racer Reen? What's up, Derwin Hill? What's going on? One of the drivers in the Wolfpack fam right there, Derwin. Definitely going to be live Sunday. The link is already up. We're going to be in Mexico Sunday, 11 a.m. And then we have a one-on-one grudge match to settle in the circle between 2 of the drivers. And the driver that wins that is going to get a Fanatec steering wheel. As a matter of fact, one of these steering wheels right here, one of the drivers will be getting one of these steering wheels for their rig so that they can go ahead and progress themselves in F122. So yeah, we do big things over here at the Wolfpack channel. So don't sleep on us, man. We do some big things over here. So keep that in mind. But yes, there are some areas of concern for the team, for Mercedes. No doubt about that. We're definitely going to know that. So what we should see today as far as driver lineup, right there before you, we should see Russell at the beginning of today, and then we're going to get to see Piastri. He is somebody that I am highlighting. I want to know and see if he's going to have a reemergence of what happened yesterday. Before that, he definitely was low on that pace. Zhou, I didn't highlight Bottas, but Zhou for Alfa Romeo definitely popping up there. That was crazy. We'll take a look at that in a moment as far as the classifications from the end concluding of day 2 of testing. It looks like Drugovich is going to get his opportunity. I highlighted that because that was kind of to be announced. And it looks like Drugovich is going to get more time in the AMR 23. The same car that Alonso has, surprisingly, a little bit of wow factor at Aston Martin, taking that car and that team to not on the stage, but definitely front of the stage doing that. And then we're going to come down. DeVries has pretty much outperformed Yuki. There's nothing right there I think that we should be wild or see. It hasn't been extremely by a lot. And then we're going to be looking at Albon to see what he comes back and does. Sargent has been in the car a good straight day, so I want to see what Albon is going to bring. Sargent just has those two drivers together. I say Sargent because out of all the rookies on the grid coming up, Sargent is in probably what we would deem maybe the weakest team. I think we would look at Williams in regards to last season. They were dead last. And thinking about Sargent being the most recent American driver to come to the grid with the Williams, I don't think any of us expected to even see them peak in where they have. And I think that's been quite a refreshment to me, because I'm one person that definitely has wanted to see Williams improve after, pretty much decades of being a back marker in Formula One, and once upon a time being that front running team, constructor and drivers. So to see them now have a bit of sunshine on that team, I know it's got to be refreshing for not only the drivers to come out in testing and see their names peek up on that board, but it's got to be a bit more refreshing for the organization and family of Williams Racing, given what they've been through for the last few seasons, even just the turmoil and the financial stress on that team. Freaks Dog Flair, the start yesterday did not go according to plan. It did not. The end didn't even go according to plan. Matter of fact, the lights out practice start didn't even go according to plan. So you are correct about that, Freaks Dog. So what's going on? Good morning to you all. Thanks for being the first to do the super chat. Freaks Dog consistently earning points for that VIP box. All right. So I just shipped off one of these earlier in the week. VIP boxes, those who do super chats earn points toward that. When the points get up there, I pack this thing full of goodies, including a Wolfpack gold coin and other merch and other cards. And I ship that out to you as appreciation from me to you for supporting the channel. So, yes, it didn't go according to plan, but as I was saying about Williams, OG Zilla, good evening. Like I say good morning, good afternoon, good evening, because that is a real thing. OG Zilla is evening time there. It is peak of the morning here, and it is late night on the West Coast for others. So good evening to you, sir. Good morning, evening to you. And yes, just in case things get hairy for day 3 testing, I do have my honey bun. I got my honey bun on deck. So, yes, I got that. But as I was saying about Williams, they went through a considerable amount of stress and turmoil, especially within that COVID situation that had occurred throughout the world. And Formula One was trying to get on with conducting races and get the drivers back. Williams was running out of money. They pretty much were almost going to have to put their people out of the factories and pretty much out of a job, jeopardizing their family lives. And Claire and the Williams family did sell the team to a financial company named Dorilton. All right, Dorilton Capital. It is an American-based company, and I don't know the full terms and outline of that agreement, because they managed to still keep the Williams name, which is a heritage name in Formula One. They kept that. I still wonder who may be behind the actual purchase, or who spearheaded the purchase of Williams via that financial company, is something that has indeed remained a secret. Many have tried to figure it out, but I do indeed believe somebody whom is involved in Formula One is behind that. I do not think for a second that it's not somebody that's involved in Formula One, not at all within a group. But either way it went, Williams was sold to save the company. They did. Not only that, but we remember Latifi is in. His dad, I believe his dad's name is Michael Latifi, owning the Safina company, a food group company, and basically extended to Williams a line of credit of millions of dollars, and also loaned them money to help them stay afloat. Also, Latifi's dad having Jesse James Bell coming in and knocking it out. Big shout out. We got goals around here. We do got goals, and we're going to see what's happening. Good morning to you. Good afternoon or good evening, wherever you are. Good, sir. Appreciate you. Wyra, hey, did I get it right? Wyra, did I get it right? Did I get it right? That's all I had to really think about it. Like, even though you said the Pangani, I still didn't, like, register as Wyra. I just didn't. But I was like, yo, it's just Wyra. What are you doing? It's like, literally, that's how important it is to me about you all and seeing you all in the chat and becoming family. I do my best to try to make sure I respect you as so. But like I was saying, Williams sold, financially keeps the company afloat, brings Josh Capitals in, and that was kind of a mixed up situation to me. I don't think he was the best option and supposed to come in with all his rally car experience and his hard nose and make things happen. And they end up getting rid of him. And rightfully so. With him being at the helm of Williams, they also were reluctant to jump on board with Lewis Hamilton's initiative. And we heard that there was a team that would not sign, and we were kind of wondering what team that could be. A lot of us thought it might have been Red Bull, rightfully so, right? Given the history and the tension between Mercedes and Red Bull. We thought it might have been that or maybe another team. We did not think Williams, because Williams is basically looked at as a co-partner team, and plus they're a Mercedes power unit client, and we didn't think that, but it came out it was Williams. All right, so Justin's out of there. They got him out of there. Vowles gets from Mercedes, now goes over there doing his thing. A lot of other movement for team principals. So now we're trying to see what's going. So now the track is coming alive. We're going to be bringing more photos in for day 3. Day 2 photos have been dumped aside from the Williams photo you see. I think that is definitely worthwhile of keeping up. I'm going to go ahead and try to get the laps leaderboard up for us and a driver tracking board up for us. As soon as those things are initiated and populated, we will go ahead and bring that up. It is still 9 minutes until time for them to actually officially start the day 3 of practice of 2023. Also, let's get a little poll going in the chat. All right. Let's get a little poll going in the chat, see what you all think about we talked about this in the Discord group. If you're a family member, you have access to the Discord, and we had a Wolves Den meet about day 2, and we brought this question up in the Discord group, and maybe I'll pose it to you and see what you think. Let's see. Week testing. Okay, because if you remember, I'm gonna put current and then I will put previous. Okay, so if you remember, testing previously was in 2 different locations, Bahrain and Barcelona, winter testing, and I kind of favor that. All right, I do favor that, but let me know what you think, and then we could talk about that a little bit later. Let me also get this. Let me see. It says 400,000K gets you a lot in a sphere. Freaks dog background. All right, and then let me see what we got here. The mechanic, what is your honest opinion about Merc's performance so far? All right, trying to put me on the spot. That's fine. I don't mind being on the spot. So what is my honest opinion about Merc's performance so far? Good question. My honest opinion right now, it is that their performance is questionable right now to me. I definitely think, although nowhere near as bad as things were in 2022 with the W13, the car looks more stable. We don't see an increased amount or even noticeable amount of porpoising. We've already kind of discussed that what was kind of deemed or taken as porpoising was indeed characteristics of the track being bumpy. Not to say that there wasn't a minimal amount of vertical acceleration. As Toto outlined, there was a little bit of movement in turn 12, but I think we've heard and seen a little bit more from other teams experiencing that, including Ferrari. Yesterday was a bad day for them. Background noise. Okay. Let me know what kind of background noise are you hearing? Let me know that. So yesterday, let me check my monitoring system. All right. So I don't really hear anything, but it could be increased amount of fans running in this big unit I have over to my right. But yes, I think that yesterday was reason to be concerned if you are Mercedes. You have a situation which happened to other cars. We lost bits and pieces off other cars. So with Lewis Hamilton losing a piece of the car, the curbs, that wasn't too alarming, but it was indeed not the best situation. I think the heavy concern came in. We can all agree that last season Mercedes was probably the most reliable team on the grid until AD, where Lewis Hamilton ends up DNFing because the car fails. That was the first time they had a situation. Earlier in the season, they had a situation where they were concerned about overheating, but they got both cars home, both cars finished. They did not DNF. Now in testing, Russell has a hydraulic issue and fails. The car fails, and it fails to get home, and they got to try to cover it up. So right now, I think that it's not looking the best. I'm really looking for day 3 to show something that will say that Mercedes is actually making a bit more progress in the right direction. And I think that's just being fair and objective about what is actually going on. That's what I think. I think that's being fair and objective about what is actually going on. So I think today I'm hearing the live testing. All right. Okay, big shot. That could be indeed the case. So we got that down a little bit, I believe. Thanks for that, Freaks Dog. You've been on it. OG Zilla, it's a good thing these things happen during testing. Better to iron the kinks out now than in the season. And I said that yesterday. This is the time where you do want to have these things. If they're ever going to come up, this is the time you want them to come up right now. Because it's not causing you a DNF in a race. It's not causing you championship points that you could be collecting for your season, whether constructor or driver. It's not costing you the heartache and mental and emotional involvement of trying to get the car right within a season, which brings about different stresses to everybody. This is the time for it to happen. Although this is the last day of testing. Whereas previous, like I was saying to my poll in the chat, don't dance on it, just vote on it. We had multiple days, 2 weeks, okay? 3 days, 1 week, moved the location, which I thought was beneficial. 3 days, again, that time, giving these teams 2 weeks to really iron that out. But of course, this season we have more races on the calendar. They decreased testing. They moved it to Bahrain, which I really don't care for. It's not that I don't care for Bahrain. It's the fact that I don't care for the variable that they're only getting to be in one environment or climate condition. Whereas going to Barcelona about this time of year, I think it could be a little bit cooler in Barcelona around this time of year. So it gives the teams the ability to expose the car and expose themselves to a different environment and have the car in different environments, which might bring about different characteristics of that car. And it's definitely the tires. All right. Pirelli's bringing about these different compound tires, trying to figure out what went on last season and correct it for this season. We got prototype tires being used. So there are a lot of benefactors of having testing in 2 different locations. That's how I feel about it. That is how I feel about it. And I do indeed feel that today is a day to, if Mercedes, come on, we got to be real. There are people out here, and I can't blame them, that feel Mercedes might be sandbagging. I'm not one of those people. All right. What's the over under on the teams bringing out the B-Spec car today? You know what? That's a good poll, OG Zilla. Kudos to you. That's the new poll. That is the new poll right now. Does Mercedes bring out a B-Spec car for day 3 of testing? I'm putting that in the poll right now. That is poll worthy. That is poll worthy, no doubt. That's the new poll in the chat. Don't dance on it, vote on it. All right. We're 2 minutes away from testing officially beginning. But yeah, do you think Mercedes bring out a B-Spec car? And honestly, you can go back. OG Zilla says, okay, Freaks Dog Flair says Merc has said they have not been able to set up the W14 to the heat of Bahrain, and I feel it would be more beneficial if they were in Barcelona. Another reason, Freaks Dog, thank you very much for making that point. Another reason why I think we can both agree there's a benefit of having 2 different locations. And anyway, it's going to get cooler later on in the season. You know, it's going to be cooling off. Of course, it's going to get hot. And then once we get in October and stuff, it's going to start dropping off. September is going to start dropping off. So I agree with you very much so. And I also had mentioned that I don't think Mercedes, if they're that hard and stubborn to not already at least have some variation of the W14 with a different side pod configuration, then I would be surprised. That would be very bold and dangerous to me. That is what I think. I think that would be very bold and dangerous to do. I do think they have another variation sitting and waiting just in case. I also don't think that the side pods are an issue right now. Because let's think about this. We had an issue. The main issue about the Mercedes was the porpoising was so bad that they could not turn or utilize the power that they needed to even be competitive because it just didn't matter. All right. The faster they went, the worse the porpoising got. Well, that's not the case right now. So I'm not sure that the side pods are the hindrance right now. And we got the cars coming out of the pit lane, officially starting off with the day 3 testing. Going to go ahead and get our boards together and ready. So just give me a moment. Make sure I get these things together for you so we can keep track of the drivers going around the track and all that good kudos stuff. So yes, let me get that stuff together for you real quick. So what are we going to do right here? We're going to make sure we bring up our lap times, get that together. So let's bring up our lap time board. But yeah, I think they should, but I'm not too sure right now. Toto's mentioned that they're not going to be completely ready for the first race, which is alarming to some. Probably definitely them. Red Bull is out with aero rakes at the front of the car, by the way. And Lewis Hamilton has mentioned that they are working extremely hard to get everything or things to the level so they can come out day 3 of testing and be in good form. So that's another thing that is alarming because they are working extremely hard because things haven't been correct. Things are not right now. So we're looking to see in day 3, can these things improve and see some positive. Now, we haven't seen Mercedes not one time, I don't believe, hold the first place position on the board for multiple laps. We've seen Lewis Hamilton pop up to top 3, but didn't stay there really long, okay? Not like we saw Albon do, not like we've seen Sainz do, not like we've seen Max Verstappen do. So think about that. Wyra, that explains the horrendous McLaren brake problem. There you go. There's another issue that's something that you should definitely be aware of. The heat bringing about brake issues, and they were working on that. So there are a lot of things going on right now, and they're not, Mercedes is not the only team having these issues. It just happens to be hypersensitive for most because thinking about where Mercedes was at a certain point in time when everything was unfolding in 2022. So everybody, not even people that aren't Mercedes fans, are hypersensitive about what's going on at Mercedes, ready to write them off and or be concerned about them. So rightfully so. And we do have some more pictures gathering, so I will get these pictures up for us, and we're going to start up. So right now we do have day 3 begins, and we got a shot of the MCL 60 with aero rakes on it. All right, so right off the back, shot of the MCL 60 McLaren, who has been definitely quiet, in my opinion. But I think we also saw that McLaren wasn't very confident in their car anyway, going into the coming just off the launch. So I think we can honestly agree to that. I think that's something we can agree to, that McLaren definitely didn't seem confident in their car or what their season was going to be. And I think a lot of that played a part because of the lack of the wind tunnel situation. They didn't have the wind tunnel situation. And them not having that definitely held them back. I think that held them back some. I think they were looking forward to having that. And so since they didn't have that, I think it slowed some of their progress. Because remember, they were going to have the chamber, the wind tunnel chamber, and their simulator. They didn't get to have any of that. So that's a situation that definitely would hold up their progress. And right now I'm looking at some pieces coming off the RB19 right now. So as we were talking about Mercedes losing pieces and other teams losing pieces, there seems to be a piece of the car of the RB19 that just flew off. So Red Bull going to experience that, but nowhere near going to disturb them like it has disturbed Mercedes and others. So here we go right here, new updated photo of the MCL 60 and leaving pit lane with aero rakes on it, getting ready to collect some of that data over that car so they can indeed try to improve the pace today and improve their situation. So that's something that we have to look forward to, and we're going to see how they end up doing that. We're going to switch back to our leaderboard. Right now, Piastri at the top of that board right now, and it's too early to put a lot of stock in that, but Piastri doing a little bit more than he did the first time. And matter of fact, let's go ahead and look at that. Let's go ahead and take a look at this, because we'll take a look at it a couple of times throughout the day, especially in this morning. So like I was saying, we had the driver lineup. We got Perez, Charles, Russell, Gasly, Piastri, Bottas, Drugovich is back out there. I think we're going to talk about that too. Matter of fact, I'm going to bring that up in a segment in the show. Let me go ahead and make my notes. We will indeed address that. I think there are some things to talk about as to Drugovich and Lance, and also Aston Martin and what they're doing. I don't think they're being completely honest with us at all. So let's go ahead and look at the classifications from yesterday and check that out real quick. So I'm going to bring this over. All right, so classifications yesterday, I highlighted Zhou. Zhou finishes the session out at the top. Alfa Romeo making some progress there, but there's an extreme gap between Zhou and Bottas. All right, Bottas is supposed to be the senior man of that group, and there was a gap there between him, so I'm going to be looking hopefully to see what Bottas is going to do. Max Verstappen up there at the top. Red Bull's been at the top 1, 2. Only thing that I have not seen is Perez down there at 14. So that's an extreme gap right there. And some of the things that I've mentioned are kind of hinted to as far as what might be going on. Is it Perez or is it the car? But either way it goes, there's no excuses. Perez is where he wants to be. 083, what's up? McLaren is in trouble, plain and simple. I'm going to have to agree with that. And I think themselves, they would have to agree with that. I don't think they're happy about where they are, nor where they may be as this season is going to be approaching. Fernando Alonso, I got to give credit where credit is due. Aston Martin with Fernando and Drugovich. Remember that first day he was at 10, finally goes out, him and Zhou on track, and he brings that AMR 23 up to 7th. So big shout out for that. But Alonso doing his thing. And I think it's more so Aston Martin has made a considerable amount of progress, and now it's showing itself with their drivers. And when you can get a car that is good, you can enable your drivers to be better, or at least let their talent shine more, because it's not hindered by a underperforming vehicle. So think about that. Nick De Vries putting some distance between him and Yuki at 17, Nick at 4, and that's been something consistently that De Vries has shown that he's going to probably outperform Yuki, not only in testing, but we're going to see on race day. Then we come down to Sargent. He is highlighted, and Albon will be as well for what they are doing in the FW45. That is, to me, miraculous, and I've enjoyed watching them. I'm going to hopefully be able to enjoy watching Williams in the season to come. I would like to see if those drivers can, more often than not throughout the course of the season, put that car in points. Then we have Oscar Piastri finally making an appearance there, as he was a bottom feeder in that first day. Second day, finishing 9th. If that was a race, he'd finish in points. And Lando in 16th. Now, there's something to be said there, okay? And I'm going to make a point to talk about this in the arrangements of McLaren. I don't think Lando wants a situation right now. We got a red flag situation out on the track already. We're going to see if this is indeed just a process that the FIA is kicking in, or is this indeed something that really has to be paid attention to. And I do got a question on that. I got a question on that. Freaks Dog, definitely. Hey, Freaks Dog, you co-hosting today. That's what you're doing, brother. You're co-hosting today. We got a red flag. So listen, let me see what you all said on the poll. Does Merc bring out a B-Spec car in day 3 testing? 65% say no. We're going to see soon enough if 65% of you are correct throughout the entire day. We got a marshal running out on track to collect some bits of a car. He's running off track, holding up. Oh, he almost tripped and busted his ass. I'm glad he didn't. didn't, but he does make it back through the barriers, and he's off. Red Bull is coming into the pits. Russell is in P2, and you are correct. And right now they're red flag, and it's really too early to take any value with Russell being in P2. We got to have to wait and see how that sticks in later. But yes, red flag. And then Zero says McLaren needed a new car, not a evolution of a bad car that didn't work. Now, yeah, that piece of the RB19 definitely coming off there. Now, that could be a sensor, or it could indeed be a part of the LED system. I can't really tell right now what's going on, but that definitely came off the rear wing of that RB19. I think that is Perez. So yeah, that's number 11. That's Perez right there. So yes. So let me look at this. Freak Dog says Russell in P2. And then let's ask you this. All right. I'm going to ask you a question in the chat. You are CEO and are team principal at Aston Martin. So I got to ask you this question to see what you would do for the team. Are you going to replace Lance with Felipe, or are you going to keep Lance? As soon as he can, he gets healthy, he comes back, you're going to go ahead and put him in that seat of that AMR 23? Or are you going to tell Lance, hey, listen, take your time, recover. Right now, I think we're okay. You know, you still got a job, but I think there's enough time for you to recover, because we have a driver that's not going to put us too much in a slump, and it might even bring us some performance. So it's no rush for you to get back, Lance. Are you going to be able to do that? Now, you got to keep in mind, CEO is Lance's dad. That's Lawrence. Is Lawrence going to be able to do that? And I talked to that. So what would you do? What would you do? That's what I want to know. What would you do? You're going to keep him. You're going to replace him. You're going to give Drugovich the chance, depending on what he does in day 3. Are you going to go into the first race weekend and say, hey, he's going to go ahead and get the FP sessions and we'll make a decision there? Or are you going to go ahead and say, hey, Lance is ready. Let's give him all the FP practice he's going to need, because he's going to go ahead and jump us off along with Alonso for the first race of the season? I could tell you right now, I am going with replacing, the latter. I'm going to replace Lance. We've had 6 seasons of Lance, and seeing what he is, more than likely, I don't think Lance is going to be any better of a driver than he is currently. Some drivers just reach their plateau a lot sooner than others. And I think Lance is as far as I hate to cut somebody short in their potential, but I think we've seen enough sample size. Russell and Hulk out on track right now. I think we've seen enough sample size from Lance to pretty much draw a safer conclusion than not about what he can and what he is. As far as Felipe, we don't know what he can be right now. We need to see body of work and evidence, and I think right now Aston Martin has the opportunity to see what that is. Now, you also got to keep in mind, Alonso's not going to be, he's collecting the best attendance record ever right now, but he's definitely not going to be there. I don't think he's going to be there in the next 3 years or 4 years. I mean, if they, want to try to find a future and be competitive, hell, I don't think Lewis Hamilton is going to be here in the next 4 years. Alonso, he might be here, but he ain't doing shit. Like I showed you all yesterday, Alonso is like 17, 16 years sober, like with no championship alcohol in his system whatsoever. Derwin Hill, I can't really take the track times now too seriously. I can agree with that. This is not race pace. This is not race environment. So Derwin, you do make a point. I do agree with you on that. We have to remember that they are running multiple programs at the pace required for the program to get optimal results for testing. Very valid point. Very valid point, Derwin. You make a very valid and sound point, and that is something to be really taken to heart right there. You do still have to taper what you're going to indict as far as on these teams right now this early, in the season. We're just in testing. Everybody's still trying to put it together. We're running prototype tires. Some of these teams, especially Mercedes, trying to put their car through the ringer, which it would indeed turn around and sacrifice lap times that you're going to see on a board where there aren't any cars hardly on track. I mean, right now, you're in better conditions than you would be in qualifying. You're in worse conditions in qualifying. Right now, they're in optimal positions, and these cars are probably going to rear their heads when we get in race conditions. When they're going to be at this track and it's going to be hot, there's going to be a bunch of cars around them. There's going to be a bunch of exhaust heat fed into those end ducts. The air is not going to be as clean. We're likely to see some DNFs then. We saw Red Bull DNF, double DNF in the earlier part of the season in 2022. That turned out to be the most reliable car after that, and most consistent car and fastest car after that. So it's too early, especially to make a complete solidified indictment on any team. I do agree with Durbin. Freaks Dog says, I agree. And as I had said before, Mercedes is running a bigger wing. Good point, Freaks Dog. You be coming with some shit. A bigger wing and higher downforce and increased fuel loads. All right. He's right. They're right. Freaks Dog is right. And you got to remember the testing and the sensors. There are other things there. Freaks Dog also says, big shout out, and only having one testing session, we need to take results with a grain of salt. That right there is very true. And Derwin definitely and I share the same sentiment as you do. It does need to be taken with a grain of salt. Like, come on. It's way too early. Maria Duncan. Hello, everyone. What's going on, Maria? Big shout out to you. Love it. Love the family pouring up in here. You guys are making some valid points this morning in day 3. Shit, y'all need to be on damn Sky Sports as far as I'm concerned with some of these valid points. They're valid, they're objective, and they're sound. And Freaks Dog, Derwin, and OG Zilla have made some awesome points that I damn sure agree with, for sure. So right now we're looking at Hulk right now at the top of the board. Haas making an appearance up there. Red Bull making their way back around the track with the aero rakes. Perez is back out, so whatever the case was there, they've solved that. Hulk right now 2 seconds clear of others in a Haas in the VF23. K-Mag still there, going to be doing his thing. We'll see how much more improved Haas is, the Formula One step cousin of the grid, with the Ferrari sharing offices and wind tunnel and a bunch of other things with Ferrari parts. And so Haas making a good move there and just acquiring their, to me, first in a long time, I don't want to say good, but solid sponsor there. Sylvia Wick Kelly, what's up, baby? What's going on? Good morning to you as well. So Haas is doing some things that could indeed be good for their season, and we're going to see how that plays out for them. So like I said, we'll see how that plays out for them. Haas is a back marker. Let's just be real about it. They're one of the back marker teams. They're right now trying to set their sights just on competing consistently in the midfield, as well as Williams. But there are other teams and team principals and CEOs out there to say that's not the mindset to have. Fred Vasari said, if you're already coming in fighting, thinking you're going to be fighting for basically number 2, then you've already lost your season. Fred's coming in saying that they're trying to take Ferrari to the top, to the front, and indeed win the championship. And if they don't do that, I don't think Charles is re-signing his contract 2024. I think he's getting out of there. Russell in 3rd right now. So he drops from 2 to 3rd. Drugovich in 4th. Like I said, Aston Martin doing some things. Perez, let's talk about Perez for a second. Let's dive in on that. Perez definitely, and we could bring this classification board over because we weren't done with that. But Perez definitely not doing the same things Max Verstappen has been doing in the RB19. Wyra, if you could make your own F1 team, we got to put me on the spot, which means I need to get back on camera so I can talk about it. Wyra says, if you could make your own F1 team, who would be in it? How would you design your car? Good question, Wyra. So I'm going to be for real honest about this. Like the exotic answer would be, I want the W14. I want the slim down side pods. I'm taking it, although I like the concept and the potential that could lie in the concept. We haven't yet seen that improved potential totally wake up yet. But if I did have a team, there's no doubt I'm taking Lewis Hamilton. Even in his current years, I'm taking Lewis Hamilton. He is the GOAT. He's done things in cars that other people could not do. He already proved that he could take a shitbox car along with Russell and put it on podiums. His resilience, his patience, his ability to take in information, digest it, and then put out good results. I'm taking Lewis Hamilton to lead the team now. If I got to choose a rookie so we can have some future in that team, then I think I'm going to take Charles. I think I'm going to take Shaw for a little bit of youth and good promise in my team to build off of. Not too sure if I take Russell just yet. I got some question marks on Russell this season. Some of those questions will hopefully be answered as far as his character and his ability to be a solidified teammate, because I need two people to understand being teammates. Now, I know Charles showed his ass last season just a tad with asking them to make sure that they switched that place with Carlos, but I'm not too sure he was too incorrect about wanting to do that as far as him really being in the fight for the championship. And Carlos not, but at the end of the day, Ferrari lost so much during the season. And I mean, there were an extreme amount of points that they didn't capitalize on, and majority of those points due to the team and outside of Charles's ability. But there were some points there that Shaw threw out into the trash can that were his own mistakes. So I'm still taking Shaw and Lewis Hamilton, and I'm designing the car in accordance to what is actually working. There's no doubt. You can't doubt Adrian Newey, what he's done, his ability to design cars, his presence with teams that have won championships, including Williams being one of those teams. He was there in that era and part of that success. So I'm taking Adrian Newey, and that's how I'm going to go ahead and build my team. I'm definitely probably going to take Toto as a team principal there, definitely doing that. And I'll take Zach Brown as no, I'll take them both. I'll take Toto down. No, I might keep him as CEO. I might keep Toto as CEO and bring somebody else in the team principal, because I was thinking about demoting Toto to team principal and getting Zach Brown as CEO, but maybe I flipped out and demote Zach Brown to team principal and get Toto to CEO. That might be how I go about that. Zach Brown has a very acute knowledge for not only the sport, but definitely overall in the garage and being involved. So I think I demote him to team principal and keep Toto as CEO. I think that's where I would go, Wyra. Freaks Dog says, I meant to say my profile is pronounced Freak Dogs Flair. Freak Dogs Flair. Got you. I just want to verify that so others say it correctly. Love the Wolf Fam. That's no problem, bro. If anything I want to do, I want to get your name right. Freak Dogs Flair. Got you. So big shout out. Woo! Like Ric Flair. Let's go. So big shout out to you all for the super chats. Big shout out to you all for being here. You know, it's early. You could be anywhere, but you're here with us. Day 3 testing. And let's see if we can get in here and get you some more car porn. Definitely want to do that. Good testing porn is good. So let's go ahead and bring that over real quick so we can see what pictures we currently have. And right now we do have the MCL 60 with aero rakes, and we're looking for more photos to soon come in. The Williams right there doing a damn good job right now. Doing a damn good job. And we also do have the driver tracker up, so we could bring that up so we can kind of condense our boards, have both things up there, leaderboard and a driver tracker, so we could check that out. So Williams is in rare form. Day 3 testing, I want to see what they're going to do now. Albon is the driver that's going to be driving today. He right now is on soft compound tires, and so is Nick DeVries for AlphaTauri. All other teams are on the medium compound, and the medium compound tire has pretty much been the tire of choice right now. Teams have dibbled and dabbled in the soft, some very few in the hards, but majority of these teams are choosing to run that medium compound tire. Now, there are some new developments with the tire situation, so let's go ahead and take a look at that. So if you all haven't, there might be new people joining us that are not familiar with what's going on with Pirelli and the tire situation. So let's see how we can basically notice these tires. So C0 and C1 compound. C0 is outlined by no stripe in writing, and C1 is writing in a stripe. Now you'll see the C2, C3 compounds, which is your medium compounds. Same thing there. No stripe is C2 with stripe and writing is C3. Now we have a prototype tire in the midst of all of that. Notice it is C3. So I do think that is going to be an additional, I think that's going to be an additional compound to the soft, the reds. So it could indeed be an ultra soft maybe, but it's C3 right there. there as a prototype, so there's no stripe and no writing, but you see C4, C5, you got no stripe at C4, stripe with writing at C5, then of course you have your inners and your wets, stripe, writing, blue and green. There you go. All right, so that's what we got. If you weren't familiar with what was going on with the tire situation, that's what we have going on with the tire situation. Let's get back to our big leaderboard. Hulk is out of there, but right now has the best lap so far of the session. As we just started off, we're only about 30 minutes into testing right now on day 3 morning session, and he right now has taken Haas to the top. How long that will remain, I don't think it will remain long. I think by the time we get to an hour into testing, that will have changed. Mercedes right now is in the garage. Heating blankets are on the tires of Russell's car, so we're going to be seeing what's going on there, looking for those blankets to come off, and Russell will be coming out on track. So yeah, also Bottas, I want to see what he's going to do. And we're going to see with Shaw and Perez. What is Perez going to do? Like, I need Perez. If Perez doesn't, I'm going to say this, and I'm not trying to be cruel about it, but if Perez does not show his face in the top 3 in the RB19, I said it's one of two things. Either Perez has decided to take the Bottas approach within the team due to what happened last season. No, 3 things. Or 2, matter of fact, we're going to put that as a poll in the chat. Or 2, Perez has shown us that he does not have the ability to adapt to a car that is being developed towards Max Verstappen, the current world champion, which still is Perez's choice to be there, is the circumstances that he's choosing to deal with. And we're not going to use that as an excuse or a reason to discount what's going on with Perez this season. Or 3, yeah, that's it. I'm not even going to give him 3. I'm not going to give Perez 3. He chose to be there. I'm not going to give him 3. That's the only 2 I'm going to give him. He doesn't have the ability to adapt, and or he's choosing to take this approach. That's the only 2 I'm giving him. So I'm not giving him 3. He doesn't deserve to have 3. Perez made his choice. He signed his contract. You are where you want to be, so you will deal with the conditions that everybody knows that you're in. So, hey, if you took that on, that's on you. We got a shot of the Alpine, and a good shot, and a shot I want to talk to because Alpine does have some differences there. And finally, a shot of that front wing so I can talk to their separators and how aggressive they are. So let's bring Alpine in with a track shot, their first track shot of the day. We're going to go ahead and save them up, load them into our photo dump. I'm going to get ready to load that up, and then I'm going to bring that window over so we can take a look at that, and you can see what I see, and we can see it together. So let me go ahead and add that into our photo dump real quick. This Alpine, and let's take a look at it and talk to some of the points that I wanted to make yesterday, but we didn't have the opportunity to because they didn't really get good shots at the Alpine. If you look at that Alpine front wing, it is very aggressive as far as the separators on the front, the main plane of the front wing. Now, we've seen other separators like Ferrari. Their separators are more back toward the trailing flap, that last flap joining those surfaces. But Alpine has chosen to put the increased amount of their separators on that front main plane. But if you, now the reg says you can only have, I think, up to 8 per side. They are aggressive. Now, I wish they had an up-top view looking down at this front wing. You could really see some differences there. And also that hump out towards the tire as far as their front wing is concerned. They don't really share the serrations design like Mercedes and maybe even Haas, but their nose is extremely flat, whereas other noses from other teams is more coned and rounded out. Alpine has went with a more flat, kind of like a duckbill design on their nose. I mean, it's extremely flat if you're comparing it to other teams. And let's see if we actually have a photo in here of look at even the Williams. Look at the Williams car, how theirs is more rounded out in comparison to this Alpine car. How it's pretty extreme. It's extremely flat there. All right. And we got Russell at the top of the board. This I got to bring over while it lasts because we don't know how long it's going to last. Russell now has the best lap in a W14. So now the question is, can Russell hold that time for some time? Okay. We've seen Sainz hold it for a long time. Prolonged time. We saw Max Verstappen hold it for a prolonged amount of time. We even saw Albon hold it for a prolonged amount of time. Can Russell hold it for a prolonged amount of time? And if he does, that may indeed be some positive light coming, but it's too early. And like Derwin, OG Zilla, and Freaks Dog said, it's still testing. We still have a first race to go into and to really see these cars start doing what they're going to do. So right now, Russell at top, Piastri third, Bottas 5, Drugovich, Hulk are off track. Now, when it comes to everybody else, I kind of lose interest after 5, like really. Unless it's somebody that just took a major shit on themselves and they fell from the heavens, I'm really not really interested in mentioning anybody out of the top 5, especially going into day 3. Like if you're not top 5, you're probably not even interesting unless you have a critical situation that happens, the car falls apart, we lose pieces, you have a failure, something like that, then I'll mention it. But today in day 3, we got to up our standards. And if you're not in the top 5, we're really not even mentioning you on this board unless something happens that brings interest to us on this board. So yeah, like I was saying, as to the design there, you can really see it, the Alpine with that flat nose in comparison to other teams like Williams with a more rounded out approach, and even McLaren still a little bit more rounded out, although a little bit more flatter than Williams, still a little bit more rounded out. And we'll get some more pictures of other cars and kind of compare and contrast those, as well as like we did yesterday with Mercedes and Ferrari, their concept and their cars and how they were extremely different in the way these teams are approaching this season after getting out of a season in the regulations. So let me go over here and make sure I don't miss any super chats that people have taken the time, and I do appreciate you much, so we can read those super chats. And it looks like I'm all caught up. Okay, I'm not all caught up. I miss OG Zilla, so let me go back up here and catch OG Zilla. Wonder if they would borrow Mick from Mercedes or even bring Vettel back for one race to give them time for Stroll to heal. OG Zilla, OG Zilla, you coming with some poll-worthy questions, man. That's poll-worthy. Let's let the masses of everybody that's in here right now take the opportunity to answer that. Let me go ahead and get that. I'm going to rephrase it some for the poll, and I'm going to put that up as a poll. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put that up as a poll. So let's go ahead and get that in there, because I think that's worth mentioning. So wonder if so let me rephrase it real quick. And put people in the position of team principal. Would you, let me keep your same format of your grammatically correct structured. Would you borrow Mick from Mercedes, or let's put bring Vettel back for one race to give Stroll time to heal? Let's do that. That's definitely poll worthy. I think that's poll worthy. I want to know what you all think about that. That was an awesome super chat. Put a question mark on that thing and put our answers in here. Let's put Seb. We're gonna put Seb in there as the option. Seb back. We're gonna go ahead and say bring Mick or upgrade, or no, we'll say promote. We won't say upgrade. We'll say promote Felipe. All right. So, well, you know what? There's another option that we could put in there, actually. But we'll keep that. So here we go. Poll in the chat. Courtesy of OG Zilla. Would you borrow Mick from Mercedes or bring Vettel back for one race to give Stroll time to heal? Poll in the chat. I want to know what you would do if you were team principal and CEO over at Aston Martin. What approach would you take to increase your team's ability to at least start their season off right? That was a damn good super chat. I want to see if we're going to have a better super chat than that can then be converted into a poll. If your super chat is poll worthy, I will convert your super chat into a poll and give everybody the opportunity to answer that, so you can see what percentage of people actually agree with you. OG Zilla, definitely poll worthy right there. Big shout out to you for that. And thank you, Sylvia Wick, for helping me out. Make sure I didn't miss that, because that was a damn good one. Appreciate you on that. Yo, that was a good shout out. Right now, looking at McLaren is coming into the pit. They're looking at the RB19 and the SF23. I think they're trying to compare their side pod designs. Many of the teams have taken philosophies off Red Bull and Ferrari, and rightfully so. Nobody right now is trying to take a philosophy off of Mercedes, as two other teams abandoned that philosophy. Williams and McLaren, the other two clients of the Mercedes power unit, they abandoned the slim down side pods. And I can't stand when people say zero side pods. It's not a damn zero side pod. There's obviously one there. But yeah, other teams are starting to take the approach of Ferrari and Red Bull's design, and rightfully so. Those were the more competitive cars last season. And it's going to be, I see you, I'm going to do what you do, especially if you're being successful with what you're doing. They're going to take bits of that. So we're going to see what happens with that. OG Zilla, that's worth saying. I see you put the honey buzz up. Yeah, still the Cape poll from last night. Yeah, the Cape poll went crazy. Cape poll went crazy. I should have went and got, that's what I should have did. I should have went and got some damn red velvet cake to have on the show this morning instead of the honey bun. That's what I should have did. That's what I should. Don't think that it's too far-fetched that I won't try to go get somebody to get some damn cake in here. That's what I should have did. Damn it. Missed an opportunity, like some teams missed an opportunity to increase and improve their liveries in the season. Damn, I should have thought about that. But I had so much going on yesterday. It was crazy, from therapy to trying to get things right for the race this weekend to trying to come back on and do some live to get with you all. So I did, it slipped my mind and I didn't do it. So I missed an opportunity there. Now they're comparing the sides. So we're soon going to get some comparison photos of the Red Bull car and the Ferrari car to kind of look at their side, their floors, their fencing profile. Blue Diva Wolf, they are comparing the front wing steering. Yes. Blue Diva, big shout out to Blue Diva, soon to become a moderator in the Discord group that we have. Definitely has exhibited some qualities that could benefit well there. Sylvia Wick, Jay Starship, and Racer X210. And by the way, let's take some time, send some positive energy to Racer X210 as his mom has been in the hospital. She just got out of surgery yesterday. And fortunately, surgery seems to have gone well. So hopefully she will be home soon. He has not been with us. Usually Racer X210 is the other moderator that is with us and also in the race weekend. So hopefully they get home, I think maybe today or maybe even last night. But that is me. I'm that type of person. I'm going to keep up with family members of YouTube. I reach out to family members. If I don't see you in the chat and I know you're a family member and you're typically get here, I'm going to DM you just to check in on you. But yeah, his mom having surgery, needing it to go in for emergency surgery. And she got that surgery yesterday. Hopefully she'll be able to come home yesterday morning. Hopefully she'll be able to come home. If not yesterday evening, today, or this weekend. So big shout out to Racer X210. The family is with you, sending positive vibes and recovering vibes to your mom. All right. She's home today. Thank you, Sylvia with Kelly. Appreciate you much. So yeah, that's definitely a fortunate thing. Now they're comparing the back of the Red Bull and the Ferrari. So we will get some photos. And actually, you know what? We can look at some things right now as it comes to Red Bull, because I have some comparison photos or some photos to compare just between that car in itself, about its development that has changed from 2022 to now. So let's take a look at that, okay? Because that definitely is some monumental things that have changed. Red Bull being one of the teams to run a lot of flow vids yesterday, and I can appreciate that. And I wish I would have liked to see Mercedes run a bit more flow vids. So right there, if you look at the front nose of the RB19 compared to 2022 now to 2023, that opening is different, and that opening port really is there. Most teams to cool the drivers off, to bring some good airflow in there for the drivers. You could tell the planes of the flaps changed, the way they're contouring in the shape from 2022 to 2023. They lost that hump, whereas you saw on the Alpine, they increased that hump going out to the leading edge of those with that front wing. Freak Dogs Flair says, I tried to share a Twitter post on the Discord and it gave me a warning for word usage. I was confused on it. I would like you to clarify that. What I could do, I can't clarify it right now because I'm not there, but what I can do is check it out later on and probably see why the bot decided that was not going to be right and you got a warning for word usage. So if anything, check the words that may have been in the post, but I'll check that later on to kind of see what may have happened there. All right. And if you are in the Discord group, what you could do is try to send me the link to that post so I can directly look at it and I don't have to try to research and find it in the thread. But yeah, I'll take a look at that. Definitely Freak Dogs Flair. And then this next photo right there, like I said, Red Bull was running a considerable amount of flow vids, trying to make sure the airflow over that floor and that side pod was the way they wanted it. And as you see, pretty much if you look at that pattern of flow vids, which gives you a visible representation of how air is moving over the surface of the car, which I'm going to do a video on that. I got a video coming out Monday in regards to some things. I'm going to try to do some more videos like I did last season, a little bit more educational based that we kind of learn together. Not I'm teaching you, I'm sharing what I know, and then we learn together and you add value to that in the comment section. The other thing right here, they're changing the wing on the AlphaTauri right now. They're changing the wing package on the AlphaTauri. The side pod design from 2022 to 2023, definitely some significant changes there. The rear section of the RB19, which Aston Martin, or was it Aston Martin, or was it... No, it was Alfa Romeo that was heavily focused on their rear package. And we haven't even seen a lot of photos of Alfa Romeo in the rear of that car that was substantiate and support what they were talking about at their launch. They talked to us at the launch like they had just made an obscene amount of changes and updates to the rear of the C43. And we haven't seen a lot of pictures. So evidently there's not enough change there where photographers and people in pit lane are heavily interested in it. So I'm going to be interested to kind of get some photos of that and kind of compare 2022 to 2023. But as you see, Red Bull definitely has some significant changes throughout the areas of their car. Even that floor, significantly different from 2022 to 2023. And you can tell and see it. You don't have to look hard to see those differences. All the bits and the reprofiling that they've done to that floor is significant. All right. So these are changes that Red Bull has made to improve something that wasn't broke at all. All right, so we're going to bring our leaderboard back over so we can get back on with testing to see how these times going. Russell still has the best lap. Well, I spoke too soon. He no longer has the best lap. Hulk just took that over at Haas. It happened that fast. It literally happened that fast. So Russell not retaining the best lap for too long, but for some time. And now Haas, Hulk jumps back up there later in the session. And I was the one that said by 3 a.m, an hour later, that Hulk probably wouldn't be there, and he reemerges, and I'm still within my time period. We still have 20 minutes to see if Hulk's going to retain that best lap over an hour's time. Okay, Russell had it, and they shared it, but I still don't think outside of an hour of this testing that Hulk and Haas will be at the top. But if they are, kudos to them. Definitely want to give respect and props where it needs to be. Let me go over here and make sure I didn't miss any super chats, and let's go over this poll. So the question was courtesy of OG Zilla. And matter of fact, next time I'll put your name there to give you credit, just to let people know that are coming into the chat who offered up the information for the super chat to then be converted into a poll, be poll worthy. Let's call it that, poll worthy. Would you borrow Mick from Mercedes or bring Vettel back for one race to give Stroll time to heal? 50% said Seb, bring Seb back. All right. And that said that I think that would be an epic combination. You got Seb, you got Alonso. I just think there's something there. You got at least 6 championships within one team. But Mercedes has 7 championships within one team and just one driver. So still that speaks volumes to the things that Lewis Hamilton has accomplished with his constructors through his career. But yeah, Seb and Alonso on the same team, that I don't know how that could get. I don't even know how that would play out. Ooh, that MCL was hooking right there. I don't even know how that would play out. That kind of would be crazy to see. 27% of you all said bring Mick into the quarrel. And then 24% of you said promote Felipe up to the seat. I'm going to promote Felipe up to the seat. I think Seb lost his fire to really race and compete in Formula One. So him coming back, I don't think he's going to have that fire and drive. And if you notice, we really haven't heard much from Seb since he's left, which would kind of indicate to me that he's comfortable and he likes where he is right now in his life. So I wouldn't disturb that. I'll go ahead and promote Felipe. He's already there. He's getting the time in the car. I'm going to go ahead and let Felipe come on up, take that seat, and likely question. Ooh, the MCL Oscar Piastri spinning out. Luckily, he didn't damn Mick Schumacher that car. He better be glad he didn't Mick Schumacher that car. Now, Lewis Hamilton was in a similar situation with a Twitchy W14 yesterday, and he managed to keep that car under control. Piastri almost turned into a Diastri. I'm trying to tell you. You got fly spots on all that media compound tires. Them things, he's locking that motherfucker up. Oh, that almost was a mixed situation. That was almost a mixed situation. All right, here we go. Let me see. The spin cam, I would have caught his ass on spin cam so soon. It wouldn't have been funny. Freestyle Flair, the reason I didn't vote for Felipe is because I would want to see his performance over 4 races before considering replacing Lance with Felipe. Yo, that's a very good point. That's a good point. But if you're in a position where Lance isn't completely healed, still, what do you do? So it's still an option because the question how it's posed is giving Lance time to heal. So Lance is not even an option for you right now. He's not even an option to come back because he's still needing to heal. His wrists aren't capable of steering that car. So you still can probably vote on it because just put in a component that Lance is not there. So even the temporary of bringing Felipe up, it could be a temporary or a permanent solution. You don't have to make it a permanent solution. It could be just a temporary solution. So Freak Dog Flair, if that kind of helps you be able to cast your vote or maybe better decide what you would do as a team principal, take in consideration those variables and then see what you would do. That's what I would like to know. What would you then do? All right. What would you then do? So right now, leaderboard's up. Let's go ahead and get these pictures together because we got some more pictures to bring in. And we want to get those pictures up. I got a picture of the W14 I'm about to bring into our photo dump. So just a minute, I'm going to load that up and then I'm going to send that thing. Nice track photo of the W14 coming our way. Make sure, yeah, that was the Merc DNF. All right, here we go. Let me go ahead and update our photo dump real quick. Put this Merc photo in here. Nice track photo of the W14. Hopefully it does some good things on track. That's what we'll be looking for. And there you go. W14, Russell coming around that corner. That car does look lethal. We need it to perform lethal before we really cast a vote on if the W14 is going to be a good succession plan. And how much race pace will they pull out of here? Ooh, we got a good side-by-side of McLaren and Alpine. So let's get that in the photo dump. Got a combo photo coming your way. Side-by-side. Let's call it that. All right, got a good photo coming your way. Ooh, these photos are coming my way, so I'm loving to share these with you. This morning, already starting to get quite a bit. Now, yesterday was slow when I was getting the photos that were going to be coming out, but today, a little bit better. We got a side-by-side of McLaren and Alpine. Definitely like to see that color contrast in there, so that's cool to see. I guess it'll give us a little bit more time to view those photos. And so, yeah, definitely cool to see right there, that color contrast. Now, Alpine's combination or palette of color is one of my favorite on the grid. I do also like when they bring the pink car out, and I wish they would run that pink car as the dominant livery in this one at some time, because I like to see that pink car on the grid. It's easily identifiable. I think it does something just eye appealing, and pink is one of those colors that grabs your attention. But I do also like the hue of pink that they used, and I like the combination of the blue and the black and the pink. So it's one of my favorite color combination cars. But this year bringing the livery, which damn near looks the same as last year, I ain't giving you no points for that. I said that, and I'm standing by that. So let's go ahead and bring our driver tracker board over so we can get a condensed view of not only the leaderboard, but track these cars as they go around the track. And right now, we're just looking at Perez and Piastri. Perez, finally Perez. Perez finally doing what we think the RB19 should be able to do. Thank you, Perez. Thank you, buddy. Please, Checo. Check these motherfuckers. Check them, Checo. Perez, the best lap right now in the RB19. Something that he has not been doing thus far in this duration of training, testing that we've been in. Freak Dogs Flair, let's see what you got to say. Looks like Mercedes may bring out the Viz paint. I want to see it. I want to see Viz paint all over that damn W14. I think they should have been doing that. So yes, Red Bull at the top with the other driver with an extra 1 on his car number right there. Nice. That is nice. Perez 133.3. Can anybody, or is anybody going? Who is going to top that? Who is going to top that? Damn. Oh my gosh. Hulk's going to return to the top of this damn thing. 133.329. Perez spins, and then what do you know? Now we got now Piastri spins, and now we got Perez on top of the board, leading with a 133.167, taking Hulk to 2. That's some movement right there. That is some movement. I like it. I like it. I do like it. So let's get it in. Let's see more of this. Let's see more of this. Let's see who's going to be the next to pop to the top of this chart. Yeah. I do want to see that. So there we go, that photo right there. But I think right now there's some action popping where we might want to go ahead and keep our leaderboard up because they do got some action going on right now. Right now, there are no drivers on the track at all right now. No drivers are on the track. Russell is coming out on track right now. So let's see what Russell's going to do right now, sitting in fourth. Let's see if Russell can break in and maybe perhaps claim that #1 spot right now. So Russell's out on track. Let's see what he does. He is on soft compound tires, so there is some opportunity there. Perez now is going to go back out. He's going to be on the prototypes, so we'll see what he ends up doing on the prototypes. Most of the drivers that end up taking a prototype usually don't do too much. I do notice that we do got a few more drivers starting to take those soft compound tires on. They haven't been the majority of choice. The medium compound has been the majority of the testing session across all 3 days. So let's see what Russell's going to do as he's going to make his lap on soft compound tires. Can he do enough to take over that #1 spot from the Red Bull driver in Perez? By the way, the video coming out Monday will involve Red Bull and Williams. So be ready for that to come out. It will come out 9 a.m. I believe it's going to come out 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And two teams that video involves is Red Bull and Williams. So you might want to check that video out when it comes out. So it will come out then. So let's see what Russell's going to do on softs. Or is Perez going to be able to be on prototypes and take this? We also got Gasly out on track now. That's another driver pairing that we've been wondering how it's going to go between Ocon and Gasly. We do know that they have some history, and it's not all good history. Now they have these two drivers on the same team, making this the French team of all teams. You know, two French drivers, a French constructor, all this other good stuff, Renault unit, power unit. So we'll see what they end up doing. It's going to be interesting to see if it's going to be all kumbaya all the way through. Right now, they're comparing side-by-sides of the VF23 and the W14. Definitely two vastly different concepts. Mercedes is not looking like anybody. And that could also be good and bad, that Mercedes doesn't look like anybody else on the grid. It could be an awesome thing because they may indeed have the potential to have a car that can outpace all other designs that are very similar to each other. So therefore, they all have a similar amount of potential in their car designs as far as concepts of side pod and whatnot. They'll all be there for that. Of course, power units are different and suspension setup is different and front and rear wing. But overall, for side pod packages of that potential, they're pretty much equal there. Mercedes being completely different either puts them at an extreme advantage or could put them at an extreme disadvantage. That's the problem when you're different. When you're different, it could be a different good or a different bad, okay? So, damn, that Haas shaking all over the damn place, shaking that booty. So, Perez still the best lap. Russell does not. He's in the top 5, but he does not take that over yet. DRS wing is cracked. And we're going to see it. He is on soft compound now. Perez did that on medium compound, so we're looking for Russell to pop something nice on the soft compound tire in the W14. But I will say it is very enlightening to see, or very nice to see top 5 W14 up there. So let's see what else he can do as he's going to be on a flying lap right now. So he's now in Sector 1. He's going to be in Sector 1. Let's see what he does coming out of Sector 1. And this shit is behind right here. So let me pay attention to the board over here. Russell right now coming out of Sector 2, going into Sector 3, looking pretty fast right there as that dot's moving. If I go by eye test of that dot, he's looking pretty nice. But that dot in relation to real speed on the track, actually looking at it might be different, but that dot looks like it's moving. So right now he's getting ready to finish up Sector 3 and come across that transponder checkpoint. And let's see what he ends up, what kind of time he ends up with. Russell with the best lap, taking it over from Perez. How you like that? What? Listen, damn it. I got 49 likes. You better hit the like button. Hit the like button for some good changing right now. We've had Hulk. We've had Perez. We've had Russell. This is getting entertaining. When that spot changes out like that within that amount of time, it's not even an hour into this session, and we've had 3 drivers with a pretty good hold on the first place being Hulk from Haas, Perez from there. And look at Gasly popping the number 2, bringing his head out of the damn sand. Look at this. This is what you call good entertainment and testing. Hit the like button, please. Don't come into the Wolfpack house, bring your feet, put them on my damn couch, go in the refrigerator and get a drink without my damn permission. Hit the like button. This is good entertainment. We got Gasly at number 2, Perez at number 3. He was on prototypes. Now Russell comes out and lays a flying lap to take the best lap of the session right now. That was nice. Look at that time. Look at that time, though. You're talking about damn near 2 fucking seconds. Oh my gosh. Almost 2 seconds. Come on. Give me the exaggeration, but let's keep it real. He's on soft compound tires. But that's still something. That's still something. And Gasly at number 2, kicking Perez to 3. Oh, it's getting hot in here. So don't take off your clothes. Don't take off your clothes. I start taking off clothes on this. Like one day I might get so excited in a race on a finale lap, I might take my damn shirt off and get crazy in here. I ain't gonna lie to you. You could get that crazy 2023. Big lap from Russell, 131.7 total with a quaint little smile like that. Oh, yeah. So let's see if Perez can reclaim that number 1 spot. Russell is off track. Soft compound tires, probably going to change those. Let's see what Gasly might could do on mediums. And let's see if Perez can get that spot back. And even better than that, can Hulk and a Haas show them that he ain't out of it? Can he do that? Yo, this top 5 could get interesting. Piastri off, he had a nice little spin. But that front 4, they giving us something to look at right now and testing. That's cool. So let me look and see if we got any photos right now. Things could get spicy. We can get crazy in here. Don't let me start taking off my shit. I get crazy in here. If I start seeing drivers just popping in number 1 all the way, Perez, Russell, Gasly, Hulk, damn, let's even say Albon comes out and say, y'all forgot about me. You forgot about me and the Williams. I held that number 1 spot. Let me show you what I can do. Let me show you what I can do. I'm going to love that. That's the type of shit that gets me excited. Not to know who in the hell can be number 1 at any given time gets me excited. That gets me excited. Thank you. I got too excited about shit happening. Derwin Hill, fam, I'm not trying to miss you. Derwin Hill, fam, and a driver in the Wolfpack Grudge Race Series. I think F1 and or the teams can inform us as fans on what type of testing program they are running while on track. Elaborate that for us because you may have a bit more knowledge than other people. If you could maybe be a little bit more exact as to what you would like to see as far as what kind of programs they're running on the testing. I do think that that's a good thing, but I would like you to kind of clarify to these people, hey, member for 8 months in the fam, Sylvia Wick Kelly is called that for a reason. She will take you out if you come in with shenanigans. She says, come in, smash the like, show family love, subscribe, and don't forget, Tuesday, if we live, I'm dropping gift memberships, so keep watching, fam. Yes. Matter of fact, let me go ahead, let you all know, and I'm going to put some wolf checks with that. Sylvia, Kelly, and Mary Beanie will be gifting Wolfpack memberships to the family, okay, to the channel. So I'm going to put that in. So I tell you what, I'm going to try to put it in my calendar to make it a point to go live Tuesday at some point in time so that can take place. Okay. So that is awesome. I'm going to say next week for now. So let's just let people know that. And what I will do is I'm going to pin that. So it could be in the chat and stay up there. I'm going to do that for my fam. I'm going to pin that up there right now. So we're going to pin that message to the top so everybody can see it as they come in and it won't move or disappear. So would you borrow Mix? 51% of you all still said you would see Vettel back. So that's that poll. We're going to end that one, and we'll end up bringing in another poll if we see another super chat that's poll worthy, or I'll just come up with a poll myself and ask you all what you all think about that. So right now, Russell still retaining that fastest lap. Gasly still in 2, Perez in 3. We're going to see what's going to happen with that later on. Right now, we got a nice flying lap from Williams. Albon coming down, hitting that corner. Ooh, very nicely. Getting ready to come down that main straight. See what he lays down. He's still at 10. Not doing anything different there to change his life on that grid there. So we're going to see things may be indeed getting a bit more dicey, a bit more competitive. And we also know we've seen that similar situation like in the new regulations. I said that it's going to be interesting to see the back markers have the opportunity to fight for the midfield or even more, as teams are still trying to figure out what's going on with these cars that they just coming into 2022. But the drivers may indeed be the cutting edge of what they can do with an unsuspected car. And that did happen. You did see that for a moment, and then things returned back to the mean. Williams became a back marker. Haas became a back marker. It was crazy to see Aston Martin became like a midfield back marker, as well as interchanging in and out with McLaren. So that was a very interesting thing that went on there. So this season, as in testing, we're seeing Williams do some things that we didn't think they were going to do, but is that still going to be enough as these other teams start to come alive in the season to not make them a back marker? That's the question that I want answered. Right now, Perez is out on track and he's trying to lay down a hot lap. We're going to try to pay attention to the sectors right now. He's just getting ready to enter into sector 2. So we're going to see what he ends up doing there. And let me make sure I didn't miss any super chats. Yep, Freaks Dog, the white high vis paint on the Merc. Yes, that is. I want to say, I don't know if Freaks Dog, I don't know if it's white or maybe it's like a light kind of purple, but I think it is white. And they're using that because the car is all black. But although I think they could use like the orange would probably be better. Like if they use it, be highly visible and you could definitely see the pattern, that spray pattern. So I think they should have used like orange. I think that would have been better, orange or maybe even a hot pink, but they are using white and they can see it, but it's just not highly visible to us when they're on track. And maybe that's something they want. Maybe they're trying to make their flow viz a little bit less visible to the eyes and the camera, so people don't really get a bead on how the philosophy of their car is conducting itself out there. Got a new shot of the W14, so I'm gonna get ready to load that up so I can bring it over and share that with everybody. So let me load that up. It is another track shot of that Merc. So that will be the second track shot today that we have of the W14, and hopefully we get some more of other cars as well. So I'm going to get ready to load this one up, and then I will share with you and bring it over to the main screen. So hold on here. Yep, there we go. That is a nice shot, by the way. Boom. Bringing it over right now. Push the button and send it. There it is. Nice shot of that Merc. Nothing right now is changing on the board. The top two placeholders are off the track. Perez is on track trying to see if he can get that back. And I ain't trying to rhyme, but that did rhyme. So big shout out to that. Let me get some likes in the chat, yo. Come on. Can we like that? Can we like the channel? Can we go ahead and like the stream? Can we like that? You all are making this an absolutely awesome day. Go ahead and hit that like button. We've had over 1,000 people coming in here. Can we get that like? We got 72 likes. Come on now. Be respectful and be fun. Participate. It doesn't cost you anything to hit that like button. Just go ahead and smash that like. Let me see that like drum up. I feel like I'm damn Crash Tiffy right now. I feel like with that amount of likes, I'm crashing. You know, can you not make me feel like Crash Tiffy unless you're that cruel? Are you that cruel to make me want to feel like I'm Crash Tiffy out here in the YouTube world? I can't get more likes than that. Come on now. Don't make me feel that way. I'm gonna have a complex. I'll have a complex. Imagine that. Imagine you give Jay a complex at Wolfpack, making him feel like Crash Tiffy. That ain't nice. That ain't nice. Nobody want to feel like that. You see what happened to the groundhog when Crash Tiffy came? Crash Tiffy didn't only crash into cars. He crashed into a damn groundhog, man. He crashed into a groundhog. Took his life. Come on, I don't want to be that guy. Don't make me be that. Got a new shot of the MCL on track, and it does look good. It does look good. So let's get the MCL up here. Another for a second track shot of the MCL. So that's going to be cool. So we're going to get ready to bring that in. Right now, since we already looking at these track photos, let's go ahead and bring this MCL in so you can see that photo. Here it is. It is a good looking shot though too. And there we go. Woo! That's a nice shot. Credit to that photographer. That's a damn nice shot. Freak Dogs Flair says, I feel better about Merc performance today than I did yesterday. Freaks Dog, I think that's poll worthy. Let's ask other people how they feeling about that. So we have our next poll worthy super chat from Freak Dogs Flair. So let me go ahead and put that in here and kind of rephrase it to clean it up to make it a question. So let me go ahead and do that. Give me a second. All right, boom. Our next poll worthy from Freak Dogs Flair. Let me go ahead and put his credit on that. There we go. Poll in the chat. Don't dance on it. Vote on it. Our next super chat, poll worthy super chat right here going up. Do you feel better about Merc's? Matter of fact, let me go ahead and put that on there. Merc's performance today than you did yesterday is the question. Poll in the chat. Don't dance on it. Just vote on it. Just vote on it. I'm going to bring the leaderboard back over. And we'll check out some more photos as they populate. Right now, we have Russell, we have Leclerc, we have Drogovic, we got and DeVries out on track right now. And Russell still has the fastest lap, but that Ferrari boy is up there. Leclerc is up there, so Ferrari's getting hot. They getting hot, and they on medium compound tires. Mary Beanie! Did I say they would turn it up a little bit? Can't wait till Lewis is on track. Smash the like. It costs nothing. And thanks, Jay and fam, for the support. Mary Beanie, you did indeed. In the Discord group that we had yesterday, Mary Beanie did indeed say that. That was one of her points, as well as some of the other family members about, and I even said, I'm waiting. I said, I'm waiting for day 3 and they need to bring it. Mary Beanie said, wait on it because it's going to happen. Show up. And the car gonna show up for you. Be at the bus stop and the bus gonna pull up for you. Be at the Concorde and the airplane gonna show up for you. Mary Beanie did indeed say that. And it seems like right now at this point in time, Russell and Mercedes are proving all right. Seems like they proving all right. I gotta say, it's getting interesting. What I am liking about this is we have 4 teams, 4 different drivers interchanging from the first place position. We had Hulk, then Perez, then Russell, and then it changed back. Hulk got it back. I like that. I want to see that keep changing. I want to see these drivers and these teams pushing these cars in the final day of testing, although not the final session, but the final day of testing. I want to see this. That's what gets me excited. Not necessarily that one team has to be dominant, but to see multiple teams fighting literally gets me wholeheartedly excited. That's how I feel. That's what I want to see in the sport of Formula One, okay? That type of going on. I'm on my F1-ish right now. Oh, by the way, a podcast will be coming out today. I think it's today. It comes out today at 1300 Eastern Standard Time, just for that, but it does come out today. And also the promo will launch on YouTube in the story short. So if you want to check that out, there's a podcast platform, Spotify, Apple, all the other podcast platforms. You can listen to Wolfpack Performance on podcast platforms as well. Let me see what else we got here. Blue Diva, what's up? Blue Diva, I'm going to try. I do, have some things that I'm working with that you all know in the family. So I'm going to try. I am going to try. And I will tell you all right now, I didn't go to sleep. I have not been asleep yet. No bullshit. If some of you pay attention to what I was doing, posting and or commenting on certain things, I was up well into late, and I might have laid down for all of 15, 20 minutes, and I'm right back at it. So hopefully I'm not crashed by then, but yeah, I've literally been up. Freak Dogs Flair live for afternoon session. That is what I'm answering to right now. Freak Dogs Flair. I'm going to see if I am going to be live for the afternoon session. If anything, if I am, you will see a thumbnail posted with the link, and I will try and see what I can do about that. We do have some things going on. You know, I am a great love the fact that God blessed me to be a father. So we got some karate going on. We got, you know, a lot of other things going on, some appointments. So I am going to try, but I'm not guaranteeing that. But I am here now, and so I definitely want to make the most of that. Definitely. Right now, Russell is come around again, and he's holding that. Russell is holding this time. He is holding this time right now, 131.7. Let's see what his latest time is going to be. Is he going to beat that? He's still on soft compounds, making his laps around on the soft compound tire. Now, we know that's a bit of a cheat code. Not a cheat code, but it is the better compound tire if you want to get the most out of that car and the most out of that track. Other drivers on mediums, aside from Albon, and Albon has done nothing as of yet like he did the first day. Russell 131.5 right there, so doesn't eclipse his current. No, actually, yeah, he does eclipse that time. So 131.564. His other time was a 131.7, so 0.2 better than the lap that he claimed the first place. He pushes it 0.2 up. So Russell 0.2 better than that other lap. That's an improvement. That's an improvement. That's an improvement. That's 2 more tenths, you know, will you be official with it, 1/10. But yeah, it was 131.707. Now it's 131.5. That's 2/10 to me. I'm giving it 2/10. I'm going to give that extra little bit over. I'm going to exaggerate a little bit. Let me exaggerate just some. All right. Let me just exaggerate a little bit. So yeah, we got some photos right there that you could take a peek into right there while we're still waiting for this leaderboard to change, if it is going to change. Right now, DRS, Gasly has DRS. He's number 3. DRS flap is now closed on Gasly's car. We do have Charles coming around trying to do his thing on medium compound tires, trying to see if he's going to finally put a Ferrari up there today. You know, is a Ferrari going to go ahead and get that number 1 spot right now? Russell and Charles are off track, so not right now. Gasly's out there 3 trying to pedal around. We'll see if he's actually going to do something. Hulk is out there. Can he reclaim that spot? And Piastri's out there. Can he actually break into the top 5? Can Piastri go ahead and break into the top 5? Ooh, that did not do good for Charles's lap time right there. I think I saw slide just a tad. That's not going to help his lap time. So yeah, it's getting real. It is real interesting right now. As it sits, this is good shit to me. Very good shit to me. And then even after this, I got to go right into a podcast with Cam and Nisha. Me and them will be meeting together right after I get off here. So it's going to be a real stupid day for me. I'm hungry already just thinking about the shit. Like, I don't even usually eat at this time. I don't, but right now I'm testing. I'm eating honey buns every damn morning. That's what I do. And I wish I would have went and got some cake just to be even more crazy. To be even more crazy with this day 3 testing, it could get crazy on all of us. So, yeah, let's bring the leaderboard back over so you all can get a glimpse of what's happening there. Tracking these drivers on the track. Only 3 drivers on the track at this point in time. Gasly, Hulk, and Piastri. Hulk falling down there. He was one of the first place holders and now just barely holding on to the fence of top 5. Remember what I said? You fall out of top 5. We're really not trying to pay attention to you all that live. So keep that in mind. Only reason why we're even paying attention to Piastri, and we'll bring this up, is because if we look at the classification from yesterday, Piastri 9, Lando at 16. Is Lando going to have a situation on his hands if Oscar Piastri starts to equal his performance and maybe even exceed his performance as a rookie? What will that do for Lando's confidence and his placement in McLaren? He's still going to be there. But more importantly, his confidence, all right? I think we saw confidence broke Daniel Ricciardo last season, and he ain't ever come back, and he's right now just a funny clown face of Red Bull Racing, so they can have some light and some comedy over there, because Max Verstappen definitely ain't bringing no comedy, and he's not really marketable. So they got Daniel over there doing that, and he's supposed to be a reserve driver, but excuse me, but it ain't. I can't even say he's a reserve driver because he really not. Hell, he ain't even there now. He ain't even at testing. He might not even be there for the first race of the season. He might not even show up to any race until Melbourne. Think about that. Think about that. We clearly know what Daniel's position is at Red Bull. And it's not there to regain his passion for Formula One, as Christian Horner said. It's not there, as Daniel said, trying to find his way back in love with the sport. He's literally talking about traveling across the damn United States of America on a fucking Spezda. Like, come on, Daniel, just be real with us. You have a better job now. You don't have to worry about getting in the car, but you have a better job because I don't think you're passionate about Formula One anymore. So a better job for him is Still involved in Formula One, still can be in a paddock. Now he can freely talk to reporters. He can do all the funny gimmick shit he wants to do. He gets to be a funny Daniel Ricciardo, travel around with Formula One series. That's not a bad job to have. I'll take that job, making $1 million. I'll take it. They call Wolfpack right down there. Wolfpack, listen, we want to bring Wolfpack, the Wolfpack Grid Walk. We want you to do that. How's $1 million sound? When you send my plane ticket? I just bought a plane ticket right now. I'm on my way. I do it straight up. You can't, but all rights reserved to the Wolfpack Performance, and I will still do that. Got to put that part in. But yeah, I do that shit in a heartbeat. So Daniel got a lovely job. He got a lovely position right now in his life. You know, he's done everything, done the other stuff. He's driven. He just didn't win a championship, so you know he still did good. OG Zilla, he is the highest paid clown in the world. Yo, you're not lying. 83% of you all said you're feeling better about Merck's performance today. And that latest poll was a super chat that is poll worthy, and that was given by Freak Dogs Flair. Big shout out to you for bringing that poll worthy super chat, brother. All right, so I might have to put that super chat in. I might have to put that poll in there myself. Do you really? Matter of fact, let's go ahead and do that. Let's put that poll up in there right now. Let's go ahead and do that. I'm gonna ask you that. Matter of fact, I'll change that to PR face. I'm gonna change that. All right, a new poll coming into the chat. Let me know what you think. New poll in the chat, Dan. Vote on it. Don't dance on it. Don't dance on it. Just vote on it, all right? Big shout out to you all for getting those likes up. I still would like to see 200 likes. If we could get the likes up to 200. If we could get the likes up to 200, please. I would really appreciate it. It costs you nothing. Just like you vote on these polls, you can click that like button. It's totally free. I promise you they won't charge you. You won't get a bill. You won't even get an invoice. You'll just feel good by it. It's like a high five. When you do a high five to somebody, don't you kind of smile like high five? You smile. It's positive reinforcement. High five. I even smile when I high five myself. High five. I like it. High five. Hit the like. It's like high fiving me. High five. Right now, AT is looking into their front wing, trying to reach in there and pull something out or get something together. They do have the front wing off of the car. So some things going on right now in that garage. So big shout out to that. Thank you, Blue Diva, for letting me know. I got you, OG Zilla. Appreciate that. So let me see what y'all say on that poll right there. So let's go ahead and bring over. Also, don't forget, we're going to do different segments on the hour. So we are right now on our first hour, and it has just passed. We're 16 minutes past it, but rightfully so. So let's get into one of our first segments, and it's going to be real easy because we talked about it yesterday. And as a matter of fact, it goes along with that poll that we just ended up putting up not too long ago. OG Zilla says, my tinfoil hat thinks Red Bull brought in Danny to keep Perez in check. Yo, that could be possible. We'll actually, OG Zilla, big shout out to you. We're going to get to that as soon as we finish this. So the segment right now on the hour of testing that we've been into, it is now 3 a.m., 3:16 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I am up with you for Bahrain Day 3 testing, and we're going to talk about Mercedes and Russell. As you see, some of that flow viz that Freak Dogs was asking about earlier, that white flow viz. But unfortunately, they did indeed have another situation with the hydraulics failed on Russell towards the day when he was running. And also, you got to think Lewis Hamilton lost bits of his car. And that was not a good situation for Mercedes. And this right here, up until this point, that we've now been revised about the position of Mercedes, because Russell now holds the best lap and he still now holds it, and he's out on track again with his DRS wing open, trying to add to that best lap position, maybe push it out even more. If he pushes that out again another 2/10 or so, that's definitely going to be exciting. But remember, he is on soft compound tires. But in regards to this segment, we're talking about the troubles that Mercedes have seemed to be having in the oh, wait a minute, Blue Diva, hold on, I missed Freak Dog. Let me not miss Freak Dogs. I got you. OG Zilla, highest paid clown. Freaks Dog is two. Okay, bet. Freaks Dog, I got you. My apologies. Matter of fact, let me go back on screen real quick. Let me go big real quick. My apologies, Freaks Dogs. This is why I have a crew and a great team that keep me abreast of situations. Freak Dogs Flair Super Chat says, it's too bad Lewis cannot knight other people. Yo, okay, well, who would you have Lewis knight if he could knight other people? Who would you have Lewis knight? I would like to know that. Let me know that while we go back to this segment right here of what we were talking about on the hour segment, and that is Mercedes being in trouble. But I would like to know, who would you have Lewis knight if he could knight other people? And Russell definitely disappointed right there that his run was handicapped by a reliability issue. And me too. I think other people are too. So that could be quite a scare. But fortunately, he is back out on track today. So everything right now is running peachy keen, and hopefully it stays that way. But I think up until right now, us seeing Russell capture that first place and then pushing it out a couple of tenths on top of his own lap time, I think there was some concern about the Mercedes, although Mary Beanie and others were steadfast in their belief that Mercedes is going to do what they typically do, which is be resilient and make progress. I don't know if we can say that Mercedes is going to battle for championship points at this point in time. I think if we said before Mercedes got to the top that it was too early, as Derwin and other people, OG Zilla and Freak Dog said, it's too early for things to be solidified. I think we still need to keep that mind frame, even while Russell at Mercedes on soft compound tires is at the top of the chart right now. So that's our segment. Mercedes having quarrels, having some issues, but are the issues that Mercedes are the problems? Because issues can be solved. Problems can be solved. Is Mercedes having problems that outweigh what other teams are having on the grid? I don't think so. I think it's just hyper reactive to Mercedes in response to what happened last year and through the season, that people are just making a bit more of what they have going on. Other team, we've seen bits fall off the RB19. We literally saw Aston Martin come right out of the gate and have a failure. We've seen Piastri spin out. We've seen other cars fail. But when it happens with Mercedes, it seems to be a little bit hyperactive. And I think that's in regards to what has happened, either people wanting to see them fail or people being too scared about them failing. Either way it goes, we got 3 drivers on the track right now, and that's our closing segment for the hour being in testing. We will have another segment at 4 a.m. Bringing us to the next hour of testing, and then another segment to break us on top of that. Right now, we got 3 drivers on track. That bead is moving mighty swiftly from Russell. Hulk is out on track, and at one point in time, Hulk did hold that first place. Piastri is on track. That's why we're mentioning him, but he is outside of the top 5. It would be interesting to see if he can break into that top 5. That's something that we would like to see, if Piastri can break into that top 5. Don't forget all the stuff that surrounded Piastri, Alpine, and McLaren with them with McLaren acquiring Piastri and finally working out financial compensation with Alpine and the CRB board and all the stuff that just went crazy as far as seeing a current driver in this era go before the CRB board and come out with the rights to do what they wanted to do. So many other times drivers have went in there and been denied. I think there might be a handful of drivers, maybe 3. I think Piastri might make 3 or the 4th driver to go into that type of situation and have the acknowledgement and the go-ahead to proceed on where he wants to go in regards to contractual situations. Other drivers not so fortunate in that situation. Alpine dropped the ball, trying to juggle too many. Alonso and Gasly, Ocon, and then Piastri. And Piastri, we're going to hold you out to Williams and keep your career on ice for a second until we're ready. It didn't work out for them. They lost Alonso and they lost Piastri. Now they're with Gasly and Ocon, so we're going to see how that driver pairing will pay off for them. If indeed that driver pairing doesn't do well for them, Alpine put themselves in that situation. Freak Dogs Flair says Russell 131.442, and that is pushing even another of a tenth. It's small, like hundredths of a second, really hundredths of a second. But that's still progress. He's still on soft compound tires. And guess what? With that tenths and hundreds and thousands spot after the decimal, I'm going to ask you all a question in the poll to see where your car acumen is. I'm going to ask you that question to see where your car acumen is. This is the type of shit I do. So here we go. Here we go. I got to ask you. We're going to see. Boom. Oh, yeah, this is going to be good. This is going to be a good one. I want to see the answer on this. Poll in the chat. Don't dance on it. Vote on it. I'm going to see where your car acumen really is. We got several drivers on the grid at this point in time. 5 drivers to be exact. Shaw, Hulk, Piastri, 4 now, Bottas. Let's see what Bottas is going to do. Let's see what Hulk is going to do. And let's see what the Ferrari boys going to do. Let's see if they're going to get that #1 spot. Is Ferrari going to shine in #1? Jay, you missed my gift super chat. Wolfpack fan. Let me go up here and see. I got crazy. Let me go up here and see you. Let me see. I see OG Zilla says my tinfoil hat. Thanks, Red Bull. OG Zilla again. Mary Beanie gifted a Wolfpack Performance membership. Big shout out to Mary Beanie. I did miss that, but guess what? Like you always do, Mary Beanie, because I need you right here on my show. Like, hey, Jay, you and Blue Diva. Hey, Jay, they helped me. They helped me. I'm putting up major emoji for that. Big shout out to Mary for that. Yo, sharing is caring and caring is loving. Big shout out, Mary Beanie, being I think the 3rd person to ever have gifted a membership. Sharing is caring. Big shout out to Mary Beanie for that. That is completely damn awesome. I love that. I love it. Big shout out. Somebody right now from Mary Beanie has been gifted a Wolfpack membership, which means for a complete month, you have access to other things on YouTube, like all the custom emojis. You also will have access to the Discord group to be able to be in the Wolves Den meets. If I do have a guest within that month's time to be able to ask that guest question, which I'm thinking about trying to get Thanos in post the testing, you will be able to commune with the other members in the Discord. Mary Beanie just blessed you. She just blessed you with a super ass gift. That's a super gift. Big shout out to Mary Beanie for that. Big shout out to you for that. Big shout out for that, Queen. Appreciate you much. Right now, there it goes. Ferrari has showed up to the party. Ferrari has now showed up to the damn party. Oh my goodness, I might have to keep track of this on paper. What are we doing here? Now we got Leclerc up there. Who else did we have up there? I think that's it. We're not counting like all the early ones when they just like first got out there. So right now we've had Hulk, Russell, Perez, and Leclerc all pop to the top of that board. Now let's see how long Leclerc did it also on soft compound tires. So we're not discounting what Russell did because Leclerc did have to go to soft compound in order to break that time. So right now, Leclerc with a time on that board at 131.1. Jeez. 3/10 almost faster than Russell's time on the same compound tire. Oh my gosh. Basically 0.278. Okay, so basically 3/10. I'm calling that 3/10. I'm rounding up. It's after the 5. So 3/10, almost 3/10 faster than Russell on the same compound tire. Jeez, Ferrari, your livery lunch was ass except for the shakedown, but your lap time is not playing around. Nice. I like that. Yo, I got a challenge for y'all. Can y'all get the likes up to 200? I got a challenge for y'all. Y'all think y'all can get those likes up to 200? Because that means people sitting in the chat right now watching this video. You right there, you're watching the video and you didn't hit the like button. That's like coming in my house and not saying, hello, Jay, how you doing? Or see him in the street not waving, putting your hand out the window. You didn't hit that like button. Don't tell me that you don't have manners. I know you got some manners. Just go blink and hit the like button for me, okay? Come on, stop playing around. Right there, we got some entertaining things going on. This is what I like to see, drivers changing out in and out of that #1 position. We had damn Haas. Then the next thing we know, we had damn Red Bull. We got Mercedes. Then it go back to Haas. I like the flip-flop. Now we got Ferrari up in the party, and they done pushed it out some tenths. Ferrari not playing around, y'all. They not playing. Jeez, goodness gracious on the C3. Russell even faster at 131.5 in one time. Woo! I got some comparison photos for us day 1 and day 3. We're going to look at this wing package that Ferrari has brought out. It's different. We're about to see an image right now. Matter of fact, I'm going to bring this one into the big. I'm going to bring this into the big window. So let's check out this wing comparison from day 3 to day 1 and 2. This is pretty interesting. This is a pretty interesting photo. Yeah, so let's go ahead and bring this in real quick. Let me get you straight so you can get some of this heat rate real quick. And I'm going to make sure I didn't miss any super chats. I'm going to go in there as soon as I get this set up for us and pull it over. You can look at it, and then I'll check the super chat to make sure I didn't miss anybody, because I don't want to disrespect you, because you respecting and loving me. So I ain't trying to disrespect you. All right, so check this out real quick while I go over here and check out the chat. Make sure I didn't miss anybody's super chat. Like Sylvia Wiggs said, smash that like button. Mary Beanie said it. Blue Diva said it. People have said it. Why you not? Y'all can't follow instructions? I know y'all can't follow instructions, then you can't drive a Formula 1 car. You probably can't drive a car. Hit that like button. Come on, be fair. Be fair and be nice. It's early. It's 3:30 in the morning, my time. I've been up since midnight. Hit the like for that. Hit the like for dedication and commitment. If you can't hit the like for that, what kind of person are you? Get the f out of here. Come on. Day 1 and day 2, look at this wing package by Ferrari. Now look at the latest one. What do you notice? And let me see this car acumen. Let me see this car acumen. Ooh, shit. I can't wait to get on that. I can't wait to talk about that shit. Oh, my gosh. Freak Dogs Flair said Alfa Romeo porpoising down the straights. The C43 is acting like a dolphin out here, y'all. Freak Dogs said he spotted. I see you. I see you. You porpoising. I see a dolphin in my midst. Thanks, Freaks Dog. I'm telling you, that's my co-host right now. He co-hosting, bringing out some information, talking about some things going on track, and also, you know, some information like that. I like when people do that, so that's a real nice thing. Right there, the Ferrari rear wing package changing from day 1 and 2 to day 3 AM, which is kind of a coincidence right there. Let's look at some differences right there. You can also see some differences right there on that end, that corner, that trailing corner edge right there is more flattened out. It's not as round. The curve on the leading edge is a bit more round, a bit more sharp. It doesn't seem to have that flat spot in it before it rounds out right there. Also, if you look at the stabilizers where the DRS actuator is, it sits between 2 posts that support the rear wing, whereas right now there's only 1 post right there supporting that rear wing with that just before that DRS actuator. So that's some differences right there in that car. I want to say there's even a difference if you kind of come up. It looks like that little winglet is different right there on the AWS, or it could be the angle of this photo, but that does look a little different, but it could be the angle of the photo. So I'm not going to bring too much on that, but definitely some differences right there with the support of the wing and also the trailing edge of that wing and the DRS flap. So, and the DRS actuator flap. So that's kind of cool to see that photo. Bringing you some hot shit right now coming from the Wolfpack fam. This is how we do it over here. This is how we do it. Boom, This is how we do it at the Wolfpack fam. Yep, I don't sing for a living, and if I did, I'd be broke as a fucking joke. Shit. Right now, we got 2 drivers out on track. We got Bottas. We got De Vries. What are they going to do for us? Bottas is on a prototype tire, so don't expect much from him. Freak Dogs Flair says, I think it is less of a dolphin and more of a seal. Oh, damn. That was some shade right there. That was good shade. That indeed was good shade. That was pretty good. I like that. That was pretty damn good. Bit of a seal. Damn. That was some shade like hell. Woo. That was a good one, though. I ain't mad at that. That was a good one. We're going to get ready with 30 minutes outside of our next segment, our hourly segment. Every hour, I'm going to bring you a different segment where we're going to talk about something more than just testing. We're going to talk about other things that are happening in Formula One, whether that's drama between drivers and team principals, or things happening with the teams and the garages and their cars and their drivers, are talking about media things. We're going to talk about something that's going to be related to Formula One, but not just testing, to give you a nice smorgasbord of a live stream. That's what my goal is here to you, to do a live stream for you during testing, to give you a little bit more entertainment, a little bit more outside talk besides what's just going on the track, to bring it all together and not make it whack. All right, 2 drivers still circling around that track. They still not doing it. They're dancing around each other. 8 and 9, 9 and 8. Here you go. Make it happen. AT likes to see De Vries. Woo! De Vries sliding that thing. De Vries' resume is healthy. De Vries has indeed probably worked his way into AT and probably going to be the senior driver. While he is not the senior driver there, he's probably going to be that number 1 driver, kicking Yuki to number 2. And his resume might indeed be worth that. All right. So let's get into this right here. Let's check out this board. Charles is back on track. We're going to see if he indeed is going to push his own lap up more tenths to try to push it further out of sight. I'm going to get ready to try to bring some more photos over to you because I got a nice shot of that Alpine from the rear. You know what I mean? It's not the best shot, but it is a good shot, little contrasting shot. And I'm going to see how it looks when we bring it in. I might not like it. I might dump it and just get rid of it. Might not be the best track 2 shot for the Alpine car, but we're about to see right now. So I'm gonna bring it in, see how it looks before I bring it over to you. Make sure it's right, vet it, you know, security check it. If I don't like the way it look, they don't get in the party. You know, it's VIP shit around here all damn day. So let's go ahead and let me see how that looks. And yeah, that's not the best shot. I don't really like that shot. We're gonna take that shot out of there. That's not doing any justice. I'm not gonna even bring something to you like that. That's not even worth you seeing. That's a waste of your royal eyes. Your eyes deserve better images than what I just saw, and we're not doing it. Okay, I'm gonna bring you something better than that. Just give us some time and we'll see it. Leclerc to the top of the session, as said, 131.164 on C4 tire compound. So also, again, like we were talking about earlier, if you're not familiar with that, let me go ahead and show you what the tire breakdown is. He is on the C4 tire compound, and if you look at the Pirelli chart, this is what he is on right here. C4 tire compound right there. Right now, if you take this chart in regards to the C3 prototype, which I think that's also part of the soft compound, the C4 would be the middle. So it's too soft, too hard, just right, Goldilocks 3-bear situation on C4. Not done on the C3 prototype, which is interesting to know. Like, is the C3 prototype indeed the medium compound tire that they're trying out, or is it an ultra soft tire that they're going to add to the softs, which I am thinking the way these cars have been running on that tire, it's a replacement for the C3 compound in the middle, the medium tire compound. So we'll see about that. Maybe I need to do some more research on that and find out exactly what that prototype is, which I haven't done. I ain't gonna lie to you. I keep it real with you. I didn't look into it yet. So Blue Diva says, get your snacks ready for this afternoon session. Hell, Blue Diva, I got snacks ready right damn now. Right now. And I don't eat the snack until like 5 a.m. I try to hold off until 5 a.m. where things really get crazy in the abdominal section. All right. 4 drivers out on track: Perez, De Vries, Leclerc, and Bottas. Leclerc trying to push his time even further. Perez trying to see if he can get close to that time. This might be saying Ferrari's like, this is Ferrari. That's how I would say it, like, because that time, this is Ferrari. So, yeah, let's see your car acumen, because I put a poll in the chat. Things transpired, and we got away from that. Let's see what you talk about. I'm testing your car acumen. So the poll in the chat asked, what car manufacturer had a car that was named or trimmed for 442? 41% of you said Mercedes. Like that movie. For 24% of you said Ford, and then 14% of you said Honda, 21% of you said Oldsmobile. I'm going to end that poll, and I'm going to tell you that the answer indeed, and I'm going to put an emoji with a dab emoji on that. It is Oldsmobile, people. Oldsmobile, the 442 Cutlass is a very premier trim car in the Oldsmobile lineup. One of those cars, it definitely was a traditional muscle car. And even more than that, I'm going to see though that 21% that actually, how many percent answered that? 20% answered Oldsmobile. So now I'm going to ask you 20% a question, and you all can also feel free to jump in on this question while we now have 5 cars on the track, being Charles, Perez, Gasly, Bottas, and De Vries, trying to see what Perez or Gasly can do. Russell still sitting comfortably at number 2, but can Russell come out? Russell would have to come out and knock he would have to come out and knock 4 tenths off of his time in order to catch Ferrari. 4 tenths. If Mercedes come out and knock 4 tenths off, I don't know, you might see me take my clothes off in here. Because that means shit about to get real crazy. Because then I'm going to be looking for Red Bull to come back and say, I raise you 2 more tenths. Ferrari come back and say, I raise you another 10. Mercedes come back and say, check. But I might raise you next time because we got to be real with that. We got to be real. 4/10 is a lot. 4/10 is a lot. And up until this time, I can't say that we've seen and be confident enough to say that past and previous in 2022 that we could be guaranteed that Mercedes can take 4/10 off of time to regain that. Now, Red Bull, on the other hand, we've seen that red RB19 to RB18 be fast. And I think we could legitimately, objectively say that that's possible. If Mercedes does that today here, oh, we getting pumped. You might, shit, I ain't gonna even say what you might see. We getting pumped around that because this means the season about to be crazy for us. Crazy, you hear me? Let me see. Yes. So let me see. Who's it? Racer X 210. Racer X 210. What's up, baby? I hope your mom's is doing well, bro. I hope everything is going good for you. I hope things are looking up for you. I told the fam about the situation that was going on for you. Racer X 210. Mom out of surgery. Hope everything's great. Peace and love to you and the fam, bro. It is awesome to see you in here. We were talking about you earlier. So peace and love. Okay, so let's go into this. Now I'm about to push your car acumen even further. I'm about to test you even further. Here we go. All right, I'm putting some options in here. Also, hold on. Yeah, it might be a little tricky here. And last but not least, let's see what y'all say. So now I'm about to test you even more. Here we go. Some of this shit might be misspelled, but don't rate me. I got a super chat. I got to ask that. I got to read that. So hold on. But there's the poll in the chat. Let me go back and look for the super chat. OG Zilla says, big shout out OG Zilla. OG Zilla says, topic for later. You know what grinds my gears? When F1 leverage Red Bull, Ferrari, or Merc to do demons with V8 era cars. Ooh, catfishing. Or Merc to do demons with V8 era cars, catfishing new fans. This proves they need to bring V8s back. Yo, OG Zilla, do you know who else feels that way? Mary Beanie feels that way. She indeed feels that she would like, I think Mary Beanie feels this way. I think I've heard her say this before, that she indeed would like to see the V8s come back. I believe Mary Beanie has felt that way before. If I'm mistaken, Mary Beanie, please feel free to correct me, but I think that she would not be opposed to V8s making their way back to the grid of Formula One. I don't think I wouldn't be opposed to it either. I wouldn't be opposed to hearing that V8 roar down that straight, that raw rumble and grumble and gurgling of a V8 dragon just coming down the straight. Come on now. A lion, a beast. Come on. A goddamn King Kong V8 just coming down the straight. I ain't opposed to that. I also am not opposed to the sound profile of the 6-cylinder turbo. I like the way it sounds, especially Mercedes. Mercedes has a very distinct sound. DRS wings are cracked on Leclerc and Gasly right now. Nobody has captured Leclerc yet. He's probably going to hold that time for some time, all right? But if we do look at this, if anybody may be cracking it, let's take a look at something. As far as we can tell, the driver lineup right now for Saturday evening or afternoon session still has Perez, not Verstappen. So I got to add, that's going to be a poll in the chat. I'm going to ask that after we get done with this poll. I'm going to ask that. Matter of fact, I'm going to write it down so I don't forget. So I don't forget. And I do got that super chat, so I'm about to read it now. I did not forget you. Sometime I do, and my team has to let me know, but I did not forget you. Jesse James Bell with another super sticker. Hiya, high noon, gunslinger. Jesse James Bell, what a fucking name to have. Cool ass name. Cool ass name. Cool ass name. And OG Zilla, that is, you know what? That's going to be poll worthy. Let me see what you all said in chat. So What does 442 stand for? And that's the Oldsmobile Cutlass that we're talking about. Just previously, we had a chat. It is Oldsmobile who made the car trimmed out 442. 9% of you said the size of the engine. 24% of you said the displacement of the motor. 32% of you said the package of the car. 35% of you said the horsepower. 35% said the horsepower, and 35% are wrong. You are wrong. You are absolutely wrong. Wrong, 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 wrong. It is the where are you at? It is the 32% of people that answer that are right. The 442 designation in the Oldsmobile Cutlass actually stands for the trim package that is available on there. It stands for 4-barrel carburetor, 4-speed transmission, and dual exhaust. That is what 442 stood for. Most people got that wrong. They thought it was the displacement of the motor, but it was indeed, there you go, right there. 4-barrel carburetor, 4-speed trans, and dual exhaust. 442. Bow. Bow. There you go. Hey, having a little bit of car acumen, a little bit fun in the polls in the chat. Don't dance on it. Vote on it. All right, so here we go. We got a new poll. Courtesy of OG Zilla, which is a very good question, and he definitely hates the damn clowning around by Formula One, trying to leverage the three main teams about VA cars, just basically trolling and catfishing, but still is a good question, and a question that is poll worthy to see what you all think about that. So I'm gonna bring this in as far, and I'm gonna reword the question, OG Zilla, a bit, but still give you the credit for the super chat that is poll worthy. But I would like to know what people feel about that. All right, and I'm going to give OG Zilla credit for this poll-worthy super chat, putting their name up there, and I'm going to put the option up there, 8, and I actually don't think that it's a V6. Let me check that. Well, let me check that real quick. Yeah, it might be a V. It might be in a V pattern. I'm just going to put it up there. It probably is in a V pattern. RV6. So let's see. I think it could be in a different pattern, but we're going to put V6 up there right now. Courtesy of OG Zilla, super chat that is poll worthy. Would you all like to see the V8 return or the V6 remain? And we'll go ahead and put what it is, because it is a turbo. Oh. Poll in the chat. Vote on it. Don't dance on it. I'm going to check for more pictures so we can get some more pictures up here. Ooh, we got something spicy. We got a nice comparison photo that we are actually going to bring on the big screen slide so that we can look at this. Let's look at this comparison photo, because this is one hell of a comparison, and definitely to see some different philosophies throughout the grid on 3 of the main teams that OG Zilla just outlined in his trolling catfishing that the Formula One are doing. I'm going to bring this image in, and we're going to check this out, because this is definitely something to check out. Boom. Yeah, this is definitely a nice checkout. We definitely going to look at this. This shit right here is nice. Yep. It is coming your way right now. I'm about to load it, then I'm going to bring it over to you. This is definitely worthy. You all should probably like this tremendously. Let's check out this comparison right now, because no, Russell's is off track, Leclerc's off track, nothing about to change with the fastest lap. Look at this comparison of philosophies as far as beam wings and diffusers. All right, Red Bull at the top, Ferrari in the middle, and Mercedes at the bottom right now, and then rightfully so. That's kind of how it would go right now. But Mercedes is showing some pace that could be rivaling. But as you see right here in this image, they're comparing beam wing and diffuser philosophies right now, and Red Bull has kind of flipped their diffuser up some, that sort of is kind of involving itself as like a semi-third beam wing, the way they kind of flipped it up and they curved it out. If you notice, the other 2 teams, Ferrari and Mercedes, a bit more square and round, a bit more squared off as far as how their diffuser is. It comes out, rounds on that corner, and drops pretty much straight down, being a square in that fashion. Red Bull taking a different approach, completely rounding that edge out to have a completely round profile out there. And also, which is not really highlighted here, but if you look close enough, you can kind of see the underside of that diffuser because they flipped it up some. And then you look at that next beam wing section right there, and then that highest beam wing section, how they have that nice arc over there. And I have definitely given credit to Red Bull even last season as to their beam wing development. I thought it was really ingenious how, Adrian Newey and the engineering team utilized that surface, sometimes breaking those two surfaces apart where they're not one single surface. The air is flowing across there, two different surfaces. And Red Bull was the first team to do that last season. Albon with his DRS wing cracked open, coming up from 10 to 8. Drugovich at 6, Perez still at 3. The other two drivers holding 1 and 2 are off track, and nothing is changing there. But yes, look at the different philosophies right here when it comes to the beam wing and the diffuser. These are interesting photos. These are the types of things that we want to cover in testing, and I hope you enjoyed that. We're going to get back over to our leaderboard and our driver tracker system so you can check that out and see what's going on right there. And also, we'll go ahead and make that a little bit bigger. You can check that out, encompassing together Williams in rare form, as we have seen lately here, what they've been doing. And we'll go ahead and close that photo out. We're getting some pretty nice comparison photos today, so I definitely do like that a lot. I want to bring up this segment because we're going to have another segment in about 15 minutes on the hour. It will be 4 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm going to bring you another segment, a little bit of Formula One talk outside of testing, so we can have some conversation and dialogue in the chat about that. And I do see you over there at the super chat, and I'm going to come over there and get you. So just give me a moment. Give me a moment. I got you. I'm coming over there. I got you. So let me get over here to the super chat and check that out. As you all look at this leaderboard real quick, I'm going to bring our main leaderboard back up and our car tracker back up, and then I'm going to boom, get that, and I'm going to get to these super chats. So let me see who we got. Let me make sure I scroll up far enough to make sure I didn't miss anybody, because my team is going to get on my head about that. They're going to let me know. Blue Diva, Sylvia Wick, and definitely Mary Beanie. Blue Diva, Seb worked to make sure his V8s run on biofuel. Yes, Seb having the Williams car, and I can't remember what FW was. What was that? Oh, shit. Damn. What is Seb's? What generation is Seb's car? Definitely did that to convert that over and make it a biofuel running car. But it's the FW14B. FW14B Bravo is the car that Seb worked on. He actually drove it as well as Silverstone, took a lap in it, did a great job retroing that car out. So that was pretty cool. Blue Diva, thank you for mentioning that. That was a cool, fun fact. Freak Dogs Flair says, what about a hybrid V8? I don't want to see a hybrid V8. I don't know. What about a hybrid turbo V8? That shit could get crazy. That could get crazy. A turbo V8, I could go that route. I could do that. A turbo V8 would be stupid nasty. I don't know what kind of driver we may see. And then especially keeping the same regulations in 2026 that they're going to lose the MGU-H. That could get crazy. That could get different. That could get really different. I'm talking about turbo V8 and biofuel. That could be different. I'd like to see that. I would like to see that brought into a hybrid V8 situation. The turbo. I would like to see twin turbo, hybrid V8, biofuel, ERS system. Woo! I don't know what kind of car that might bring. That might be dangerous. That might be really dangerous. I don't know. That could be dangerous. I don't know. That could be dangerous, but that would be nice. That would be nice. So let me see what you all, 81% of you are saying that you'd like to see the V8 back. Crazy. That's different. I didn't think it would be that overwhelming. I honestly did not think that many people, great people you are in the chat, would think that to see the V8 back. I like it. And the V10 sounds stupid nice. I might even say bring the V10 back. I mean, but that might be going so far back. It's like going back in time, like too far back. I think the V8 would be a good compromise between the 6 and the 10. But to be honest and to be fair, the sound of a V10 motor is just, it's iconic. It's iconic. All right. Just say it like it is. It's iconic. Big shout out to OG Zilla for that that super chat, poll worthy super chat. Big shout out to you. So let's see what we got right now on the leaderboard. Russell and Charles and Perez, the top 3 out on track right now. Charles is running that prototype, so it's going to be interesting to see what that does to his times. Right now, 131.024 is that lap time. Let's see what this prototype does to his lap time, and that would be probably an indication right there that's going to tell me something. We just finished comparing Mercedes, Ferrari, and Red Bull's beam wing and diffusers. We got another nice picture of the MCL 60, so I'm going to bring that one in to you real quick. Another nice track photo. So getting some nice track photos right here in day 3, which is very nice and appreciated. Oh yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that clock face. Let's not do that one. That's an ugly one. Yeah, there we go. That looks better. Okay, so let's get ready to bring this in. Another track photo of the MCL 60. And I'm about to load it up right now. And then I'm going to send that ding, 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 ding. Boom, right there. MCL 60 coming your way. Track shot. Boom, sent. There you go. Nice track shot at MCL 60. Although still relatively quiet today. Relatively quiet McLaren is out here in these testing streets. Not so much, but we do have a track of drivers out right now. Look at that. We have 8 drivers on track right now. The only drivers not on the track is Gasly and Piastri, and that kind of rhymes. Gasly, Piastri. Yeah, that does rhyme. I like that. So we got 8 drivers out on track right now. I would like to see if we can make it 10, but guaranteed toward the end of this morning session, we probably will see 10. Shaw is pushing around turn 11. Let's see what he does to that time, though. 131.024 is the time right now, as he is still on the prototype tire. We want to see how that time is affected by that prototype tire. So we will be looking to see what happens with that as he's ongoing on his laps. Also, Russell now on the medium compound. Can he do anything to knock some tenths off of his 4:42 time, or are we pretty much going to stop right there? So we will also get that answer as we are progressing through day 3 testing, and you are here with the best community ever in the Formula One culture. They are the best. I'm not calling myself the best. I'm calling my community the best. Y'all are the best. Y'all rock out like some true rock stars. So I appreciate you much. Make sure I didn't miss any super chats. Yep, got it. Freak Dogs Flair was the last super chat with the hybrid V8 one. So big shout out to you all. And anybody else, like I said, we're going to do poll-worthy super chats. If you do a super chat and it's poll-worthy, I will put it into the poll. I will also put your name on it, give you credit for it, and then see what the rest, the masses, think about it. It's too close to saying masses. It's too close to saying Massey. And I was going to wear my Max plus Massey equals NDA, but I didn't. We're still just going to kick it with the Performance Talk gear. By the way, I'm going to ask you all something. I'm going to ask you all a question, because maybe I might show you. Maybe I might give you a sneak peek of the merch that is in progress of dropping for everybody to get. Still working on who I'm going to use to integrate it into YouTube so you can click and buy it. But do y'all want to see that? Do y'all want to see that? Y'all want to see that? Maybe I'll show you the back of that shirt. Maybe I'm going to put it up I'm going to put a poll in the chat and see if you want to see the new merch that might be dropping soon, but you're only going to see one part of it. I'm only going to show you the back of the shirt. I'm only going to show you the back of the shirt. But let me put it up, poll in the chat, and see if you all want to see that. Poll in the chat, vote on it, don't dance on it. Some of these drivers dropped off, still the top 3 are out there. Let's see what they're going to do with their time. Leclerc's fastest time is still standing, hasn't changed that at all. Russell still with his best lap, still standing, hasn't changed that at all. And Leclerc is into the pits, probably to get off of that prototype tire, more than likely. 89% of you all are saying yes so far, so I might go ahead and just gear it up. Let me see if I can get it ready just to see. Now, the reason for this merch drop that is coming is because I had several people that haven't gotten a VIP box or just like and want to support the channel. Now, shirts like this one only come in the VIP boxes. So when you get a VIP box, you do get a Performance Talk shirt. If you're with the family like Sylvia Wig, Blue Diva, they have their green badges. There's another shirt that you get, the Wolfpack Podcast Performance shirt, that comes with that. the thing is, you cannot buy those shirts. I will not put those shirts up for sale at this point in time because those shirts are strictly dedicated to people that support the channel, that are in the family, and it's my way to give them something that you can only get for being with the family, to pay respect for them for all the hard work they put in. Because you got to understand, like Blue Diva, Sylvia Wick, Mary Beanie, OG Zilla, you joining the family, Freaks Dog Flair, you joining the family, Massacre, Nall, Maria, Racer X210, Derwin Hill, they all contribute to the family by what they do as far as supporting me, supporting the content, supporting being there for races, supporting being in the Discord group. So that's my way to give back to you all, especially when they get their Wolfpack gold coins that come with it. This is another token from me that says you are officially with the Wolfpack family when you get your gold coin. Yes, that's a gold coin. I drop it. That's real metal right there. That shit ain't plastic. That's real metal. And then even when you get to tier 2, I have a custom coin made for you with your name on it. So Leclerc now on soft compound, 131.024. 131.024 is his time that he's going to be trying to beat. Goes off, gets that prototype tire off. Russell is out. Perez is out. Top 3 are all out. Russell and Perez on medium. So it's going to be interesting to see if that Ferrari is going to push some more tenths or hundredths of a second off that time. Or do Russell and Perez from Mercedes and Red Bull shave off tenths? They're going to have to shave off 4 and 300 tenths off of their times to get that. So let me get the shirt ready, because 89% of you are saying yes and 11% of you said no, and I ain't mad at that. Sometimes you don't want to see, sometimes you don't want to peek, but let me go ahead and get that ready and show you what is to coming, what's in the development stages, and so you can check that out. And it's something also that I give some partial credit to my brother Cam, because it's something he says to me as far as when I got in content and Cam saw my work ethic and he saw how hard I was working, he would say things to me like, bro, you running purple sectors, or I'm in your slipstream. And that just stuck with me. And big salute to my brother Cam, because he always gives me respect. He always, acknowledges like the work I've been doing. He's been in it a lot longer than me, but just acknowledges my work ethic. And so I was like, you know what? Like, that is me. Like, I'm literally always on it. So I say, you know what? For my community, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make something that's going to represent what we do here at Wolfpack and what you all do as a community supporting me. So this is what's coming. This is at least what's in development. And once it's done, it will be available for you on the YouTube channel to click and buy, and it will be shipped to you around the world if you would like. And here it goes right here. It is the Purple Sectors collection. All right, we had the Purple collection. It's also commemorative of that. Last season we had tier 2 was the Purple collection, and you got a slew of shit that was involved in that. So now I'm coming out with the Purple Sector shirt. Now what you don't see is what's on the front. Now there's a very inspirational meaning on the front of this shirt, and nobody will see that until the shirt is officially launched on the channel. But what I have on this shirt is encompassing and embodying what all of my family and what you all do to support me. And I feel like it's in response to what and how we should all live our life. So there's a very motivational quote on the front of this shirt. It's tied in with a little Formula One flavor. But yes, the Purple Sector shirt, the Wolfpack Purple Sector shirt will be out. That's the back of the shirt. What's on the front of the shirt is more meaningful than what's on the back. And you will see that when it comes out. You will see what's on the front of that shirt, and I think you will love it. And when people see you with that shirt, they're going to ask you, if they're not in Formula One, like they don't know the sport, they're going to ask you, what's that stand for? That looks cool, but what does it stand for? And when you tell them what it stands for and what it means, but people that are in the sport and people that watch Formula One, they're going to know right off what that means and what it stands for. And they're going to be like, that shit's dope. Like, that's a dope way to live your life. So big shout out. Purple Sectors collection is coming to Wolfpack. It's going to be on the YouTube channel. I'm already working with a company to get the packaging together, already trying to work with getting the situation integrated on YouTube. So you're going to be able to click that. And also there may be a hat that also goes in companies that will be available for purchase too. All right. Because up until now, Wolfpack hats were only available in the VIP boxes to pay tribute and give respect to my family and people that actually come here. Like Freestyle Flair, He's working his way. Like, eventually, he's going to end up getting a VIP box. I can tell you that right now. Freeze Dog Flair is going to end up getting a VIP box. I can tell you. Like, eventually, he's going to get there. Carlos recently just got his. I shipped his off. Mary Beanie's going to end up getting hers. She's just waiting for her badge to change green so I can just put her both her shirts in there and ship her off. Sylvia Wick is a 2-time Tier 2 VIP member. Blue Diva, believe you're going to end up coming up. You're going to end up getting a VIP box at some point in time if you keep going. But yes, that's my way of pay homage to you all, because I really appreciate what you do. By the way, it is 4 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. It is time for our second segment of Day 3 testing. We are bringing you a different segment every hour on the hour. So we did one at 3 a.m., just past 3 a.m., and we're just past 4 a.m. We've been a little late with the segments, but either way, they come in. And we're going to talk about these shenanigans right here. What's really going on? I did a live last night. I just had to come on and talk about this. The Drive to Survive, it was just, go watch my video on the live and it gets more into what I'm elaborating on. But the Drive to Survive series, I haven't even completely watched it. I might try to watch it today. I watched some of it and I ain't gonna lie. Usually I watch this with friends and family, even my wife, and we sit down and watch the Drive to Survive, especially me and my wife. We sit down and watch it. She got hooked into it. I was already liking Formula One. I was already into Formula One, and this just, came with it, and I realized how popular it made Formula One outside of people that were just paying attention to motorsports. People that didn't even watch motorsports got into Formula One by way of Drive to Survive. But none of them wanted to watch this shit, including my wife. She did not want to watch this shit. And I said, well, why you don't want to watch it? And she said, because of the horrible situation that took place in 2021, like, to see an organization do what they did to a person and then not even come back and even apologize, not even come back and make it right. But let alone that, they literally let Max run around and do the shit he does without much reprimand. And then I hear you telling me about the cost cap, and she's like, I don't want to watch it. I don't want to watch it because I don't want to support that. I already got to see a bunch of injustice that happens out here in the world, as far as cops killing people, as far as injustice being done in the courtroom, as far as so much turmoil being trying to be driven between us as human beings. And then to see that, what they did there, they're no different. They're no different what they did to Lewis Hamilton. And that's what she and others say. And that is like a mindset that's out there. And that's what they have done. They're turning off a big group of people that they have acquired through this series. And then after seeing this, and they open it up with that, they open it up with the Abu Dhabi situation, and it just drives it back home and puts you back in a situation like that was wrong. That was wrong what they did. It was wrong what they did, and it's still wrong what they're doing. We saw, and I talked to this in my video, we saw that they made things right with Alonso as far as his placement. So it's not like they can't make shit right. It's not like they can't do anything to go back. They literally admitted that it was an error. And if it's an error, it's a mistake. And I don't think it was completely a mistake. We literally heard Christian Horner and Jonathan Wheatley on the radio telling Massey to do something that they knew was not in the regulations to do. And I don't want to hear anything about a team meeting and we agreed to not finish under safety car. Even not finishing on the safety car doesn't mean that you deconstruct and then implement rules to damn sway or make the race one-sided. There were other ways, legal ways, right ways, regulation ways that the director and Massey could have done and went about that situation. He didn't. And I'm going to make a big video when it comes around to the anniversary of Abu Dhabi with a bunch of content that I've been collecting. I'm going to make a video showing you why Massey indeed probably did not make a mistake more than he did something on behalf of Jonathan Wheatley and Christian Horner at Red Bull. But Drive to Survive, situations occurring, people are not really feeling it. They're not feeling the situation. People like myself and Sylvia Wick and Mary Beanie and other people like you in the chat definitely are rocking with Formula One because we have a passion for motorsports. I don't want to say we love because I don't like to say I love anything that doesn't love me back. But we have a passion for motorsports. Some of you have been watching Formula One for over 2-3 decades, and you're that heavily involved in it because it's a part of your life, part of something you love to watch, part of something you're passionate about doing and being involved in. And we're still going to be there because of that aspect, but that's not really cool what happened, and never is it going to be acknowledged by me, at least, that it ever will be okay. It never will be okay. It will go down in history as not being okay. It will go down in history as being a muff up. It will go down in history as an asterisk championship in 2021 that Verstappen was handled and Red Bull got. It will forever be remembered as a debacle. Even people that don't want to acknowledge it and want to tell you, oh, stop crying, get over it, they themselves know that it wasn't right. Even Max Verstappen know that it wasn't right. Did we not just recently see Max Verstappen throw a hissy fit over a damn sim race and talk about how much of a damn sham it was and how disrespectful it was and how damn out of organization it was and how shameful it was that they would continue on with a sim racing event like that. Yet he's never opened his mouth about what happened in Abu Dhabi 2021 because he damn well knows if he does that, he's fully admitting what he already knows in his heart and his mind, that he legitimately did not earn the 2021 championship in that race where it was going to be decided. In that race where they were even in points, yes, if they had raked out, I could have lived with that. Max gets it because he had more race wins, but that's not what happened. What happened was a deconstructing and an implementation of false and damn fraudulent rules to damn affect the outcome of a competition, and that indeed is not correct, and they should go back and make it right, but they never will. And even if they did, Lewis Hamilton at this point in time probably wouldn't want the shit. But even as an organization, to uphold your integrity, to stand up and say to everybody, listen, we messed up. We're going to make it right. Even if Lewis doesn't want the championship trophy, we can't go back and do another ceremony. We're going to write it in the books. Max is going to have to get the retracted championship from 2021 on the books, in the museum, in the trophy hall. A trophy will be issued to Mercedes for Lewis Hamilton for the driver, because Mercedes, they got their shit. They got their constructor championship. A trophy will be issued whether he wants to keep it at his house, whether he wants to keep it in Brackley. It doesn't matter. But as an organization, we're not going to let it go down in history any more than Crashgate and other things that happen. Going forward, we're going to show you that we're going to do what's right no matter what the cost is, and they have not done that. And that is my segment for 4 a.m. as we are 2 hours into day 3 Bahrain testing, entering into the 2023 season of Formula One. Take that shit to the bank. Pow! All right, what we got? Did I miss any super chats? Let me make sure I didn't miss no super chats. Want to make sure I didn't miss anybody while I was on a very passionate damn rant. I was on a very passionate rant right there. I feel passionate about shit when I see people get done wrong, and I think us all seeing what happened, we can all agree, even if you're not a fan of Mercedes, you can agree it was wrong. And I'm going to tell you right now, there were more drivers than just Lewis Hamilton that got slighted, but nowhere near as egregious as what happened to that man. He can never go back and get that 5 consecutive record to even tie it or break it. He cannot go back and get that. Can he get his 8th world championship? That's a possibility that still is being in question, but given what we're seeing today with the pace of Russell and knocking up there, although he's 4/10 off from Ferrari, there's still a possibility, but he can't go back and get certain things that were taken from him that he was robbed for. And even still in the face of being robbed, Lewis Hamilton went up. He went up and congratulated Max Verstappen. He went up and congratulated his dad. Although knowing how they feel and how they talk about him, how Max Verstappen called Lewis Hamilton a weakling, how he's talked negative about that. Don't think that that shit was missed, Max. I saw you in that press conference. I saw what you said, and that was a slight shot at Lewis Hamilton. You trying to call the man weak. Lewis definitely got to drive a bit stronger. With somebody like Max, you got to punch him in their mouth, and they won't fuck with you no more. That's the type of person Max is. Max is the type of person, you punch him in his mouth. You saw him walk up to Ocon in Brazil, push Ocon around because he felt he can get away with it. He ain't never did that shit to nobody else. He'll only do it to somebody he feels he can get away with it. But Max is the type of person, I'm telling you right now, I done seen it, and I've been up against people like that. You punch them in their mouth one time, they will not fuck with you again. Promise you. Lewis Hamilton, you drive hard against Max, risk a couple of things, he will not mess with you again. Why you think he don't mess with Shaw? He drive wheel to wheel with Shaw, not only because he shows more respect toward a counterpart, not a counterpart towards somebody else. Look at him race wheel to wheel with Shaw. Look at him race wheel to wheel with Russell. Look at him race wheel to wheel with Alonso. But then he races wheel to wheel with Lewis Hamilton, and he wrecks him out. He even said it. It wrecked his race, not mine. He intentionally know he was doing that. We've seen it. Journalists and reporters and commentators have called it out. I even showed you a video where Max literally turned his steering wheel trying to hit Lewis as they coming out of the pits. Just saying, I'm done with that segment. It's 12 minutes past the hour. We'll move on to a different segment. That one is over. Don't be too cringy about it. Don't be mad. Don't be mad. It is what it is. I'm just telling you facts. But we at day 3 Bahrain testing in 2023, and we're about to have a good time closing this out. We about to have a good ass time. Just telling you. Just telling you. All right, so let's see what we got. Charles is still at the top of the charts, has not beat his current time, the best lap, and nobody else has either. And as far as I'm concerned, Charles probably like, I ain't got to beat it. You got to beat it. I can push it out further, which he did, but you got to beat it. So let's see who's coming up. Let's see who's coming up in the next session that may have an opportunity to do so. All right. So in the next session, as far as the afternoon session, we got Perez still. Perez still hasn't done anything with that. He's still sitting third. Not to say that he probably won't be able to do something with it, but at this point in time, he hasn't. But he probably will have the opportunity later. And I do have a poll that I'm going to ask you in the chat, and we'll see about that. Sainz will be up for Ferrari. So will Sainz beat his own teammates' time in the SF23? Maybe. Hamilton will be up in Mercedes, and we've seen and we know that Hamilton has a bit more pace than Russell. We will see what Hamilton can do with a car that's not broken up, and we've seen what Russell does with a car that is not having hydraulic failure. Ocon, we're not worried about it. Norris, not worried about it. We're not worried about any of those. It's going to be interesting to see if Alonso's going to get back in or Drugovich is going to get the remainder of this time to get a little bit more on his belt. Now, I'm going to tell you this. I'm going to tell you just like this. If Drugovich gets the next PM session, if he gets a PM session and they don't bring Alonso back out, I'm going to say that may indeed be an indication that we won't see Lance Stroll at least for the first race of the season. All right. So just keep that in mind that could be a possibility. K-Mag is going to come back in Haas, and we'll see maybe, because we did see Hulk up there in number 1. But since then, he's fallen to number 6. So does K-Mag have some type of K-Mag magic? Maybe he jumps up in the top 3. I don't think he's going to hit that first spot, but possible. Then we'll have Albon again, but Albon for Williams, although this is good what they're doing, being in the top 10 of this session, and even Albon holding the first position for some part of time in the first day of testing, that's still a good position that he's in, and Albon's still doing good. I would like to see if they push a bit more toward the end of the session and see if Albon can crack into the top 5, maybe bump Gasly out of there from Alpine. Let me go over here and check out for the super chats, make sure I didn't miss nothing, and I did miss something, so I'm about to get to these real quick. Let me scroll up a little bit further, make sure I didn't miss anybody else. That's far enough, and if I do, somebody with Blue Diva or Mary Beanie or Sylvia Wick definitely will let me know. They keep me straight. Freak Dogs Flair says, I got treated disrespectfully from a supervisor, but as soon as I raise my voice and tell him enough is enough, he backed off. That's a Max Verstappen like supervisor. He or she had no right to disrespect you. Just like in other words, you had no right to disrespect for anybody else, but it happens. But at the end of the day, if you realize you've done wrong with somebody, can you come back and apologize? And if that person doesn't, what you did was right. You stood up for yourself. You said, I'm not taking this shit anymore. And they themselves knew inside, if you bucked up, they were like, oh shit, okay, well, they just not gonna let this slide. And they backed off. Same thing dynamic with Max Verstappen. His personality trait, I'm telling you, is that. It is that. I'm not wrong about that. I dealt with enough people in elementary school. I used to defend people that were getting picked on all the time. Literally, I hated to see it. I used to have special needs students that I was in class with and hear people talk about them, and I couldn't take it, and I punched somebody in their face. I used to see people getting picked on the playground, and I'd punch somebody in their face. I hated to see people being picked on, to the point where my grandmother had to tell me, you cannot fight everybody's fight for them. You can't do it. So I had to learn another way, but I just hated it that much. I hated to see somebody being done dirty like that. It just didn't never sit right with me, and it didn't sit right with me for to see it and not do anything. So at a young age, what I knew to do was, I'm gonna punch you in your face if you think you can go pick on somebody. Why are you doing this person like that? Literally, they on crutches. They don't have proper use of their legs, but yet you're over here picking on them. Oh, I wasn't letting that slide. I'm punching you in your face. You deserve to be punched in the face for picking on somebody like that. Sorry, I did it. I ain't mad to admit it. I did it. So yes, I agree with you, Freaks Dog Flair. Next, OG Zilla. Max always dive bombs into a corner and expects drivers to move out of the way. OG Zilla, correct. We got evidential, factual proof and tape of that. And when they don't, he wrecks and he plays the damsel in distress all the time with that. All the time with that. He plays the damsel in distress. Facts. That is facts. That is a big fact. Big shout out to you all. Big shout out to you all. Right now, we're looking at Drugovich has popped up to 3 with the AMR 23. Drugovich bringing into the top 3. This is exciting. When we see multiple cars, top 5, top 3, entering, switching out, that's what gets me excited about Formula One. That's what gets me excited about competition. To see different drivers in and out from different teams, like this could be a good season. This could be a way better season. If we see this type of shit going on, like we can go in and not know who's going to get the pole position, not know who's going to be on that podium at the end of the race. That's what you want. That's what you want in a race. That's what you want in a competition, that you waited all week till Friday to start free practice, Saturday to see practice 2 and 3, and then go into qualifying, and then to come into Sunday and see lights out and the race happen. You want that. You want that unknown factor to drive you. Come on now. Be for real. We got several drivers on the track right now, 8 of them to be exact. That 8 is Charles Russell, Drugovich, which just popped in the top 3. Perez still holding on 4. Gasly at 5. Everybody else, they are where they are. They are alive, but we not worried about them, and I ain't lying right now. We ain't talking about you right now unless something happens and we got a talking point. If you're not in that top 5, just telling you, just keep it real. Let me take a swig of my bubbly water. My bubbly water. DRS wings cracked and closed for Perez. Let's see what's up with this poll in the chat. Big shout out to you all for seeing that. Purple Sector shirt Wolfpack collection will be coming soon. Still working out some of the kinks, and I design all shirts myself. I do my own design of all my shirts. So it's just that personal touch I like to have, so you know you got something really from me to you. So yeah, design all my own shirts, design all my own swag, design all my own hats. So love that. I like to be creative. So new poll in the chat. All right. This is in regards to day 3 testing. Poll in the chat. Don't dance on it. Just vote on it. Will Red Bull Racing bring Max back out in order to have a go at the Ferrari Charles best lap? Yes or no? I want to know what you think. I want to know what you think about that. I'm about to bring in some more pictures right now. Got a nice comparison photo shot. Got a nice shot of the SF23. So let me load these photos in here so you can check these out. Matter of fact, well, let me go ahead and just bring our update photo bucket on over so you can see them as I load them. First one coming your way is going to be the lovely Ferrari. The lovely Ferrari. Indeed. Let me bring this photo in. I think this is our first track photo of the Ferrari, really. I think this is our first track photo of Ferrari. So that's going to be a nice little treat for you all Ferrari fans. And I do have some Ferrari fans in the family. Big shout out to Carlos. So, yep, it is our first track photo of the Ferrari. Earlier, we compared different wings of Ferrari. But there's the first track photo of the SF23. Once again, pointing out, more rounded, although a little bit more flatter than other cars, but still has some roundness. That Alpine is extremely flat on that nose, even flatter than the Ferrari. So, and Ferraris is also leaning toward that flat side. Next photo coming up your way is going to be Drugovich, who just popped into the top 3, sitting in that cockpit ready to go and do what he already did. So big shout out to Drugovich for that. And let me, yeah, I'll do asked. Let's see. Yeah, Pit. Here we go. Here's the photo of Drugovich. So we're going to bring that in so you can check that out as well. Nice little in cockpit photo of him getting ready to do what he just did. As I said, breaking into that top 3. Congratulations, Drugovich. We're going to see if Felipe is going to have that seat in the first race. I think it's possible. I think it is possible. I think Aston Martin are kind of playing down the situation with Lance. Now, this next photo, we're going to go to the big screen because it's a comparison photo. So I want to make it nice and big so you can see those details and what they're talking about. In between 3 teams, once again, we did a comparison with Ferrari, Mercedes, and Red Bull. We're going to keep the same 3 teams and do this comparison as well. So let's just go ahead and do this. And right here, what we are comparing is floor design. So So let's go ahead and bring this in. Floor and kind of side pod. So I'll put that in there too, so we can categorize it the right way. Gonna bring this image into the big daddy of them all so we can see it in big screen format. Let's see. Big screen format coming your way. All right, here we go. Matter of fact, I could have did a little whatchamacallit of that, but yeah, I'll do it later. I'll do it off camera. All right, so here we go, bringing this over. Comparison photo. So let's take a look at this comparison photo of side pod more than floor. The under area of the side pod section, as you can see right here. Looking at Red Bull in comparison of Ferrari and Mercedes, there are some similarities working there. If you notice, there are some similarities working there, as those lines would indicate there are some similarities there. But definitely above that, not similar at all. If you want to say Ferrari and Red Bull more similar because they have a bigger side pod design, definitely. But the way that side pod is profiled going up beyond that point. Now, there's some more differences that really could have been highlighted on the back end of that side pod as that air kind of falls off the back end. There's tremendous differences between all three of these cars in that section. All right, so what I do is I might highlight that section and kind of bring that in. So let me actually, you know what? I'm going to do that right now. I'm going to bring that photo in and highlight that section, and then we're going to reintroduce it with the areas that I'm talking about, that I'm mentioning to you right now. So let me go ahead. I tell you what, let me go ahead and bring you back over to the leader and lap time board so you can pay attention to that, because that does matter most in testing. We're just kind of doing some off-topic things. I'm about to edit this photo a bit more and highlight the area that I'm talking about so you can see it, and it is clearly evident there. So I'm going to bring this photo in, and let me bring the marker on it. It's not going to be pretty, but it'll be decent enough. So we're going to do the brush. I'm going to use yellow to highlight this. So just let me go ahead and, oh shit, that's ugly. That's nowhere near thick enough. I need a thick brush. So here we go. Boom, right there. And then this area right here is more like that. And then of course, Mercedes is very difficult to even make it out, but it's following a line like this. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and save this again. Save as, we'll go with JPEG. Nope, cancel that then. Just give me a second. I'm working this out so I can show you these areas that I want to point out to you. Boom. All right, floor comp, and we're going to do the floor comp 2, and I'm going to save that. All right, so I'm about to bring this back in. I just added some edits on it. So let me take this one out, and let's bring this one in so you can see what I'm talking about. All right, here we go. So I'm about to bring this over. So check this out. Now, if you notice in this yellow section that I highlighted, where they're making similarities up front on the leading area of the side pod going down to the floor, I'm saying that there are differences on the rear section of the side pod as the air falls back into the tire and back to the beam wing. If you look, yeah, there's a major differences when it comes to air control and velocity. That is a big difference. That's a gap right there in the two different concepts, how Red Bull comes down and kind of swoops down right there. But then as you see on the Ferrari, it kind of comes up and scoops more upward. And then on the Mercedes, it's very hard to follow their line with the all black design, but I'm pretty sure that's about the shape. Still more in the upward direction like Ferrari, but a bit more different profiling toward the lower part of that just before the stay. But Red Bull having a different direction with their side pod leading into their floor in that rear section. So that's something interesting right there. So I just thought I'd show you that, and then we can take that off, and then we'll just bring that on out of there. Boop, boop, boop. Bring that down to the beam wing comp, because we will have another segment in almost 30 minutes. I'm going to bring you another hour segment. Every hour we're going to have a different segment that's going to talk about something different in Formula One. And right now, let's go ahead and cycle through these pictures so you can see a little bit of these pictures. Right now, nothing's changed. Ferrari's still at the top with Shaw. With his time, he hasn't even beat his own time. Russell hasn't moved off the 4.42 time. Drugovich did change the game because he kicked Perez on down to 4, and Aston Martin joins the top 3 party. So that is cool. So we'll just go ahead with them. And as a matter of fact, let's go ahead and Yeah, let's keep that screen up. That one's good right there. I'm going to see if we got any more new photos sent our way. So just give me some time. Yeah, that's an update right there. Photo, but yeah, we'll stay with what we got. That ain't nothing worth really looking at right there. So times right now with Shaw 131.024, and Mercedes down by pretty much 4/10 of a second if they want to try to catch that. Drugovich at 132, he's damn near, some tenths off of the Mercedes time, but kicks Perez on down. So right now, Mercedes is in a good position with Russell right now. So it's going to be interesting to see what Lewis Hamilton does with the W14, of course, on a soft compound tire. And right there, yep, Russell is on a medium compound. So it's going to be interesting to see what Hamilton does in the PM session, if he can kind of crack into that, break that record, break into that number one spot, or even the top three, if he can break into that top three. If we get both Mercedes at the end of day 3 testing in the classifications, having the top 3 spot, that's pretty interesting. So now I want to know, do you think Red Bull are going to bring Max back out to break that? Because, they kind of can be full of themselves. Like, they can kind of want to be the peacocks. Like, we're going to show you what the RB19 can do. Like, Perez did that, but watch what Max does. Max, get out there and show them what's up. Max comes out, and Max is known to lay a hot-ass lap. I say that all the time in Q3. You got to watch out for Max, because Max will come out there and lay a hot lap in a second. He'll get in that damn rocket ship and show you what you're supposed to do when you drive a rocket ship. And he'll definitely put that car, if not in pole position, that's what he's going to do. He lay down a hot lap. He's going to put it in pole position. Although Ferrari were pole position kings last season, but unfortunately, pole positions don't win championships. They can assist you. Race wins win championships. And Ferrari fell on their face last season, so hopefully they don't fall on their face this season. And that's going to be an interesting battle. So let me make sure I didn't miss any super chats, because my crew would be with me. OG Zilla, boop, boop, boop. That was the last one, so I did get everybody. So big shout out. Honey Buns might be coming soon, and I got mine right here. In 30 minutes, I might be on this Honey Bun, so just be ready for some smacking the AMSR or whatever they call that shit that people like to just sit up and watch videos of people making sounds. Like, people literally got millions of views doing shit like that, and I'd be like, damn, am I in the wrong damn field? Am I doing the wrong thing? Do I need to just get strange plastics and cups and shit and ting, 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 ting? I don't know. I mean, they get millions of views doing that. They love doing it too. I couldn't do that. I got to do what I'm passionate about, and I ain't passionate about making a bunch of damn annoying sounds. I like hearing running water, but I can do that shit for free right now. I'm not gonna go watch a video. I'm gonna go listen to real running water. All right, so let's also check this out, because right now Drugovich, I'm telling you, if Drugovich comes out and he gets the PM session, the afternoon session, well, actually it's PM over there, so if he gets the night session, Drugovich is likely going to start. I'm going to put that poll in the chat. We're going to put a poll. Blue Diva, Max has used his allotted track time for 10. Okay, so he's out of track time for 10. So Max ain't coming back. So Max is done. When they brought him back that last time, then he pretty much finished out. He did all his 3 days and came in, so he's done. So he's not coming back at all. So it will be Perez at the helm of the RB19. It will be his responsibility to break back into the top 3 and or recapture that first position. Yeah, you ain't lying about that shit. You ain't lying about that. So let me see. Poll in the chat. 63% say yes, but Blue Divas has just confirmed that he has used his time and he will not be returning unless the FIA do something about it, which is not impossible. So let me ask you all this. All right, poll in the chat. Vote on it. Don't dance on it. If Felipe gets both sessions, matter of fact, let me be specific. In day 3, do you think we see Felipe the first race of the season? Poll in the chat. Vote on it. Do not dance on it. All right, vote on it. Don't dance on it. You ain't getting no. Where them dollars at? All right, so let's just vote on it. Right now, we got 6 drivers out on track. Shaw, Russell, Drugovich, Felipe, Perez, Bottas, and DeVries. DeVries is sinking, but I think if we look at the driver lineup, even though he's sinking, yeah, he'll be done. So DeVries will be done. So it's going to be interesting to see what Yuki does. DeVries has sunk down to 10, but Yuki likely, as we see right there, he's damn 14 according to that board. But we'll see if because he hasn't been out on track, but we'll see what he actually does. But if we go and look at the classifications from yesterday and take a look at where Yuki is in regards to that, 17, not great. All right, 85 laps, and that's what he did with it, not much. Whereas what did DeVries have? DeVries. So yeah, you're gonna see what DeVries does today. DeVries has 74 laps. Okay, he has 74 laps, and he popped up at 4. Yuki had 85 laps, and that ain't great doing that. So Fernando Alonso, Drugovich has matched him today as far as right now in day 3 session. Alonso finished yesterday in 3rd, and right now Drugovich is in 3rd. So it would be interesting to see if Aston Martin lets Felipe get the evening session and see if he can finish out in 3rd. If he does that, indeed, I'm going to take that to the bank and get me a little money on that. Aston Martin has indeed officially improved going into 2023. Now, what they do in the race season and how they run strategy and how these drivers act accordingly when they're in race situations is going to bring about a different variable, and therefore could change the landscape of where the Aston Martin could go with a more developed car, which in testing, I could say it's more developed based, compared to last season. Red Bull's going to be Red Bull. They're a powerhouse right now. Zhou being at the top of the charts, I'm going to be looking to see what Zhou does as far as not being plagued by DNFs and accidents and all types of other stuff this season, to see where he winds up. I'm going to be interested to see if he actually outperforms Bottas at Alfa Romeo. And if Zhou does outperform Bottas, like, depending on how well he matures in Formula One and how well he grows and he adds to his arsenal and his race craft increases or improves, one, is he still at Alfa Romeo? And if he does do that well, does Audi find a way to retain him and Bottas is seen out the door while Audi tries to go ahead and put a little bit more youth and future into their time as they enter into Formula One? So to see what's going to take place with them in 2026, we still have plenty of time, right? We still got another 3 years to find out what is going to happen with the Sauber chassis. We know what's going to happen with the Sauber chassis, but as far as the drivers right now that are in the Sauber chassis, what happens to them? We got 3 years to find that out. Nick DeVries, is there possibility that he moves on and maybe Audi acquires him on a new contract and a bigger contract? I don't imagine he wants to stay at AlphaTauri. It's the junior squad of Red Bull. It's Red Bull's junior team. It's Red Bull's junior varsity team. You want to be a varsity player. And if Nick wants to be a varsity player, doing it on Red Bull's junior team is not it. Until that official connection is broke up, because literally AlphaTauri, even when they're announced in media, it's Red Bull AlphaTauri or something like that. It's never just kind of AlphaTauri by themselves. It's always Red Bull attached, because literally Red Bull have 2 teams and 4 cars on the grid with 4 drivers. That's just a fact. That's just a fact of the matter, a matter of the fact. That's just a matter of the fact. So I would like to see, unless that AlphaTauri makes a clean break and is under new ownership, Nick DeVries is on the junior varsity team, and he doesn't seem like he wants to just be a junior varsity player. So I would imagine that he may find employment elsewhere if he's trying to increase his ability to get a championship one day, unless he gets promoted up to Red Bull because Checo decides to leave and take his talents elsewhere and maybe be accepted or maybe be picked up by Audi or maybe even Aston Martin. When Alonso leaves, that could be nice. By that time, Aston may have developed a pretty competitive car, and Perez leaves Red Bull and goes to Aston, so that could be something. So, maybe hold my words on that to see what happens. But there's also a lot of young talent that are in underperforming teams that we know at this point in time to be underperforming, and that's going to be Williams and of course AlphaTauri, and then you have McLaren. I don't think they'll continue to underperform, but I could be wrong. Alpine right now is like a locked in, we know what they are team right now as far as their driver pairing. Like, I don't think Gasly's going to show us anything wow or new. I definitely don't think Ocon is. So they're just to me, they're stagnant right now with their driver pairing. I don't think they have anything that's taking them to the next level. What may happen is, do they develop the car more to complement their drivers and then allow them to have better machinery to do better on track? Whereas Mercedes and Red Bull have drivers that you literally are trying to develop the car to enable them to utilize their capacity as drivers to be better. That's not the case right now at Alpine, I don't think. So that's my take on that. So we'll see what happens. Right now, Charles is still at the top of the charts. Russell is at 2. Drugovich, welcome to top 3. Perez on the track on medium tires is trying to find his way back into the top 3, and it has not happened yet. Everybody else, Gasly, 5. And Alpine's being relatively quiet. Ooh, major lockup by Albon. Shit, let me see that flat spot in that tire. I know that shit got to be deep. It's smoking hot. We on board with Bottas, and we trying to see what he doing coming down this straight. And, ooh, shit. Damn, that was a heavy bump. That was a heavy bump right there. Ooh, he had full lock on that car. And that's another thing. Think about this. Lance having problems with his wrist, trying to do a full lock? No. Along with G's? No. I'm telling you, I think Aston Martin are downplaying his situation. I at this point, I do not think, and I could be wrong, and I don't mind being wrong because I'm just making a guesstimation. I do not think we see Lance Stroll the first race of the season. I don't think we see him. I think they're downplaying it. And I'm telling you, if we see Drugovich to close out, if he gets a full day 3 of testing, he's showing up the first race. He's showing up first race. That's what I'm saying. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But if Drugovich gets a full day of day 3 testing, undisturbed by Alonso, and Alonso's at the trailer in the garage, and they got Drugovich on track the whole day, he's showing up the first race. I'll eat a honey bun if I'm wrong. Freak Dogs Flair, I will say Mercedes. Oh, wait a minute. I will say Mercedes has developed a car that matches the driving style of George and Lewis. I do agree with that. Whereas last year they were fighting a car that was lost in its own right and a team that didn't completely understand what they had developed. Now they do understand it, or at least they have a better understanding of it. And now it shows because the drivers feel more comfortable and they are actually invested in the car. Last season, that car and Hamilton were like oil and vinegar. Russell and that car like oil and vinegar. They were so separate, it wasn't funny, and you can see it. All right, you can definitely tell. For one moment where they kind of made a bit of incremental progress, you could tell, because the drivers then started trying to push the limit. They felt comfortable enough to try to push limits, and both of them, I believe, wrecked out in Austria. But I think that's where they started feeling like, okay, let me see if I can push it a bit more, because it feels like it's a little bit more stable. Let me see if I can push it, and they wrecked out and spun out. And I think, honestly, that's where they kind of started, like, it might start kind of coming around. And they were trying to find limits of a car that they were unable to try to find limits in because it was unfucking stable. It was an unstable car. And now this season, you can tell with the car on track. Freak Dogs Flair, you can see on track that the W14 is far more stable, and I'm not going to say reliable because we had a hydraulic failure yesterday. They had a hydraulic failure yesterday, so I'm not going to say reliable. I'm going to wait to talk about reliability. Last season, they were one of the most reliable teams, if not the most reliable team. But yeah, they definitely have improved, and that car is way more stable than it ever has been, the W14, in comparison to the W13. So facts on that. Facts on that. And we are going to be 15 minutes out from our next segment on the hour of 5 a.m. in day 3 Bahrain testing. And while we are waiting for that, let me go ahead and get some pictures up here for you. Pictures coming your way. Oh yeah. Matter of fact, hold that real quick. Hold your horses. Hold your horses. Yep, pictures coming your way right there. All right. Let me go ahead and get these other pictures loaded up for you because we do have some. And it is of the Williams car. By the way, Jane Vowles at Williams seems to be walking into a pretty positive situation with what Williams is also doing right now in testing. So big shout out to him coming from Mercedes, getting his opportunity to do his thing over there. Promotion for him. Congratulations. Let's get this Williams car up there while we talking about Williams. I believe this is the first track shot of the day for Williams. So welcome Williams to the photo dump Wolfpack party. I'm going to go ahead and get this one loaded up for you. Boo, boo, boo. That blue, I do like the blue a lot. I do like the blue, but like I said, in the livery rankings, I couldn't give them extra points for, you know, what they did was cool, but you know, it ain't rocked out like that. There's some, I wouldn't have put that Duracell battery up there, but it still is a sharp looking car. I think that Duracell battery kills it though. It's so cringy. That is cringy. I would have just preferred they stayed with the red outline of the inbox and it would have had that like fighter look to it. And they could have easily put Duracell, you know, still back there. But I just think that Duracell battery shit is just, I don't like it. Like, matter of fact, poll in the chat. Let me ask you if you like it. You know, because everybody doesn't like the same thing. I might like it, I might not like it, and you might love it. So let me ask you. Matter of fact, I got a better question. Let me ask you what the hell y'all drinking this morning. Let me ask you that. Let me ask you that. I forgot to ask that question. You see what I'm drinking on. Oh. This one dude is gonna be different because I don't know who drinking this. My grandma used to drink this shit all the time, and gotta put that up because some days are harder for people than others. So I don't want to dismiss what you might have to drink to deal with your day because you might need something a little hard on them. Polling in the chat, vote on it, don't dance on it. What are you drinking? What are you drinking this morning? Tell me what you're drinking this morning. I'm drinking water. And I'm drinking bubbly water. I got two different type of waters up here. I like to be fancy. You know, I'm a fancy person. Drink, you know, the pinky out. And, yeah, I like to be fancy. I got fancy water. You know what? It's crazy. When I go to restaurants and I ask for sparkling water, you should see the face I get from some of the waitresses and the waiters. They be looking like, we don't have that shit. You don't have Perrier? We don't have. You want ice or no ice? I'd be like, all right. Sometime I walk in two restaurants with my own water bottle just because I'm like, I don't want that water that you're going to give me because you don't have sparkling water. So I'm just going, I got my water right here. Or you know what? I got my own water right here. I literally do that, you know, because I drink water all day. I have to. I need to. But let me go ahead and bring the lap time board up so we can go ahead and pay attention to what matters the most since we in testing is cars on track and lap times. And right now, nothing's changed with the top two, although things have changed with the top three. We welcome in Drugovich from Aston Martin, the AMR 23. Lawrence Stroll's creation, hoping in the next couple of years to make Aston Martin a championship competitive team is their goal. They're developing new facilities so they can do all new types of development and all of that good stuff. So Aston Martin may indeed be on track to make some things happen as they're getting an understanding of their new regulations in their hands. So that's going to be interesting as well. Perez hasn't done anything to get himself out of that 4, and Gasly is just sitting there at 5. And we'll see if he ends up falling when the other drivers come in for the PM session. It's going to be interesting to see how this lineup changes going later on in the day. So let me see. Let's see what we got. Hey, I like it. 48% of these people are drinking water. 43% coffee. Now, you know what? Gotta ask that. That's gonna be my next. That's gonna be my. I gotta be a little petty. I gotta be kept petty. The next poll is gonna be a petty poll. I'm probably gonna do some shaming. But forgive me. I'm probably gonna see what you out here doing, how you out here living your life, how you out here living your mud life. So I'm going to ask you. We'll see matter of fact, it might be a 2-stage poll. So let me ask that question too. Put the question mark right there. So might have a 2-stage poll. 2-stage poll just off of what you drinking this morning already. I like to know what people drink, and I like to know what they kind of eat, and it kind of tell me a little bit about how you starting your day. You know, sometimes you got to be, you're great. Are you starting your day off with some Frosted Flakes, some corn flakes? Or are you starting your day off with some, you know, whole grain cereal? Or are you starting your day off with Captain Crunch? What do you start your day off with? I might ask you that. Don't even answer that in the chat. We're going to wait for the poll. I'm going to see how many people live that real cereal life. You know what I'm saying? Who been in here? Who has been a cereal kid? I know I was raised as a cereal kid. Shit, I done had so many cereals that ain't even funny. Not even funny. I have to eat it dry. I can't eat the milk, but every now and then I do get me a little Captain Crunch. You know what I'm saying? Some Crunch Berries. Gotta have the Crunch Berries in it. Not the regular Captain Crunch. Crunch Berries. There are some Cinnamon Toast Crunch. You know, one of those too. Yeah, I don't think anything's going to change. Ooh, it's going to be rough. It's going to be rough to capture that time that Charles said. I don't see anybody this session capturing that time. I'm even inquisitive to think about what Mercedes is trying to come up with to see if that's something they can do, or if they're not even worried about it. Because for them to go and do that, it might really speak to evidence what Mary, what Sylvia, what Blue Diva, what they've been saying. Like, for Mercedes to come out and lay that 131 seconds off of the other times at that point in time is maybe we might have to say this time people might be right about the bags. They're holding the sandbags. I don't want to completely say that because I'm not too confident in saying it and being behind it. But just based off of seeing that number pop up there like that and do that, like, it's a possibility. It's more of a, I see it as more of a possibility now than I did yesterday. I'll say that, because yesterday in the Discord meeting group, I was like, nah, it's time for y'all to get the sandbagging. Even on the live, you go back and watch day 2 Tesla. I'm like, listen, y'all, that sandbagging, that shit's over with. Y'all thought that was happening last season. I even was like, it's possible. Even with several races in the season, we still like, they sandbagging. They just waiting. What the hell they waiting for? They losing points. This season, I'm like, nah, I ain't doing it. Either you got it or you don't. I ain't sandbagging shit. How many books you got? 3 or 4? 3 in a peep? Okay, we're not going over. We gonna have to bid right. We can't be sandbagging in spades. Sandbagging in spades get your ass losing some games and moving points. So I couldn't do it no more. I can't do it no more. I gotta see it. And seeing this, I can at least say that y'all might have a point. I'm not ready to adopt it back, but I can say y'all might have a point. Because for Russell to go out there in that W14 after a failure yesterday and just throw up a 131.442, which I like from Oldsmobile Cutlass, shit. And he was on the C5s. Russell was on the C5s at that point in time. So if we go to our tire map and look at it in comparison to what Charles was doing, if we look at this, it's saying that he was on the C5s. So C5s is the harder compound of the soft compound tires, while no, it's a softer compound, I believe, of the compound tires, while Ferrari was on the C4s. And that tells me that, I don't know, that's kind of down. I don't know. That's kind of egregious, man. That's kind of egregious. I'm trying to tell you, like, I don't care if it is on the softer compound or not. For Mercedes to just go out there and throw that shit up is like, fuck. Like, they might have something in their bag. They might have something in their bag. Like, I'm not even playing around. I'm really kind of leaning toward that might actually be the case. So we're gonna have to see where it goes from here. But I do indeed like what I'm seeing. You know what I'm saying? I do indeed like what I'm seeing in this right now. So hold on. What do we got right here? Let me bring this up for you if I can. I'm going to try to bring it up. It might not happen. Let's see. So yeah, you know, like I was saying, Russell was on the softer compound, but that still says a lot as far as what we've seen in Mercedes. And Charles being on the C4, you know, but still they both were on soft compound tires. And Russell 51 laps so far. Leclerc, or well, at least at that point in time, 38 laps. So right now, Russell is leading. No, Russell's not leading. De Vries has the most laps next to Bottas. Bottas right now has logged 68 laps, and you wouldn't even know it. you wouldn't even know. It doesn't even feel like Bottas has logged 68 laps. It doesn't even feel like he's logged 60 plus laps, because it's like Alfa Romeo has been very quiet right now. We got we got 8 drivers out on the track, so the track is filled with drivers right now trying to do their thing, and Charles is out there trying to do his thing again to see if he can bust up that time that he laid down, which has held strong up until this point in time. We are 8 minutes out from having our next segment of the day 3 Bahrain testing, our next topic of things we're going to get into and talk about. So just be ready for that. Always interesting, always something, you know, we can go into. So we're going to be ready to talk about that and go into that. So just hold tight, hold what you got. We're going to be up here doing our damn thing. So let me go ahead and bring that slide up and just keep it over here and keep it ready. But right now we are paying attention to what's going to be happening on track. And Charles is making his way around, looking quite nice and a little speedy. Hasn't broken that time yet, but honestly, he doesn't have to. But I know he would like to. You would like to, so you can continuously see that either you or the car is getting better. Either the tuning and the tuning they're doing and you getting in tune with the car is starting to really pay off. You want to see that. And if he busts up that time, just think about if Charles goes in and takes 200s off that time, goes for 131, pretty much 131 flat. That's saying something. But if he, I don't know what the hell I'm going to be like if that time changes to a 130.8, 138.7. That's, even if it's 130.9, like that's going to be stupid crazy. Like that's going to be crazy. So we definitely don't have to see what's going on with that. Definitely. So that to me that'd be crazy. Maybe it's not something that you care about, but to me, I think that's saying something. I think that's saying something. But we still got to do it in the race. You still have to do that in the race. Now let me make sure I didn't miss any super chats right here, right now. Make sure I give everybody their round. Oh, French toast. Day for me, Mary Beanie, you got the French toast emojis popping. Y'all eating French toast out here in these streets. French toast out here in these streets. It's almost 6 minutes before I'm going to get ready to have the honey bun. The honey bun, and big shout out to Andretti. You know, I'm going to put the Andretti emoji up there because I think Formula One is doing Andretti wrong. I think they're doing Andretti wrong. I don't like how they're doing Andretti. I really don't. I'm not in favor of what's going on out here and what they doing out here with Andretti in these streets. I don't like it at all. I don't like it. And matter of fact, we might end up talking to that. We might talk about that breakdown. Also, yesterday, one of our fiery segments that we had yesterday, we talked about Alonso, you know, and how commentators were talking about him in reference to Max and how much longer Max can stay in here. If Alonso can be here for 19 seasons, Max could easily be here for 17 and accomplish so much. Okay, well, Alonso been here for 19 damn seasons and all he got is 2 chips to show for it. That's what Max got right damn now, right? He got 2 chips, and it took him 6 or 7 seasons to get that shit. Took him 6 or 7 seasons to finally get his championship. His contract is out in 2028. He's already been talking about what he wants to do other than Formula One. He already clearly said he don't want to be here in his 40s, which likely he might not even want to be here in his late 30s. Alonso, 17 years sober from a race win drink. He ain't had shit. He ain't had no race win drink in 17 damn years. And y'all talking about Alonso is great. Now, if he great, then fucking Lewis Hamilton is goddamn a galactic Guardians of the Endgame Avengers legend, warrior. Keep going. If you call Alonso great, then what the hell do you call Lewis Hamilton? I just got to ask you that. What do you call Schumacher? What do you call Niki Lauda? What do you call any of them? What do you call them? Fangio, what do you call him? If you call an Alonso great, what do you call him? I think, honestly, the great term has just been like hold out. We under red flag conditions. I might get red flag for what I'm about to say, but I think the great term has just been slutted out. Like people just throw great around like it's something that you just can say. It's not something you can just say. You shouldn't just be deeming people. Thank you. That's why. Thank you. Got the red flag. Red flag my ass. Let me see. I missed the super chat. Who super chat I missed? OG Zilla. I think we all be surprised after Q3 next Saturday. Look at OG Zilla trying to call it. H2O is 50%. I'm going to end that poll. Hey, I'm going to be looking because I'm going to be here. Listen, we do quality kickback here, do a live qualifying watch. So you definitely want to be here for that because shit do get spicy and entertaining here. So we're going to be here for that. But shit get real spicy and entertaining for the damn Alfa Romeo out there bringing out the red flag. Alfa Romeo bringing out the red flag. There they go. Unreliable situation. We're going to find out what happened with the car. Oh, yes, we got a nice shot of the RB19. Perez. So let me go ahead and bring that into our photo dump right now. We under red flag, so it comes just in time. So let me go ahead and get that in for us. Nice little track shot of the Red Bull. So yeah, boom. I think that's the first one, maybe. Boom. Well, let me make sure. Because I think I put RBR. So yes, there we go. I'm about to bring you a shot of the RB19 on track. So let me go ahead and get this loaded up for you. And yeah, they luckily he got the car off track. So hopefully, but it's been taking them quite some time to get the tow truck out there, then get the car on the tow truck. So that's not something that's been happening like hella fast. It hasn't been happening fast. So they probably got more than a few minutes that they're going to have to be out there dealing with this. So in that matter of time, there's a nice shot of the nice corner shot of the RB19 Perez coming down there, the main straight. You can tell by the grid spots right there. Soon, next Saturday, as OG Zilla said, these cars are going to be lined up in those spots for lights out. Competition is going to be on and rocking. Also, we talked about it yesterday, and I showed a picture of Haas with their very small pit wall setup, but saving $250,000. Saving $250,000 with that setup. That's some savings that can go elsewhere. And like, it's still got a cost cap, but it's savings that can go into development or maybe something else. But that's pretty cool. And it looks, it's this by far the smallest. Most pit walls have 7 to 8 people, I believe, sitting up there. And the Haas pit wall, just 3, what they only need. And right now we're looking at the Alfa Romeo with the stake logos all over it. Their biggest sponsor right now, sitting out there on the track with marshals around the car waiting for the tow truck. So right now the C43 is down. And that will right now put an end to Bottas's session, and he won't have long depending on what's wrong with that car. He's only going to have about an hour and a minute's time. If it's something simple, hopefully maybe it's something like a sensor and they can kind of replace it and go in. But if it's not something that simple and they have to like literally take the front wing off or even the floor, Bottas is done for this session. He's done for his session. I think Zhou comes in next session, so he'll be out of there for that. No cars on track right now. Everybody's back in the pits. And as you see, majority of the field is on medium tires, except for Albon. He is right now on the prototype tires. So let me go ahead and bring this over so you can see that. Although nothing's going on right there, you still might want to look at it. So I'll bring it up for you. And we are 1 minute off of our next segment that we are going to go into. And it actually might be good that the red flag came in. I'm going to cover some material that I've talked about as to this season. There it is. Got to get ready for that. As of this season, I had to set my alarm so I can get my honey bun because last time I forgot my damn honey bun and ate it off. So let's go over this real quick. So we are on the 5. We are 3 hours in the day 3 testing, and we are getting ready to do our next segment on the hour time. So our next hour segment is indeed in regards to this. Now, some of this information might be old because it is from a show that I did previously before, but some of the points that I will talk to are still very interesting as to how things will be affected going forward in 2023, and maybe some things that they didn't take into place. Now, I do still need to do, some updated research to see if some of these things change, and some of them did change because of the races a little bit, but we still can take it. You can take it with a grain of salt, but you can take it and know that around about, it's about pretty much in the ballpark of what's going on. So let's go ahead and bring the segment over here, and we're talking about 2023 Constructor Challenges. So as of right now, what I know, nothing's changed as far as the power unit elements limitations on what you can have, but we've got more races. As a matter of fact, we got 20% more races this season, 24 GPs with 6 sprint races, bringing us to 30. The China GP got moved off due to COVID. Whether that comes back or not, I don't think so, but I don't know. And they probably might find a way to replace that race if they haven't already. I haven't really paid attention to that schedule, which we can really kind of look right now. So it might be down to 23, but either way it goes, that's 30 races altogether. I include the sprints. Now, there is some financial compensation in there for the increased amount of sprints for the teams because of the wear and tear that will be incurred on the cars. So that's nice to know, and we can kind of break that down later, which I do have it here to break down into another video because we're going to do some informational videos. And also the cost cap is reduced to 135 million. Okay, 135 million versus the 140 million. So that's a $5 million decrease. So you got a decrease in your cost cap, but you got an increase in the races you have to go into. And I think what they did do is make some concessions due to the fact of the increase of the race with the sprint races and the financial money that you can get there. So some kind of wiggle room in there. And like I said, as far as the Chinese GP, we'll see what's up with that. Going on to the next slide, 2021, 145, 2022, 140, and 2023, a decrease right there, which is about 3.448% decrease over the course of time. Now, going into this season, we had 3 teams breach in 2022. We had Red Bull have a procedure and a expenditure breach, okay, a minor expenditure breach, which I will do a video on talking, outlining my perspective and thoughts on that. We had Aston Martin and McLaren is what I'm thinking is going to breach going forward. These are the teams I think are going to breach going forward. Okay, now I think they're going to have a spending breach in 2023. I know that slide says 2022, but it's meant to say 2023. I think that these 3 teams could have a expenditure breach. I definitely think Red Bull is a candidate for that. Because the way they're kind of already talking, and maybe the development will have to keep an eye on that. And I'm just saying that what they did once, they'll probably do again. But if they don't, great, they won't do it. Aston Martin might be in that. They were part of the 2022 breach. McLaren was not. They were free and clear in 2022. But I wonder if they're going to breach this season, and we'll have to see how that turns out. Also going over here, 2021 cost cap breaches is what I was talking about. And because 2022 is when we got the report for 2021. These are the 20 teams that breached in 2021. It was Williams, and it was a procedural breach. And pretty much, I don't really even fault Williams for the breach as much as you still have to be responsible for your own third-party contractor. So they didn't turn the documents in on time. They accepted the breach. They acknowledged it. They took up responsibility for it. So therefore, they were able to go the ABA route. Same thing with Aston Martin. And then we had procedural and minor overspend breach with Red Bull, which we all know turned out funny money. Ross Brawn memes were going around. The cost cap panel didn't have any damn teeth. And if they did, they were gummy bear, denture-made gummy bears, very soft and chewy for you. So that's what happened there. And I think that was something that they missed the mark on. I think that the governing body missed the mark on that. If they were going to make sure that other teams understood that the cost cap is not to be played with, they needed to do it with Red Bull. And I think a reduction of their cost cap this season, as well as the increased amount of wind tunnel time that they actually went back and forth with them on, I think that was unnecessary and absurd. But yeah, we'll see what happens. Then races year to year, 2022 from now, 2023, we're going up in a 20% increase, 35 more races on that season, more wear and tear on the cars. And this is why I think that this needs to be changed. I think that this needs to be changed going forward, because these are the limitations. All right, you get 3 of these, you get 3 MGUHs, 3 MGUKs, 3 turbochargers, 3 ICEs, 2 ARS, 2 RS, and then you get 8 exhausts. But going forward, we already realized that I think going forward, majority of these teams will go over these usages because of the increase of the races. I think that this is going to happen. And if this does happen, what we're going to end up seeing is a lot of penalties being handed out, grid place penalties, because the teams are experiencing increased amount of wear and tear on the cars and on the components within the cars, and these components are going to reach their failure rate sooner. Now, of course, teams are trying to do what they can to make these things more reliable, but I don't think Formula One or FIA really considered this, and I think they should have raised these limits a bit more to facilitate the extra use that these cars and the extra wear and tear that these cars are about to go through in 2023. So it's going to be a learning season for us all, just not to see what the cars do on pace, but it's going to be a learning experience for us to see what happens structurally and mechanically with these cars, especially with them getting a new handle on it. What's going to happen with these cars as they're going through these extra races, these extra sprints, and all this other stuff. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what they do going forward. So that's our segment for 5, and I'm about to eat my honey bun live on camera with y'all. About to eat honey bun. Excuse me if I get any honey bun sauce in my beard. Okay, in my beard. That's what flavor saver. I save it for later, and I get a little bit of that honey bun. Oh, got a little bit of honey bun, maybe 2 hours later. No, I'm not dirty like that. Imagine that 2 hours later, lick your beer, like, oh shit, I got a little bit more honey bun. No, I ain't doing that. So McLaren isn't going anywhere. They've been quiet. Alfa Romeo until the failure have been very solemn. It's been Ferrari, Haas had a moment, and of course Mercedes and Red Bull and Aston Martin. OG Zilla, speaking of races, who decided the race schedule this season doesn't flow at all? You know what, OG Zilla? Big shout out to you for that, because I think that there could have been things done for the race schedule that would have facilitated their whole green energy clean thing, as far as like logistically planning these things out to the point where you're being more efficient about where you are in the world and getting to the different locations. I don't think they did a good job either. Like, they over here, then they over there, then they over there, then they over there. They could have did a better job with that, I think, and I do agree with you on that. So we'll see what happens next season, but I think they should take a better look at that and structure it a bit more efficiently. This honey bun a little thick. So let me see. We are in red flag. Shit ain't going on right now. I hate that these red flags happen like right when we start coming to a session. You want to utilize the remainder of our time on damn red flag. But at least they got that one cleared up a bit more faster than the others. So Drugovich is out there solo on the track right now, living his free life. Not anymore. Charles said, I'm going to join you. Who's going to be next? I'm telling you. Matter of fact, I forgot to put my damn honey buns in the chat. Shit, I have my breakfast break on camera. Honey buns in the chat. There you go. Grab you one. Grab you one of those digital honey buns. Courtesy of Wolfpack. Wait till y'all see the waffles I make on race day. Freak Dog Flair. I think the U.S. race should be together. Race in the Middle East, then Europe, then go to Miami, Texas, Vegas, Mexico, end the season in Brazil. Sound like you need a job. Sound like they might need to hire you, Freak Dogs. They might need to hire you. Because evidently people getting paid more than us can't even organize shit as good as you just did in the damn chat. I agree. What's up, twin? Hell yeah, I got that honey bun on deck, bro. All right, we got 5 drivers out on track now. 2 of those drivers on hards. Russell's back on the hard tire, so let's see what he does. We know he's not going to beat that time. If, hypothetically, it was ever going to happen, Russell beat his own time on hard tires would be crazy. Russell done cracked open the DRS. Perez is still in the garage. They're trying to get him ready to go. Can't go wrong with a honey bun, y'all. I'm trying to tell you. I'm gonna drink a little sparkling water with that too. Wash it down. All right, I'm done. I'll be a little petty with all that. All right, so we got 2 hard tires out there amongst a field of mediums. Nobody on prototypes. We got 3 drivers. No, we got 5 drivers in the pit. 5 drivers saying they want to try to get as much lap time as they can. Bottas don't have a choice but to be in the pit. Red flag was just because his C43 failed on him. We'll get a report on that as soon as we can. So, more power to him. I hope he ends up getting things together. And oh shit. Hold on, my bad. My bad. Boo, let me put this in. Let me get this shit in here real quick. Damn, who is that? All right. I mean, how do you put that shit? I mean, what the hell's going on? Oh man, fuck this shit. I don't know what the hell they got going on here, but I'm done with that. So all right, let's go. I'm trying. Oh, we got damn, I wish I could get an upper view shot of the W14. That's what I need. Somebody needs to get an up view shot of the W14. But matter of fact, I do have something right here that we can look at as far as the W14. Let me see if I can bring that up because it's a nice upper above shot so you can see the comparisons. Matter of fact, we showed this comparison yesterday too. The front comparison of the W14. That's a nice little comparison so you can kind of see up front some of those differences on that car. And then also, I believe we had another comparison that was pretty nice. I might have taken that out because we, trying to get in for the day to try to get the new stuff on and popping. And then earlier we looked at the Ferrari rear wing. If you weren't here earlier, the Ferrari rear wing they ran day 1 and day 2 is different from day 3. Very different in some of its respective ways. And then also, where did we have that? Oh yeah, that's something I wanted to talk to you all about too. But we could talk about it later. We'll still have some time. We can bring it in later. So let's go ahead and bring the lap times up because they're trying to get juicy out here on the track. They're trying to get juicy out here on the track. Right now, let's see. I would want to see if Charles can do something with that time. But he hasn't been able to, and like I said, he doesn't necessarily have to. Drugovich being in the top 3, I want to know if anybody's going to come for him. It's not Perez going to have to do something because he damn near 4/10 off that time. So it's going to be, I want to see if Perez is going to come out in the RB19, which he's out on track and he is on mediums, but I don't think the RB19 would need to be on a soft compound tire in order to catch the Aston Martin. I don't think so. But if he does, then hey, that's going to start telling you that these other teams are knocking Red Bull. You might not be the only dominant. You might not go unchallenged this season. Hey, you might think you're going to be dominant, but you're going to have some obstacles this season. That's really what's going on right there. Fittipaldi over there, Haas with Gunther. Gunther has some pretty good quotes and some cussing. I like the way he cuss. He's a good cusser. Like, he has a good cussing etiquette, good cussing format. I like Gunther's cussing format. Very entertaining for me. Let me make sure I didn't miss any damn super chats for Blue Diva or what's going on, new, old school, new school. What's up, Dave? What's up, Akondu? What's up, Diaz Uno? What's going on? Let me see what's up to my fam. I missed saying what's up to some of y'all. Hell, y'all done came up in here in the door. All right, let me make sure I got everybody else. Okay, cool. And I didn't miss any super chats. Bet. Yeah, we just had honey bun time too. And honey bun time was good. I still got to get my protein in. That. But this the last, like, what? They sitting on maybe, you know what I'm saying? They sitting on maybe about 45 minutes. They're sitting on about 45 minutes till they end this session. And so these drivers are about, especially the drivers that are about to end up going to lunch and they're not going to be able to come back. This is going to be it for them as far as their testing session. They're going to be done. But drivers that we can expect to see back are Perez, will be back. So, I mean, he might not necessarily be all umpteenth on the push, but he should be at any point in time in testing. I don't think you should be taking it easy unless you're instructed to take it easy by your team for mechanical or reliability reasons or some type of testing or data collection. I think you should always be trying to push. Sainz will be in, so Charles will be done. Ham will be in the evening session, so we're going to pay attention to see what he ends up doing with his time. Does he do something better than the 132 and creep in at least the top three? So it would be kind of cool, especially for Mercedes fans, if the classification at the end of day 3 testing show Mercedes both in the top three, but it's only testing, but still that's an indication and a big improvement off last season. Gasly will be out, so you should be looking for him to do a nice little push in order to see if he can get some pace out of that Alpine and put himself in a position where Ocon doesn't overshadow him. Piastri probably should be trying to push, but McLaren have been solemn, so I don't know what the hell they're going to do in Lando. Maybe there are more problems with that MCL 60 than they would like to let on. Bottas has both sessions, so I don't know if he's going to unnecessarily push hard right now going into lunch. Plus, he's trying to push him. Actually, he's at lunch early. Bottas is at lunch early because Alfa Romeo brought out the red flag and they're done. Look and see if an indication happens if Felipe gets the evening session in day 3 testing. That likely will tell you that he probably will be the candidate to take the first race of the season with Aston Martin along with Alonso. K-Mag will be in and Hulk will be out, so we'll see if K-Magic can do something with that. Yuki's going to try to come in and at least, put some time up to he doesn't always stay at the bottom like a damn catfish, and DeVries is not going to be out here, showing him up a little early for that, but the little man battle over there at AlphaTauri. And then Albon has both sessions, and I want to see what he's going to end up doing with his times because it hasn't been as glamorous as it was that first day for Albon. Right now, Albon is 7th. He's not last. And if he can do that in a race, he and Logan, to not have Williams be last, but maybe even in the top 10 more often than not, I'd be impressed. I'll be impressed by that. Definitely, I'll be impressed. I just looked over and saw something so crazy, ridiculous that if that happened, I don't know what the hell we would be thinking if some shit like that took place. Like, if that took place, oh my gosh, that's definitely there's going to be an investigation. If that happens, what's in the chat, what I just saw in the chat, if that happens, there's going to be an investigation. They're going to write a petition. They're going to contest some shit. They are going to go right now, shut down the track and petition the shit out of that. If that happens, they're going to swear that there's some way they put steroids in the gas. They got an extra turbo in here. For some reason, I don't know what they've done to the power unit, but it ain't right. Can we break it apart? Matter of fact, get with Red Bull and develop the test so we could test the Mercedes car. Think about that. Where in the hell is that even correct? Where is that even correct? Where is it correct that the governing body develops a standards test in order to test another competitor's car? Where is it okay that the FIA and stewards get with Red Bull to define parameters of a check in order to then standardize a competitor's car in which your driver already tainted by touching? Like, where is that okay? Like, I don't know how they managed to squeeze by that without any type of reprimand or investigation on their own damn selves, because that was ridiculously dumb. So I was like flabbergasted when that happened. Like, that can't be okay. That can't be legal. But there are all types of shenanigans that happen in Formula One, and that's just one of the minimal ones. They're taking us on a nice little lap right there, reliving some old dreams right there, some old things. Perez coming down that damn straight, making that nice little turn, but still not enough to break him in back into that top 3. Although on medium tires, I'm trying to see, Perez, can you not get Drugovich on a medium compound tire while he's on a hard? Can you not do that? Perez did have he did have the first position for some time, so I'm not taking anything away from him. He did what I had asked him to do. I asked him to show that he's got some racecraft. Either he don't want to be there or, he can't be there. And he showed that he at least he can be there. I'm not gonna say if he wants to be there anymore, but he can be there. I do think Perez will end up leaving Red Bull, especially if I was Perez, I would leave Red Bull, especially if Aston Martin prove reliable. I think their contract with Alonso is up in 2024. I believe it's open 2024. If I was Perez, shit, Lawrence, what's up? At this point in time, at this stage of life, I think Perez is a better driver than Alonso. Definitely a better defender. I mean, Alonso can defend, though. He can make a car wide. Alonso can make a fucking Formula One car 3 times as wide as it really is. You're driving against a car, and for some reason, under the mystique of Alonso, you think that car is the size of the width of the track. So I'm not taking nothing away from him, but I think Perez drives better wheel to wheel and has defense tools in his bag that I've seen him do, and it just looks better to me from the eye test than when I watch Alonso. Alonso just be looking like some hating ass grudge against you type race and shit, whereas Perez looking like he technical, setting you up to do what he needs to do and keep you behind him in the next few corners type shit. So that's just my take on it. That is just my take. Let me see if I can find some information on contracts, because we went over it yesterday. So let me see if I can find information on contracts and we can go over that real quick. Hold on. And even the salaries. So hold on, let me see. Yep, here we go right here. Hopefully this is accurate. How accurate it may be, we don't know, but hopefully it is more accurate than faulty. But I'm about to bring this up into the screen. And matter of fact, I'll bring it up into the big screen and then bring it over to you. So just give me a second. And let me see. And then we can go over that, because I did happen to see that question. So, all right. So let me prepare this screen for you, and we'll go over contracts and salaries. Like I said, it might be close. It might be not. If you know something different, feel free to share it in the comment section or the live chat. If you're in the live chat, you are a subscriber of the channel, at least for 5 minutes or more at this point in time while we on the live. So you have that ability. If you are not, you can just comment in the comment section, and then I will read it later, and I will even respond to it, no matter if it's dumb or not, or you insult me or not. I still give you a response, and then from here on out, I just know how to deal with you. So keep that also in mind. All right, so here we go. Finna bring this screen over and we could cover this. So, as it sits right there, I tell you what, let me make that just a tad bit bigger so we can see it a little bigger than that. So I'm about to get a little crazy with it, but we should. Boom. All right, here we go. And then I'll just scroll up. Okay, so here we go. Contracts, bring it over a little bit bigger. So as it sits right now, I don't know how accurate this is, but it probably should be accurate. Salaries for 2023 and the contract. I think the duration of the time of the contract length is also there. So as of right now, Verstappen, salary of $55 million. And remember that Lewis Hamilton's contract or his extension has not been completed yet. So that will have to be updated. But Verstappen, the $55 million contract ends 2028. I spoke to that earlier. Then, as you see, and then for Hamilton right now, $35 million on his pre-existing contract, which ended this year. So like I said, that will be updated when his contract re's up. Then you have Charles with Ferrari, $24 million until 2024 next season. And that's why I say Ferrari is on a make it or break it year to prove themselves to Charles. So he either will let them retain his services or he will take his services elsewhere if he thinks that Ferrari's not going to give him the opportunity to be a world champion. I'm going to tell you this. If Aston Martin comes out here and outperforms Ferrari in 2023, and there's some legitimate reasons why, and they can show that they can duplicate or improve upon that season after season, there's no way if Aston Martin, Big Daddy Lawrence, Rich Stroll took Alonso that he will not take Shaw. And I don't think that Shaw will turn that down if the money is right and the team is right and they can outperform Ferrari. I think he's quick to jump out of that red Scarlet car. I'm going to tell you that right now. Lando with McLaren, $20 million until 2025. Sainz with Ferrari for now, $12 million until 2024. Coming out of that next season, Perez with Red Bull, $10 million until 2024. And I told you all before, Perez signed his contract way too early, in my opinion. I think had he held off, he definitely could have got that $15 million up out of Red Bull. He could have got that. So then we have Bottas with Alfa Romeo at $10 million till 2025. We have Russell with Mercedes, their future. I believe Russell is part of the succession plan at $8 million 2023. And Russell's contract, that's going to change. That's going to change when his contract's up. He's going to get a bigger contract than that. And especially if he collects a few more race wins. He collected one race win already in that first season with Mercedes. And with a horrible car and new regulations, his contract's going to go up. He's probably going to be up here in this area. I think that Russell probably will be around 12, 15 million area right there with Mercedes on his next contract. Ocon with Alpine, $6 million, 2024 plus. So he's going beyond that. Ocon just glad to have a job at this point in time. I don't see another team wanting Ocon. He's not doing an umpteenth amount of job like that for any of the upper teams who want him. If anything, he's going back. He's going to end up going backwards to Haas back with Alpine or Williams. I don't think even Aston Martin, if they keep improving, they gonna want him. And I definitely don't. I think Red Bull, AlphaTauri will end up taking him, but I could be wrong there. Alonso with Aston Martin, $5 million, 2024 plus. Got his multi-year deal. Gasly with Alpine, $5 million, 2024 plus. And then you got K-Mag with Haas, $5 million, 2023. So we'll see what they end up doing with him next season. While they got old man Hulk up there with him, the substitute of choice. Albon with Williams, $3 million to 2024 plus. Now, something with Albon, he's been trying to prove himself over the course of time, and I think he's been doing a decent job at that. If Albon with Williams can collect even a podium, even if he doesn't collect a podium, let's just move that out because that might not be realistic for Albon. But if Albon can be in the top 10, let's say seven times out of this race season, maybe even 8 times in the top 10, he's going to get more money from Williams. Will another team want him? I'm not sure on that yet. But if he's at Williams and he does that, he's getting more money. Stroll definitely going to get his paycheck, but he's sitting at $2 million and open contract. He's sitting at $2 million with an indefinite job, which right now we'll question if he's going to make the first race of the season. Then we have Hulk with Haas at $2 million just for, hey, come fill this shit in year till we can find somebody else that might want to sit in this seat with a team who might underperform. But if we do overperform, then we're definitely looking for a better talent if we can get it. But if not, we'll take you and keep you Hulk. De Vries at AlphaTauri, $2 million, 2023 plus. I was hoping that he would do a contract that would be like 2024. And so that he can just have a couple of seasons and leave himself open. So that might be it. It says 2023 plus, so it could be 2024, but I don't know why they wouldn't just put 2024 there. Joey Alfa Romeo, $2 million at 2023. Oscar Piastri is sitting at $2 million with McLaren 2024 plus. Yuki is with AlphaTauri, $1 million. Finally, they got my bro up out of that $750,000. They was trying to do him wrong. He know damn well he should have had that paycheck like that. And then we 2023 plus, and then Logan coming in brand new to Williams. He got $1 million 2023 plus. So right there are your driver salaries and your contract limits on that. So good question, decent information. How accurate some of this is, we never really kind of know. Driver contracts, I don't think, are privy to the public as far as like extra details on that. But right now, let's get back to what matters at testing time, which is cars on track and times on the leaderboard. That is what we want to see. So good job on that. Boom, we out of there on that one. And I hope you enjoyed that information as far as that's concerned. Bring that classifications up, bring this down. Let me see if I got any super chats and go back up. So let me see what we got. Yep. Freak Dogs Flair. How is 2-time champion Verstappen is being paid more than 7-time champion Lewis? Really, that is right now because Lewis's contract is not solidified. They haven't worked that out yet. Thank you, Mary Bean. I didn't see it because I had that big screen up. They haven't worked that out yet. So, look, and I mean, it's about what the team wants to pay him. If Red Bull want to give him that bag, Mercedes can't say, hey, Red Bull, we're only going to pay Verstappen this. And at the same time, you can't accept Mercedes to do something outlandish as Red Bull will do because they in a situation, right? Red Bull might do that because they're desperate to try to hold on, which they should be. Desperate to hold on to a driver that works for them and has delivered performance in a car that is damn near high performance in a rocket ship. They might be willing, they're willing to do that. The 2028 at 5 million, they're willing to do that because they say, listen, he gives us the best chance to repeat not only as constructors, but also win himself driver championships. Who else are they going to get? Who else is Red Bull going to get? So why wouldn't they not pay Max that money? Of course they're going to pay him that money. He should get that money. Why not? If you can get that bag, get that bag. I'm never going to be opposed to somebody getting a bag. Now, in regards to comparison to Lewis Hamilton, no. If you had Lewis Hamilton and Max Verstappen in the same team, hell no, ain't no way Max should make more money than him. No, man, but we got to see what Mercedes is going to do. And right now, at this point in time in Lewis's career, is he worried about being the highest paid more than he's worried about having the longevity of a career to have the opportunity to get his eighth? Maybe he takes a little bit less. Maybe he ends up taking 45 million, for another 3 years. But if you look at that, if he takes 45 million for 3 years and he could re-up another contract for what, another 2 years and do it, well, then hell, shit. Go do it. Go get your bag, bro. Go get it. I'm not mad at it. You know what I'm saying? And he might be willing to do that, but we have to wait and see. This is not the first time that, contract talks with Lewis work this way. Usually they do. Usually the contract with Lewis is a little bit more intricate because I also think that Lewis is trying to work in his contract something that has him available to be still within Formula One and at Mercedes at a capacity and trying to include that with that. So Lewis might be working a contract that's extremely different than Max or any other driver's contract, which also means that's going to take a little bit more time. All right, got another super chat. Let me get on down here and read that. OG Zilla. Also, if I remember correctly, Lewis renewed his contract when they were tightening salaries in 2020 because of COVID. Yeah, he did have that around then with him and Toto was supposed to go get, they had pizza at the flat or at whatever place that was and worked a little deal out. But yeah, so his extension, his contract's up. They gonna be working it out. Trust me. They gonna get Lewis shit together. Trust that. They don't have to. They could be a grimy ass constructor and screw him over. But Mercedes don't want that stain. They don't want that stain in their lineage. They don't want that blip in their history. They don't want to do that. So they're gonna do right by Lewis. But of course, the money has to be right for both sides. Got to make sense for Mercedes. Definitely needs to make sense for Lewis. So we'll see what they end up doing. Definitely see what they end up doing. So right now we are 30 minutes in to the 5 a.m. time, halfway over, about to be to that 6 a.m. time frame. Right now, we got a total of 6 drivers on the damn track. Nobody has changed positions in the top 3 yet. Not even Charles has been able to conquer the monster time that he's put up in this session. Russell hasn't been able to overachieve on his time, and Drugovich is just having fun being where he is. He's playing with house money. Because nobody expected Aston Martin, let alone Drugovich, to be where he is. And the fact that he is where he is and Alonso is where he was is saying some good things. And I've said it multiple times for Aston Martin. Definitely saying some good things for that Emerald Green team. There's no place like home. There's no place like home. So we'll see what happens. I'm loving what the hell's going on right now. So that's a big thing. And we got to see, who's going to be doing what they're supposed to be doing and who's actually going to come on, who's going to be on top when race day comes. That's when we really going to see what we need to see. That's when the writing's going to start being more secure in the pages. That's what we're going to really start seeing. Like, yeah, we thought it was that, but actually it's this. All right. Oh, matter of fact, another poll in the chat because I wanted to see what kind of shenanigans y'all was doing. Let me see what y'all doing around here. Let me see how you drink it. All right, here we go. All right. Sugar honey. Okay, now we getting serious then. And this last one is plenty of people that I've met. It's I know I see a lot of people coffee like this, be like, that's not coffee. All right, poll in the chat. Don't dance on it, just vote on it. Poll in the chat. Don't dance on it, just vote on it. AlphaTauri is still one of those nice, sharp looking cars. Also, they do have the Boomerang Halo as well. So they've adopted that as well as Ferrari did. So that's kind of cool. You know, Mercedes development working its way throughout the grid, as well as other team developments working their way throughout the grid. This is what happens. This is a copy type culture sport. Everybody wants to try to get the edge in the performance, and if they see you got an edge of performance, they're trying to see how you got it, what components bringing that edge of performance, and how can we adapt it to what we have going on over here to make it work for us. So that's what they do. That's what you're supposed to do. That's why you always see those drivers going around the paddock in the pit lane, looking at these cars and putting Lewis does a good job putting his hands behind the back because he's not trying to have anybody say he touched something. Remember that one photo that surfaced? Max Verstappen literally caught on video in Parc Ferme touching Lewis Hamilton's Mercedes, which is illegal. You're not supposed, it's against the damn rules, right? He touches the wing, jars it, right? Touches it. Then they try to come back and say, oh, Lewis is touching the car. No, he didn't. And they go back and look at the video. Lewis had his hands behind him and walked by the car, never touched it. But that was so funny. And you see Lewis now when he looks at a car, look at where his hands are. Majority of the time when he's around the car or he's looking in pit lane of the car, look and see where his hands are. The hell. Chat with J Dave super chat. I didn't see it. Let me see. That's why I got y'all. I really appreciate it. Like, hey, let me see. Super chat. My bad. Let me go up Dave super chat. I don't see a super chat from Dave. Damn, is it that far back? I missed it. Damn, I'm tripping. Let me go back. Freak Dogs, Flair, OG Zilla. Damn, I do not see it. That's my bad. Shit. Let me see. Damn, let me go back up and scroll because I didn't see Dave. No, I don't see it. Maybe y'all see something on y'all end. I don't see. Let me see. I'm scrolling down. Can you go back and see Dave's message in caps? Oh, it's not a super chat. It's caps. Scrolling. Okay, so let's see. I got it right here. Okay, so top 3 teams. Ain't no top 3 teams right now to me. Right now it's mixed up. We got teams that are performing better than others. And if you notice, they've been switching out on the board. I mean, it hasn't always been Mercedes. It hasn't always been Ferrari. It hasn't always been, Aston. And as far as innovation, I'm still waiting to see what innovation really works. Until we really see what happens on race day, we can't really say, what innovation or what development has really done something. So we'll just have to wait and see on that. Like couple races in, then I think we can see like, okay, yeah, their philosophy or their development paid out dividends. That's what we can see. Definitely on that. Got you. See, that's why I'm telling you, y'all so damn awesome. Y'all all are awesome, but Blue Diva, Sylvia Witt, Kelly, and Mary Beanie, y'all awesomeness. Like that's a crew right there. They really help keep me abreast of situations, and I really do appreciate it. Else I'd be fucking gone. Cause sometimes I can get passionate and start talking about something, and I'd be like, pew, I'd be out of here. I'd be speedy guns out of pew, gone on y'all. All right, so we looking like we coming down to 20 minutes. It is 5:40 Eastern Standard Time. And we have 5 cars on track. And at least, let me see. Oh, shit, hold on. I saw that at the corner of my eye. Dave, Super Dave, gives a Wolfpack Performance membership. Dave just gave somebody an awesome, matter of fact, hold on, before I do that, before I forget, and then Sylvia Wick and Blue Diva and Mary get on me. Let me give you your props, bro. Let me give you your helmets and let me give you some honey bun emojis. And if you don't mind, if I could put Super Dave on that. Super Dave just gave an awesome gift to somebody. Wolfpack membership at least for a month, giving you access to the Discord group to talk to the family. Damn, Sylvia, you do a better job. Like you put on, where the hell did you find that damn party emoji at? Shit. Thank you, Sylvia. I knew Mary was going to do the honey buns. I knew she was going to do the honey buns. I knew that was going to happen. Mary loves some honey buns. I'm hoping when I put this waffle emoji up, you like that. Big shout out. Big shout out. What's up, Patel? Big shout out to Super Dave. Also, Mary today and Super Dave gifted somebody a Wolfpack membership, which means they have access to Discord, the Wolfpack membership emojis, the damn Wolfpack community group, and all the other good stuff. So like, listen, we really love that. And now they have the opportunity, if they continue their membership like the other members and get the green badge icon, they will receive their free Wolfpack membership podcast shirt. You can't buy that shirt. You can only earn that share. Only a Condu, Blue Diva, Mary, Dave. He's going to be on the list to be up to get his shirt soon as I'm going to be able to get his address. So I got 2 people that should have been contacting me for their shirts. And if they don't, matter of fact, let me see. The 2 people that I asked to contact me are Trevor Robinson and Robert Ravelli. I will call 2 new names Tuesday because we're going to do a live because Sylvia Wick and Mary asked me to, so I'm going to try to make sure I set an alarm to do a live Tuesday because, as you see, I pinned that message. And then I will call 2 more names, and likely I'll reprint out that list and put 2 more names on. I think I'm definitely just going to go ahead and skip to your name, Dave, when I bring that out. And contact me then, but contact me later too because shit gets busy and then sometime I forget to go to, so I'm probably still going to ask you to contact me, but I'll probably go ahead and put your name on that front of that list and then one other person because you're definitely active in the chat and the Discord you active in, and I know you'll get to me just like you said, just like Dave right now. He said, I'm gonna contact you right now. That's what I need. When I call you all out to get your free shirts, to get your free appreciation gifts from me, you're not paying shipping, you're not paying for the shirt, I'm paying for all that. And I've shipped shirts to the UK, been Xbox Fortress, UK. Sylvia Wick, she ain't never not got nothing from me. UK, I done shipped plenty of places. If I can't ship there, then it's got to be some restraints. But other than that, I'm going to pay for that shipping. So yes, get with me when I call your name so I can get you your stuff because I'm just trying to show you appreciation for supporting the channel and being here. That's my way of giving you that appreciation. Tell me what other content creator, even in the Formula One space, is doing anything like that. Show me a content creator that's saying, you know what, thank you for supporting the channel. I'm sending you free merch just like that. Come on now, I appreciate you all. I appreciate what y'all do. I appreciate the shit out of Blue Diva, Mary Beanie, Sylvia Wick, Jay Starship, Racer X210 because they take extra responsibilities and loads trying to help me manage this chat. People don't understand when you sitting up here doing a chat and a live stream and you trying to cover content, watch lives and develop this shit, it's hard to keep track of all that. People think I miss them on purpose, but I don't. That's why when I say do a super chat, because it brings it up and then it also alerts my members that, hey, Jay, you need to look at this shit. They not going to let me slip and fall. They got my back. And then having my back, they got your back. Dave, damn, that's what I'm talking about, Dave. Wolfpack membership. Hey, everybody getting tipsy. Membership for you, membership for you, memberships for you, memberships for everybody. That's what I'm talking about. The family is growing. Y'all remember when people said we wasn't going to make it? Do y'all remember that shit? It wasn't even that long ago. People said that we were not going to make it. People literally said that as a community, we were not going to be here in the seasons to come. They were wrong about y'all. They were wrong, dead wrong about y'all. They don't know how great y'all are. Y'all know how many times I done came off alive with a guest and they be like, yo, your community straight fire, bro. Even Blake, the last dude we had, he was like, yo, I didn't expect that type of energy like your community be bringing it. My community legit and fire is fuck. And I'm going to say the F-bomb on the stream. And I know other people looking at it that might be scouting me, be like, damn, man, he be cussing. Yes, my community is fly as fuck. I'm going to say it. You're going to have to take me. Oh, shit. Super Dave. Memberships going around. Oh, my gosh. What are we doing? Well, I got to find another damn emoji. Shit, I got to find another emoji. Where's the damn emoji? I got to do the dab emoji. Then I got to do, where's the shit? I got to find another one. Shit. Damn, I got to, man, hold on. Dave popping bottles. Let me get this shit on right here. There we go. There's the one I got to boom, 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 boom. You know you're going to see this one later in the season. Big super Dave out here in the streets handing out gifts. That's what the hell I'm talking about. Big salute to Dave. For real, bro, out here doing that's sharing is caring. That's sharing is caring. He's enabling somebody to have an experience that he want to share with them. Big shout out, Super Dave, for real. Big shout out, bro. And Dave, sometimes he be busy. Dave sometimes he don't have the time to be with the Wolfpack fam. He be busy. But every now and then, Dave will pop his head in and even message like, hey, I know I've been busy. I'm just checking in on y'all. That's family type shit. That's family type shit. That's what you want in a community. I want to know my community when I see them. That's shit, Dave, man, bro, you the shit. That's all I got to say. You the shit. You the shit, Dave. Straight up. So yeah, Dave, I don't even care about printing that list. You contacted me in the Discord, bro. I'm gonna make sure I get your shirt together and get you shipped out, bro. I'm gonna make sure I get your shit together and get you shipped out. You contacted me in the Discord, and if you don't hear from me by Monday, because I got a lot of shit going on, you contact me again. I'm gonna get you. Make sure give me 2 sizes though. Give me 2 sizes for a shirt in case I don't have one size. I can get you something out. Give me 2 sizes, bro. I'm gonna get you your shit out. Guaranteed. And if I don't have it in, I'm gonna make sure I get it made up. And it might take a week, but I'm gonna get it to you. So hopefully I do have your size on hand though, and I can just get you taken care of. Akandu says, Dave, that dude 100. You ain't lying, bro. Dave came in like, where did y'all forget where y'all were? Did y'all forget y'all at the Wolfpack house? Y'all forget y'all in the Wolves Den? Let me show you how we do shit around here. Let me show you the type of energy that the Wolves Den got around here. You can't go nowhere else and get this type of energy. You can't. It's rare. It's a rare breed. My community is a rare breed. That's a fact. You see a condo giving him props right there? That's a rare breed. My community, y'all rare. Y'all diamonds. For real. That's big ups to y'all. Come on, let me give you your dab too, bro. For real. That's why I be motivated. That's why I don't mind. I only got like 30, 25 minutes worth of damn sleep, and I'm in a 24-hour period, and I'm right back on here with y'all because that type of energy. That's what makes me motivated to be here. That's what makes me be tired but be up when I'm on here. Because of this shit, this type of family shit, man. That's what I love. And like I said, I don't like to say love anything that can't love you back. My community love me back. That's what I love to see. Big shout out to you all. And big shout out to Super Dave. Big shout out to Mary Beanie. Big shout out to Sylvia Wick. All y'all that's doing that. Blue Diva, big shout out to y'all, man. Shit, Massacre, Nall, Maria. Hell, we can go down. We can keep going down the list. Damn, you know what I'm saying? Buck Dollars. Damn, Robert. Damn, Mr. Banks. Hell, we can just keep going. Calvin Martin. Damn, 70 Dodge Man, Duchess Holland, J. Rob, Trevor No, Robert Revelli, Self-Made, J. Starship, Samaj, Mikey S, all them, man. We can keep Racer X210, Derwin, Wildcat. Shit, stop playing with me. Carlos is ADVR. I can keep going on. This is real family shit around here. So yeah, big ups to y'all. Let me make sure we don't have any more pictures. I'm about to get all caught up in emotional and loving y'all so damn much, trying to love on y'all. Let me make sure we ain't got no pictures so we can post that. And we do have pictures sent in. So let me get, we got a nice shot. We got a nice shot right here of the Alfa Romeo. I know it got hung up, but this is a nice shot of the garage area. So we about to bring this in. Oh yeah, we about to bring this in. For real. Oh yeah, that's definitely nice. We bringing this in, bringing this shot in right here, the Alfa Romeo. You definitely gonna like this one. Definitely like this one. This is a clean, crisp shot. I like it. Ooh, check this out. Whoa, look at that thing. Look at that thing. Look at that. Look at that sexiness. That car sexy. That car sexy. I'm telling you, that's nice. That's a nice looking car. Man, that's a nice looking car. We got another photo of the RB19 from the quarter rear shot. Definitely throw this in there too. Let's go. Oh yeah, here we go. That quarter rear shot, that nice little low profile shot. And then we got another shot right here of the Haas. Finally, we got a shot sent of the Haas. Let's get this on there. Nice little track shot of the VF23. Let's go ahead and bring this in. Get you some good old track testing porn right here. Ain't nothing like some good Formula One car porn. Oh, indeed. And it's a nice little side shot. I like this shot. That Alfa Romeo shot killer, though. That's a nice shot, too, though. That's a nice shot of the Haas. Definitely not mad at that. Definitely not. I mean, let's go back. I gotta go back to this one. That shit right there smoking. That shit's smoking right there. Y'all tripping. That's a smoking shot. Ooh, that's a nice shot. Cannot be mad at that. Cannot be mad at that. Damn. So yeah, now let's go ahead. Right now we got several cars on track, so we're gonna go back to the leaderboard because the testing session for the morning is getting ready to come down. That's why we got everybody. We got 9 cars on track because Botus, I told you all, he probably was not going to make it back. Although we had that dope shot of the C43, he was not going to make it back and he didn't. So we got 9 cars on track of the 10. Majority of the field, once again, is on medium compound tires. Shaw is out on softs, and so is Albon, looking to try to make that climb up. Got that soft compound tire on, trying to go ahead and get himself up in the rankings with that tire, trying to make a push. The Hulk and Piastri hard tires, I don't think they're trying on much right there. Definitely rolling that, so that's not gonna. Don't expect much from them. De Vries sitting at the bottom there at 10. Can't expect much from him if he ends up jumping up to maybe 8 or maybe even 9 because he can overcome Botus's time. That might be something for him, and then it will be seeing like what Yuki would end up doing. But also, Shaw is going to try to push that time out, and if he can actually do that, that'll be crazy bananas right there. Russell is trying to push that 442 out, although there's an awesome car by Oldsmobile. I would like to see if he can go ahead and push that out, push some tenths off of there. Even if it's like 2 more tenths, that would be astounding. Now, the news and the highlight is going to be to see where Hamilton comes in and see what he can actually do that. So your drivers coming up next are Perez, Carlos, Hamilton, Ocon, Norris, Botus. I don't know what they're going to do. Hopefully they get that car done and he can get some more track. If we see De Vries or Alonso is not decided yet, but if we see, not De Vries, but if we see Felipe or Alonso, that's going to tell you some things about next week. K-Mag's going to be coming up. Sonoda's going to try to see if he can prove himself up, and Albon will have another go at it again in the second session. So that's what you got to look forward to right there as far as your driver lineup. Day 3 testing session coming up this evening over there. This morning, still here. Yeah, so let's see who's going to be pushing. Let's see who's going to make something happen. I want to know if somebody can make some magic happen, if somebody can actually make it do what it do, baby. You know what I'm saying? We got that flap open. Let's see who's got the DRS wing open. Nobody's got the DRS flap open just yet, but we will be looking for that green dot to pop up. When you see that green dot, that means DRS is active, and they are trying to get after it, all right? Oh, nice shot of the MCL 60 right here. I'm about to bring that in. Definitely been quiet for them, but hey, it is what it is, and they still have to show up to race day, and they still have a good portion of the season to try to make whatever changes that they can make to try to find some pace and some performance in that car, because up until this point in time, they've been really quiet and dull, and I do mean dull right now. For this entire testing session, to me, McLaren has been dull. So yeah, there's the MCL 60. Let me bring that over so you can take a peep at that real quick. There you go, the MCL 60. I'm not gonna stay there too long because, like I said, we are coming up to the final minutes of day 3 testing, and right now what's more important is cars on track and lap times on the leaderboard, so we can see if somebody's gonna make something happen. And they are pushing, trying to make something happen. And I know Botus is probably like fuming right now that he's missing out on this, but because he has more time left, he does have the opportunity to come back in that evening session over there and get back out on track. So right now, just an early lunch break for Botus. It's early. He get to go back to the trailer, go back to the paddock, go ahead and get a little bit comfortable, maybe take a boo-boo, maybe go ahead and get some of that water up out of his system, go ahead and grab him something to eat, maybe sit down, get him some, he gonna get him some damn coffee or some damn, I think he drink espresso. He gonna get him some shots of espresso, get that knocked out, and then come back out PM session and try to rock it out like a rock star and see what he could do with that Alpha and make some shake. But Joe definitely outperformed him yesterday. Took him to the cleaners, actually, if you really want to be honest. Took Botus to the cleaners right here. If you see Joe right there at the top of the leaderboards, Botus has not existed there for testing and definitely hasn't closed out at 131.6 is what Joe closed in. So Botus not making that happen So he's definitely trying to do something. Bold's best time right now, as we see on the board, he put down a one. That ain't even worth damn mentioning, really. That ain't even worth talking about. So we won't even mention that. He ain't put down enough. That's what he didn't do. He damn sure ain't put down enough. So yeah, it ain't worth talking about. That's just let it go. Sometimes you gotta let it go. Bum 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 bum. Looks like another love TKO. Had to say it. You just had to say it. That's a classic. That's a classic. Stop playing with me. If you even mention some words of a classic, you know your body just be like, you gotta sing that part. You gotta sing it. I can't sing for shit. But you just said, is that a feeling? Don't make me play that Temptations on y'all. I wish it would rain. I'll run y'all up out of here right now if I play that song. I'll run y'all up out of here, and I'll probably get a copyright claim too. But I don't know if I sang on top of it. I probably get charged. I probably get charged with tympanic membrane homicide. If I started really trying to sing right here on this live, I probably would go to prison for murdering your tympanic membranes in your ear canal. That's probably what would happen. Just being real. I'll keep it real with you. So I can't sing worth a goddamn lick. I can rap, but singing, I ain't the LL Cool J couldn't sing, and that's probably his problem, but it worked for him, so I can't do it. So yeah, right now they are pushing and these dots are moving. They are pushing and the dots are moving. So they getting some, they trying to get it cranked out. Shaw is out there on the soft tire, and I know he's probably trying to cap that time off. And if I'm not mistaken, the tire that he's on is probably the C5 tire. He's probably on the C5. I think he's on the C5 tire. So I think that's the C5 tire if I'm looking at this right. I think he's on C5. So we're going to see what he can do. Let's see if he can make it happen. He's went softer on the compound. I think earlier he did it. Did he do it on C5 earlier? No, he did it on C4 earlier. Russell did it on C5, I believe. So matter of fact, let me check my notes. So earlier he did it on C4. Russell did it on C5. So right now I think he's on the C5 compound. So let's see what he's going to do. So I think that's the compound with the stripe and the writing. So that should be C5. So let's see if he can make that happen. If he can knock off, even if he knocks off 200s off his time, that's still crazy. That's still crazy nice. But if he goes like 130.8 or something, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Let me see. Man, are you tripping? Let me see what y'all said on this chat. Straight black. That's how I usually drink my coffee. And I drink it straight black. I think when you drink coffee without all the other shit, and you all who are drinking creamer with a dab of coffee, shame on you. Shame on you for doing that. Shame on you. But me, I like it straight black because I like to get the characteristics and the tones and the aromas of that coffee. When you start pouring all that other shit in the coffee, you just lose all of that. But some of you don't give a damn. Y'all like, I'm not drinking that shit like that. That's nasty. I'm going to put a bunch of milk, a bunch of sugar, and that's how I like my chocolate milk, really. You know, you really drink a creamer with a little sugar, but I'm telling you, the raw taste, and that's how you know if you got a good coffee. When you all put all that creamer and sugar in that coffee, you don't really know if you got a good coffee. When you drink a coffee straight, you really get that body of that coffee to know like that was a solid roast. That was a solid roast. So I'm just saying, Ted out here doing his thing out here in these pit streets, trying to make it happen. Ted making it do what it do. Had one of the most awesomest rants while in the paddock, I believe, at Coda, talking about the 2021 championship, and they tried to shame him for it. He only told the truth. Ted only said what was real. He only told y'all what you really should and needed to hear. He wasn't fucking wrong. So, I mean, come on. He wasn't wrong with what he said. Stop playing with that man. Stop playing. He wasn't wrong with what he said. It is what it is, all right? So, listen, right now they are coming around. And they are really, really trying to push it up. Really trying to push it up. Right now, still on the track. And they out there. Shaw is not on the track anymore. He's in the pits. Albon's in the pits. And we're going to see how many more of these cars are about to come off this track, because they are nearing the time for testing that is about to go down right now. Shaw looks like he might be getting ready to give it another run, as he still does seem to have a bit of time on the clock where he could, but that's crazy. 102. Hey, Shaw doing his thing. So we finna see what happened. It looks like They might be hanging it up. They might be hanging it up, but we'll see what happens. He's in the pits. They might be hanging it up. Albon's in the pits as well. So let's see what they do. The other guys are running around here. Russell's still running around trying to get it in because he's getting ready to come out of that W14 and Hamilton's getting ready to go in. So this is his last stint of the testing duration period. After he gets out the car, he will not be back in there. So he will be completely done. Perez, I believe he has more time left. His Blue Diva clued us in earlier that Max has exhausted his testing time, so he is done. He's chilling in the trailer or in the garage, or he's just out cooling it, because I'm pretty sure Max feels pretty confident about what the car has been doing and where the car is. I mean, he said at the top and number 2 in classifications right there. So as far as he could be concerned, that the RB19 probably has a little tweaks here and there, but they definitely got a car that's likely going to be dialed in again. Mercedes, on the other hand, look at this floor. That floor is just, yeah, they got a little bit more room than they had last season. It was like that floor was literally dragging without any type of damn roll. It was dragging it because they was running it that low. So now to see a little bit of gap there, says definitely some things are changing. So 131.442, and we got a virtual safety car. So it looks like they're about to start that virtual safety car process kicking in, and then probably start another red flag process, and then go into some starts. So we'll see what they're going to end up doing. But Russell right there wants a 133.654. That ain't going to be good enough to capture his time of 131.442. Damn sure ain't good enough to capture Charles' times of 131.024. So it looks like Charles going to go out at least in this morning session on top of the game. And likely, from what we've seen from Perez, I mean, damn near down full second, unless something really going to change in his life. Shaw likely might close day 3 classification out at the top. Only person or car that I think is going to be there is, we'll see what Hamilton can do in the W14, given what Russell just did at 131.442. Does Hamilton have enough, or the racecraft? I'm not questioning his racecraft, but I'm just saying in capacity of the car. Because right now, I believe the car is the limitations to these drivers, not the drivers limiting the car. So does the car have the ability to enable all of Lewis's potential in order to capture that 131.024 or to even, well, it's the same car. So it'll be interesting to see if Hamilton can get that 131.442 set by Russell. That's something that a lot of people are going to look to, because, they're always trying to look for some reason to, pit Russell against Hamilton since this whole thing started. That's been the run of mill. Typically, I don't look at trying to do that between drivers, but when it happens, you got a rookie coming in. Yeah, I'm looking at trying to see if the senior elderman can make sure that he's lets the rook know, like, hey, you just coming in here. I've been doing this shit. But sometimes, every now and then, it doesn't happen that way. And it happens the other way. And that is just the way sports go. So we only got 2 cars on track as it sits right now, virtual safety car. And those 2 cars are Russell and Gasly. We got a nice shot of the Alpine. So I'm about to bring that shot in right now of the the A523. Otmar also almost forgot what damn car he was there to unveil during the damn unveiling. I think he was really focused on other things, and probably lightweight could have caught himself some HR issues. So luckily he got off stage and then came back on, and it kind of helped him out with that, because it looked like Otmar was going to get himself into some trouble. But yeah, so let me go ahead and bring this track shot up right here. Nice little, no, that's not it, is it? Where is it? Yeah, there it is. This nice little track shot. So let me bring this over so you can peep this out, because this is about to end anyway. And let's go right here. Boom. Nice little track shot of the Alpine. Once again, that front wing looking a bit different, and that flat ass nose definitely different. So see how that's going to work for them. Ocon and Gasly are going to be responsible to take that car as far as they can take it, and we'll see how far they can take it. And we're definitely going to see how far Gasly can go, because I kind of think Gasly's all gas. 2 more drivers on the track right now. Are only 2 drivers on the track right now, Piastri and Russell. So Russell should be trying to push pretty hard. He's on a medium tire though, so I'm not even looking for him to touch that time. Whereas Piastri's on the hard, so I'm definitely probably not even looking for him to change. In order for him to change, he'd have to literally knock, what is that, like almost 0.3 off his second to even knock Hulk down to 8 and him go up to 7. And I don't even know if I see that happening right now. So I don't think so. And Haas relatively quiet for majority of the day too, so them saving $250,000 and also being a little silent right now. But we'll see what happens when K-Mag gets in there. K-Mag does do some things. And right now, I think we're under red flag. So we're under these protocols right now. They're going to do yellow, I think, virtual safety car, red flag situation. And then this is how they pretty much going to take us out, making sure everything works, the systems work, the lights, all the flaggers, all the notifications, the messages, all that stuff, trying to make sure this system works. Because, I mean, they're going to be here next week. So they better make sure everything works. There's been some times where parts on the track where that light probably needs to change sides. We saw that one time with Lewis Hamilton where the light where it was is not like natural for a driver to look at that angle while trying to go into a corner, while even setting up for a corner. Like your field of view changes and your perspective changes because you're going in. And I think they should probably reevaluate some of those light systems that are around the track and take those things into consideration and probably relocate them so that they know there's no way you didn't. If there's a way you didn't see it, it's so far-fetched and so an anomaly that we're not even letting it pass. We've literally done plenty of tests, plenty of people, plenty of eyeballs to see where this is, and there's no way you shouldn't have not seen it. So I think that's something they should consider. Snasha. So yeah, they should consider that. Right now, no cars on track. Everybody's in the pits, and I think that's going to be it. I think that's going to rock us out right there. I think pretty much that's a done deal. Done data. Russell's out the car, putting the blankets on. They're probably going to end up going to the end of the pit entry and maybe even do something. So as that sits, that seems like that's going to be a wrap for the first session of day 3 testing. And Mercedes, they looking at that, but we'll see what happens. So right now, I think they probably going to end up doing some practice starts and getting all that stuff together. So listen, you all, I got to get ready to see what we're about to do. So yeah, they're about to end up doing the practice starts and getting all that stuff done. And you remember yesterday, that practice start thing was shaky. It was shaky. They almost had a collision yesterday with that practice start. So that was something that they damn sure had to get through. So I'm about to end up going, you all. I got to get in here with my brothers, Nisha and Cam. So big shout out to you all joining me. If possible, I will be here later this afternoon for the PM session. If not, listen, we've had an awesome time and I'm going to be live again anyway. Plus, we're going to be live next week for the race, quali kickback, okay? And then finale lap for that race Sunday, so you don't want to miss that. So we're going to definitely be here for that. If you haven't never been to a finale lap, you need to come to one. We do some awesome shit. And as we get rolling, it's going to get even better and more elaborate and all types of fun things we have. Big shout out to everybody that gifted memberships. Big shout out and big love to you all. Big shout out everybody that super chats. Big shout out for everybody showing up this early in the morning or late in the day or early or late in the night, your time, because y'all all on different things. So just like me, you up late. So I will see you all soon. Peace and love to you all. I'm going to end this poll in the chat because you all said 37% said they drink their coffee the way it should be drank, and that's black. All right. So big shout out to y'all. Peace and love. I'm going to get out of here.